hwe ade bi sisi mi babo bi so akire wonim say adwuma mu utimu se ntokwa asi wa we mpe we asem we huye we ahia na ya asore nchi akeke ena sam na America no enya sofo bi asam na America na enya sofo bi a waba wo pe bibia didi ewu asam na America anya sofo pe ni fo mi bo ba akudi a awurade yakopo. It will shock you. Omo nyina ma se di antwagu o twagu awi ababo afode $10,000. We see a whole clergy, respected one. A bank kura bie board wa e ba be fa na koto so se clergy man but also big man oh nya say he speaks good English, he's a good teacher, he has been in the system, he has been in the business for many years, he has respect, he commands respect, but omo ye worker killers, they will kill you by their words. Oba commence minimum one clergy, oba commence every year begin the bear sorry be on preach but on you preach about a software just to kill the ministry. And until Ghana obi in your office kwatena obaby obi timi tena obi promotion so I was for the man I man call me on for manage da on for manage da because for the man of Baby Peja. And also me I have a comfortable zone, I have a platform. What time I said that we cannot go to platform for Francois. I will not send anybody to come there and comment. But future will change us. One day I will die and go. And all these videos will be played. Now the better to send any and Quran to one about Babato. And then they move your book pashi three dada. A software for playing a bedroom commencing or by a protocol canon. Now a software it will be a young ministers. Almost 30 ministry or back or crabby work or food on hanging out and so I saw for once some what to be prepared and you may be cow mogu. We are no pop for the free $10,000 and the $10,000 is almost 1 point something. What bought no affair of penny per 50 no watch now 1.5 by 50 yes I for compare by phone go about for the 50 city 100 city for 1.5 you know we need God to give us mercy. We need God clergy. O chawo go pra onya say wo di ho agro onya say wo sere say de metia na be ya na de bia ya agro no o chawo serious am fifra atena tonso akese bi akire o chawo o proud straight and asa na wo kan kora no wo we na kopie deputy minister bia o tia soro ho animu a he try no de ahye ni mo ta o panyi pa wo Ghana ba me ho fie.
Okay, I'm so for me, Mamuna, baby, I will be a child. Now, let's double tap the screen. So, now, you double tap the screen. Patch your tap your screen, not ye tap your screen, not ye why? This is a reason so your friend of this year about a high and that ye baby sooner than ye dinkum. So, double tap your screen, not ye tap your screen, why? I mean, the hatred, jealousy, a war. In the presence of so-called Ghana for Nyankopono, a interesting and a chere bonning, a bad president, or more chato wa, and you brand sika umbenya dientino, or more give you a bad education, and Kwakubo for Kabi Bicheramu, me pesauti, Yibiti and Yatotonia Shadi, a sofu a good Ghana, a difu so-called difu communini fui, this as our prophecy, a dear Cassi or more yanese, or more creative hate. Enemy obia omo create we your tanfo we eno no omo ye na onim san chechere no e de wotan abeto eni pantem ni nyina no eye wo hwam na e difu akotwefo na de sa de na ba because say obi ko Ogyaba sorry ya wo hu obi owo different side bi a wo ye enemy they don't click and sankofo nyina see environment no omo na build the environment no and they are very dangerous, very dangerous people. And ohwe process and procedures and near more ye no da bia no esim say obi an enemy and they don't know kwakubo for council so double tap the screen ye tie adwuma chesha won mo ye any hate o ma create dia to ye ntem to won say adwuma utim say nipa we wasori a wo kontina wo ye ne hi ohun ni say ohun ye ne enemy and so ente sa wo ba ohun ye ne hi double tap the screen, tap screen, why? Tap screen on patch tap screen on. Tap screen on.
And the next morning, no catch yourself for this over me. The next call, I saw about me, hope you will come on in media and kind Danny. And will be prompting me, say, so far, so I see you know, you flew up quiet now, so about 1 hour for Casepa, Nibu, normal pedal, Casepa, any 2 months. Not so for more, Jaffa, so to me, I shaggle, or shaggle, go about them.
Into one say, Kwakubo phone him, when Madumana Moyen, so home. Kwakubo phone him, Madumano Moyeno. So let me say, eti keys no my omobono, Kwakubo phone, only one way, or ye master kicking on. Hey, Kwakubo phone, I'm in Diagrono, or ye master kicking. Eti won't say, and they were kind of correct and near my 1 way. So, Mickey, Michel. Pacho double tap the screen. Mr. Ode tap do be a bit me tap do be a bit me tap screen on that. Yeah, he too. And you be didn't come and affair and nesu I cut 3 days. 21st. Now you say Ahvram be Moshe and afe Ogyaba be me order means the first we say. Aha, nse hu na obedi ye no. 21st na be duru enche. Na you and the PM no you ba be kan nyina kire the PM no. You have a Kenya. So double tap the screen. And as you bedin ko your name Mr. EM Boating. Aha, you bedin ko you want near be onipa esawe. So there are a lot of things that esawe. Aha, no what so yes or bypass ya emfa. So yes or bypass sanima na unsua sa de na obebre ntine. Yani EM Boating so bedin komo. Aha, na fe ya hwe after say adifo akohwefo no agige ho sika wi a de na ese esua saa so na enne ye behwe common sense for nyina ye behwe se so pass on beko ba bia akwa no wona ye behwe kono beko no se no besi akono nti but just stay here na share page no so na yenku enim. This is a reason show na he cry don't pay say echna tomorrow is 21st but unim ye beka bi achira why I woman the adwuma hyehyɛ se se wunua or patch den yentie kwakubofo the keys ya enema mo ka edi time to montem a Christopher no ekon mechi apa yentie kwakubofo the yentie ade ento so
I guess I get wow. Nkomo ye di ye no amsa na obi ka ho no ton se o ye ko wo bra kwa o awurade nyankopon esi no bo wa se bo o sheg hello dari ayan ka ye no aguma bekwam because what tin nkomo na course no nti sofo mu a o nye se you ase ni o nya body gas e ka ho ba ye no o sofo mu a se wo wie me oyin se sa already akopo na me hwese na bia sofo na true ene de wade aye no a onu no timi e sa wi agumi galem asa di gele na guma ben kwa mu am se urade nipa ye nipa ne bre tumi kekra ba be di me nsam no ha me pira se mu hu sa se na so fu o jura me ho di na ye no didi a wadi di ha yangu poni pa ntuma me ni di
didi de o ma woni di o because on say eye ni bre on say so study wo ma adwuma na koyese eni bre adwuma so na ade na koye ni bre na so mo be design a strategy so mo obi design a system na wotimi di deceive ni nua and eno na de wo tan na beto wo ntama sa tan no ma transfer e de aba the church members nti se wahwa unu nua Ghana ni dili na sa wonka na woni nkọ asori a wokọ ho na wo adwene bi di ma wa wodi mistake asa adwene obetimi ama na ye adwuma nti se wahwa utimi se woni assembly timi ko police station nipa mienu a Christopher mienu na nya but mo se police na take size obekom na police no the church member beside and no akeke no otimi di ma persecute wo on kan okore nkyere wo and if it came from the church nipa no adi wo manim na edi sa wo time to nipa ntem if you say asofo no pese chinchina ye kase onyame no won makasa oh God any yakasa it is wo ye na nye this what the sakasaka to nipa ntem it is so what's the idea every day as one create bibi in the first no na ye wo ma me bayifo wo fa ye this omo de school no mo ko school system Eti woman de sank thinking that every day so create be to nipa ntem ti bo so wadamfo hey wadamfo hwe ho no yie otaw wan hwe bet enti me sesa a time na wo ye system no mu e ya difu akotwefo na yes ade no prophet Emmanuel Akwaba if you say san man kinkiti akwakubo ani abra wo kirikire mu se kisi omubo sika ombedi ani di ombedi nti mame ni di bi no omo ni di wode ye ho e sika ho aho ahiafo no ho patcho double tap the screen tap screen why tap screen na yen to aso tap screen why patcho baby e wona down kra ya no for bus ya omo shot me down why double tap the screen wo the tap do bi abetimi why tap screen no this is a reason so your friend what this about tap screen you trans ya che na ye won nema bibre bi di ho komo tap screen no so enti sa anwoya na ani bre no a adifu akohwefo no de ato wono ntam wo mu wie o masa be che de ama nsore ma no it will hey we hunu yanko a we ni say between sobolo children any abayifo children sankofo ni mienu wo nka adum chedu a church members ni kwakubo for church members wo nka wo so musu nyame because obi am say we yatwa we yagu na we yatwa we yagu ensoro me gu ota bell no Duncan Williams asori dem omni one man churches na omo ye iPhone sa atwi fo omo katwi no wo no omo ni nhia because omo so omo ya azanfo because woman can brofo. Would you watch discrimination? I want one casantem. Would you watch check it? Would you wear now? Turn the check in the radio. See, so below church member, I don't be a church member who could for church member as well an enemy because they don't share the same principles. Acquire your training on only the training way different and we carry on and we have a good system. Into your system, no. Sankofo nyina so tibe kuro ba ye friend Ghana wo enti obia hu ne yonko a we ne yonko ye ne tamfo and gofo e claim say wo ni nyame bi ne kasa ne nyame adwuma no won mo ye that's the question je ba sa me hu me sro ususuro me eso nesen ensen ke ba na sa wo na sa usuro me ene ye be de pad kan bom ne atimi aye BBC ye kan bom ne ayade it is wahwa obi ha say hey Ghana for de obi o ye suro wo ya o obi suro ne yonko bacha double tap the screen tap screen no tap screen man why bacha tap your screen tap screen tap do bi abeti why double click the screen tap the screen na yonko no why you down kra why bacha tap the screen with my share from for so or the share why you trust you be so this here so eti emane nya wo de say wo sofo de wono we kunto sofo enti busa said e da wo sofo ni wo no be ye dey how don person e da wo sofo ni wo wo adasen wo be ye dey wo de emfa na say and da wo sofo no wo one day wo ni wo be ye dey there na be you need to reason up, find a way to re-educate yourself because a tiny way system you too much to the sense say a diff one shasi because enye chinchina je se nyame no makasa wo nya hwe nka kan wono tum ne koda memi to hey da tobo akra me maha sei on se me maha me ni asem bia ka me so life na me kika nsem no because me respect me integrity me maha me wasem me ba betena ka kire wo because me adwene ni yadwuma but chinchina difo no person kase chinchina ese woka bibi kire nipa no ntide na ese wo ye ese wo keka nsem bi wo nipa no ntene na ye hu na mo hu ye hu na mo ta mo hu na kase me oh asem asi so fo ne ka kire me nto mu twatro hwe Ogyaba nsem hu wodi wo de hwe Ogyaba hwe abranti be me ya wo so wo ye nyani wo de hwe nsem hu wodi seti Akwa greetings from Germany wo de wa hwe Ogyaba ade wo afi ensem wo ade wo hyase ye nyina anim se wo de nipa na dwene di agoro enti won se last minute me pacho mamo ma ho wo de ne ye bebo ni nsem bi afi de wo kan ye be ka ye bo bi a kire enti aseni pa ye didi no mo aye pese ye progress ye system no aye mfe ye ni nto nkokorafo ne merwafo so no we don't need to rely on these people lady me problem ye wo lady me problem ni ya wo say obejai say bia wo da so ye spiritual taba no me problem ya wo lady eti brani nsu ade why lady send request kran musa asem mo asa spiritual children why wahun eti until say yetimi adwene different from the omoka no asofo akohwefo wo mu de madwene bedi agoro especially Ghana for man Duncan Akwaba wo de wohwe obayi to say ohieni ba bia ne ho propra bio no ono ba be kan sofo asema kire di obedi ekura ho de na dwen nyina asayo na wo ote wona sofo escam na obeka kire It is one sua nyansa ye kahwe a wonte ase Jordan akwaba. Lady Ann, lady bram na me musa sa we spiritual taba na children na bia na musa asem why. Eti eye de ntia wo de hate atom ntane ahoya ne asofo ni tware wo ho nyina ne se eye sika kakra wo mbedi nti no na wo mbeye sa de nso agye so wo nya tabaafo wo madi wo machi because say wo fight for e won say nwan no wo asofo no ekun so obi am be chenipa no eti hu kokubofo asem wo kan anani abra wo kire adwuma asofo no hyehye sika wo pe mame ni dibi na mso ni dibi wo didi na mso didi kakra nti ho an ya chenipa no eye games no mo play mo to Ekon, Akwaba. Nana, I'm easy. I'm good work, my brother. But all Mr. Wa double tap the screen. Yen tap screen, why? Tap screen, Nana, you beat the algorithm, why? Well, eti, o should be bemet so Ogyaba ya. I mean, on him say nipa ne hunu nyansa na ekoba say yebisa ne question on ya mane nye kese bi na won hu bia. Adwuma ne anya akono, asofo adwuma no wodi anya akono. Because I didn't say me ma wo yet tingoro ye kakraka bi da bi we need to as a table we discuss we talk but who could do baby a nipa ne ye weak no me spiritual tabasa they can have conversation with their pastor or their sofo nti osofo no feel we a big man bi na ade am nya sika da bi wo de opai me nipa ne nya sika tua besa 1 year ne enhwe so obi beka so osofo ye sika ni wo Ghana ne enhwe ade opa 1 year mo nka so mo je ehiafo ne sika ne enhwe ade 1 year pe challenge them. Ogyaba to opa 1 year per more new obi sika na yenhwe so wo so obi sika ni obi flaunt to social media. I mean I a petty eti eba na sa na se wo eti se sa abrabo no a ese so wo twatro keka nsam to montem na mo kon sabeya mo obi ombetiche mu eti me se kwakubofo church members no adom chedu a church members omo nya fine omo nya fine. And so go nyina se Kristo ba aku Yesu Nyankopon ba aku eno na choso omo ye funny omo ye jokers omo twatro because ono no so for ideology different we to Yesu moja we to abayifo nkun eti e pasa pe won be crash and I said tia come say you don't have to use the brain in the church. I mean e pasa se me nipa camera be ho me come smoke me koda bia me smoke me say die ntina obi timi hye ideology no ka chem say me kwa story dia madwene ense say madwene ye adwuma me camera be ho pa it seti camera be ho ka be hye me rough say me kwa story na me kwa ye taba say Ogyaba nti na me ma ye taba me hu Ogyaba me nti na ma jimia to the sense say ma ye te say gere ye din so aguso there no way never any onya nipa entina wo ye weak no on so tino mo ye weak no seti won eti wo Christopher na wo ye very timid be I say onya atwum bi wo pretend bi I mean why the training wo mo sa what she was saying, I always tell my mom about this mind games, but she no agree. And she no go agree because almost coming na dwia che, almost juice na dwia che. What the mama if you go adum che dua so dem way, should you go pambo kwakubofo. I mean, almost I say ya mom lagatna no ya wo mo mpane ne dia wo mo e jimi mpane. So they can't think. It's not what I can say. Foolish born again Christian who are believers and not thinkers. No one knew their worker because what system no watch it. But you double tap the screen, tap the screen. Why, Mr. Wa, tap the screen. No, life of make Akwaba. Double tap the screen, tap the screen. Tap the screen. Why, Mr. Wa, tap the screen, Mr. Wa. Double tap go the tap. Do be a bit my be an inquiry. Why? Yeah, tap do be a bit me. Tap do be a bit my tap. What the type? Tap the screen, tap the screen. This is a reason. So it's in order say you bet me. I rescue the spiritual tabas no asofo ni play wo just when you acknowledge when you nimdie bi ansa na sa nimdie no ba ko na make chose e fear so one kill fear na fear will kill you so kill the fear say wo ku fear no ho akwai Ogyaba ni hunya hu kwakubofo hunya hu adum che bia hunya hu you just respect them so mu ye mpanimfo anaso ye nipa ba say wo se wusuro no never. And until no mun stand here say na makwa we wan nyiri sika na no kan say because fear ntimi mu ntimi mi hu so we nipa and na wo ka asem na eburu nipa adwen so make question because you can never live without say being a nipa ye be nipa nema utimi nyam wa nema. Right. So the point now you say you catch a point and say before answer now wait me atisa a diffo must say thank you. You must to as I said what me kill fear no woman because as of one nyina e power nyina gina weakness. A diffo akohwefo nyina ho odi gina enipa no weakness. And untina most of some few guys say bemotion ne CSF no they omo energy be to hit back eti asofo ne yakofo nyina hu mo no ho hyehye omo and mo didi at obi obi ne omatem and mo ka say oboa me say so we week na wo tie de omo ka no life me da se pa omo nim say de tie ne say asofo ne if hu ne say we fear te wo the moment that what sani bia wo fear no they can't coexist and in fact ohun odifo bi kwa no osoro no but then na me say obi ka tell say yes wo kwa asore na sebe wagimi da bi and so wo kwa asore na wadwene emre you need to have a clear conscience you see and so unya courage say ampa me ko sua nyame asem ye nipa asem so obi kire ma de na sa de no wo kire me I can't question that person there's a problem. Yeah, what she was. My mom told my grandmom I'm a witch. Because who said not no umami with all due respect, umami I saw for the not dina kwasha buwase. Eti blog ne dia to ni tiri. No kwa kubo for church mu no. Wo de blog to mu tiri to usuru no. Wo say obi osura de bia no betima question something. And logical reason will tell you that there's no way say oh papa eh real, oh papa yeah definite, oh papa yeah good to you and you can't question your father. And that's what you musa question. And that be answer because in any situation, oh papa, a your enemy, and as all papa would down. There's something others I want about, and as a DNA bishop corner be, and now we are craboni. It logically, untimin can't me say I can't question Yankopon God no but mintimin question. Now who are you so we are so for mintimin question? Who are you? We are whining. And on the bemo Ogyaba mo develop a stage say let us create a certain human being on the social media so that you who be you. Eno na kwakubo fo so no e bie code no kirechirem de nti a wo mokon na wo mokon wi wo de mo nsore ma ne ye adwuma no pacho tie nie pa o tie nie pa o de kwakubo fo ka sem bi wa ha ye tia asetia.
It's a fact. Until last time me took one by them catch home say oh yes wasan kwan no what the gari na franwe serious o anajo ever say payini free me hobe 11 by 12 when you were view me until the next morning na assignment in air change so what I don't pass Gary. Are you listening to me? And the churches, we are not enemies. If I say that, I don't know what I'm saying. But the messages are enemies. The messages are enemies. Obibeti abenya ban dibire kase. Na sorry I will continue. Obibeti be police. Obibeti be judge. Obibeti be lawyer. I saw no more fun as I make you shouldn't play with it all. Se onipa bia kwa asore ne program no na wanya asem na okohu chiachia wokọ asem na make na mo fa ne normal saa no na so you see ID se wokọ asore bi na so okojira police pen he can be IGP meka IGP is not for one seat he can be who na sa na sore nchira taw na okodu na nimu Jesus Christ
On say yesibo mu chiche free so ase be catch us denche wo ye nyina chinye so kwakuba fo ni mpepe say this is the system wo mu de tete nkoranti ama nipa ni surade because wonu obi nkwa so de nipa ni police ni so wo ye hwase de wonu use example as police penny wasam ni kodu na because of say woni ni share the same message the domination e won adwene and say the domination no quickly obe persecute too because only ni share the same ideology. Now, how can you build a country where who do belief system can use it as a yardstick to control or to defend? This is terrible. And if a bad education, bad training, teachings are okunya free. So the name call me kwa sorry no, and this had any buy. Obin kaseme kwa sorry, but when team kwa sorry can't just say me kwa sorry no my just a dumb person. Me I can't ask questions and I mean this is no any person na moye no, any person. Etienne na be masa brantie yi Ogyaba be fi se wo ye guy bi na wono na wanyame afre no na wo nti wo ye wono okuta entitlement Say Ghana di for person wo chese wo so mukuta entitlement. Once where your prophet were entitled, say, don't question me, don't question me. Who question me? You are insulting me. You see, that this thing is a thing where people don't use their brain. And MacArthur said, fear a big tool to destroy the typical African, especially the stupid born again Christian. Fear, dear. I say no. It is a own per se. You say me cross or no me not to fear dear. You must learn how to question and in fact, a nipa niyama esa way. Pacho tini power. And continuously, in fact, intentional say, young men you paninya Jimmy for Otabe Casasa say Ghana need your one dada no unyani mono or say one Otabe Casasa no or says a one dada Ghana and your unyani mono. Nti Ogyaba nim say as a semi called dada Ghana for in fact on one pronounce society and say Opasa or test Ghana the younger generation again test one with negativity. Mitiana raho so nti enya wo ya say ye ka cho so wo de wani gye nkwase asem ni Jimmy ho nti osofo ope wabu a wo se hye Jimmy ma na wo de enya eya na enya wo ya na feel bad say baby awiase adui osofo o ka cho say opesa wo test Ghana ni amane negativity eno anu nti okoyusu ye nuane din ben mo hye din no negative way said ye be attractive market be traffic abre no na wa claim say we prophet but I don't dey onimpa say ni nyansa sem what asem wo kan ye kete say wo be mu obi abodam wo di nyame din ana ensuo nua be mu obi abodam onim say ni nyansa ye kete wo Ogyaba ya we but because onim say majority na follow no ye gullible wo ma dwene wo form tin wo betimi pass through now akleke ama no a life of you or say pastor is not up yeah and this is the crooks who are we take advantage of the system. And they dominate because of your thinking. So we are strong. Now we are there. You don't need to fear your pastor. How so we slow prophets? Just say we are mine. And the entire Omo Musro say, Oma create pure hatred be down on them. It would your buff was smoke here. Me say or buff church members any adum chebia she ombe crash because of the message ni different. And Omo ta I mean picking and I'm saying was so of framers. So eti as I say now we bold enough say me kwa sorrow ha but that does not mean say me you join mess and not possible as I mean yeah life and you so me say we bet me said your kwaku of work o was serious o asori a wonu obi nko the police ni kwa yesi idea wo case no timi say no this is the country that mobile there ubetimi he wo nkwa asori wo de yemfa se ben mo she wo nkwa asori bia bi se wono antoto ne niam yie na se woni asofo bi nya asem a police fo no begina se we Kristo ni ye Kristo fo no ye Kristo do say Kristo so they can punish him for that me wa bia no odi bi mu ye won koda bi o makọ prison a wo masem no ye daada wo keke se wo de wo kọ akasa me di fo na gitum wo da prison wo anya kamafo and this is sad we can't build a country with this intent. Inti asori a wonu obi nkonti no obetimi duam ye de wako prison because ne pani bitu a wo ye Kristo na dwene say wo say ni Kristo som this is not fair. Nana Mizia Nana Kwaba
there is a middle was it with a church phone for some time now. For some time now I think that you need ABA. I think that the likes of Ahvram, Nemone, Topke, Mone, Yahudamo, Mubi, ni penny be brave. Personally, may have been preaching for so many years. Maybe I made live here and I'm by time be I'm about live. I made the name say, yeah, baby, now stigmatization today. I'm a case be back on Musru, I'm used to audio. Because so in you, be crab time and say, eh, also can't go for you. Also, another OD people. Yeah, we have to do some preaching. Yeah, preaching for so many years, for so many over 12 years. And time I started with Ahvram. And I mean, that these things are getting too much. Every university, but I'm telling you, say, when it comes to the Bible, yes, everything has to do with Holy Spirit. Everything has to do with the Osofo Beka. Bible now, that one the Bible now, just say the Bible. I want to ask this question: why not kind Bible? I get plantain chips rather. I didn't hear every Bible. I didn't pan the Bible. I'm gonna on my way that nothing, not even a single thing. I with me, as Subaka said, you can't Bible, you're not every single thing. As of we the day home, as of we are beneficiary of this particular book. You're not free. Omaya yetim 70% in Yajuman yet. Obia bompire or bompire so beko corona among for Chrysostom Chitriano. Oh, but because of one, a bompire Mawako US. Mama Canada, Australia. Emu dia hen na di Chrysostom Chitris our minor.
Emu dia some come so for America me who prophet ya na bia okrumha. Prophet ya ntekrumha. Eye de ne kru na.
Oba all onipa na yadwuma wan na bia okwaji ni sika no obe shankom okwosa kire wan. Who do US who do Canada who do Europe pe sa on pai bo na obo nyina ayira because what ya no on pai bo nyina ne so betu kwan unya tu kwan pe bo na ayira because o dura wo be nya adwuma ye uni time kwa de ko bo pai uni time ade bo pai ba ti promo ade on pai bo nyina so betu kwan etim nyame na mogine di no mu Kristo se mu nyame na mogine di se on ya ade nyina na chichiri ko na si hine na ade na on fa nya o ma ni yiye na ka nyina ye ntra na obi etu kwan.
And the good
Mama sa way my trip.
The good meba the good question is answer is it is not true. It has never been done in that way. And you possible nyame bia nti ba bia wo chekere wo man. Ba bia ya chekere man bia ye nipa adwen. Na de nti a ye nkoda ni anu te ase e di akire ni se Ucho obi to say Ogyaba near difu akana. They function through the weakness of the people. So they always create content to weaken the people. That's when we weaken. So when we weaken was some message we pass it through. On say now we can say we bompire so be America, Canada, Dubai. Now they are hofe. Fantastic. E hono enipa adwin na ye adwuma. Adwin kese. Nimdie nyansa.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Yes. Say 90% free China. China hono o prophet bi ani ho. Nyame nya hwe wo ho. E ya adwen kese.
Exactly what point na me ba so no. What
to asoma na yenko space.
Yes. E ho amunsun Kristo. O call India. Enro eyusu nyina India ne free ba. Mu yusu iPhone, mu yusu hwan sa app ye wo so ni nyina China for Korea for hwan de ba. Omo mu hwan na ye Kristo man. Emu de na ye Kristo man.
Never.
Any country dominated by Christians does not progress. Can't you think? Can't you be dominated by Christians there does not progress? And yes, Africa, yes, Africa, yes. The country is always lacking. We are not progressing. Still, they are not necessarily and I'm man Ghana, yes. And people are thinking, Ogyaba na say for who Ogyaba, if you see a pass and what's already good. Bosom and so they got on to offer in 2-3 months. Over to my beginner by your hand time say, and Ahvram a common and then the woman yes can what the year can you can. Namosa Baby Hurry.
That's right, but that is the most important thing. I say no I mean percent yanka union markets of they should test their prophets and pastors. No, Sebian na Bosom way yentia collection view. 1 year we yen will be a second year phone can exist. They should test them and let us see. And
because intimidation na yede am sorry man. Intimidation no so when tua you say monko am Bible edru tight jeje any prophecy dia mo kai Old Testament mo kai ho by edru mra Bible no kan 7 kwase asem no dia mo si Old Testament na atwam ye mra New Testament ade asori man ete ho no asori man ye ma me na nanam no ono okọ market okọ fom ba obe no aduane mankola ndia wanani kumwada Bible no kwa 2 verses kwa wonim it is so for beka bia na woni trim. We have intellectuals who does not even read the Bible. The only mean I don't pass on a software be catch no and open on him or no can take time crank can Bible no him say akase. I told can Bible no what can 2 Thessalonians 4 verse 11 what can Proverbs 10 verse 4 one can Bible no it is all for no quotation ba ku mienu miensa e be benefit na wa catch no ehu asa hyewu. So these people are lived by fear. Ehu kwa last year 2020 me na COVID with the hospital me brothers me sisters be share me am by millions na ma me won here me ma me sha sorry dem bompae ana me so bompae say den say nyame nsam yare ana me sisi nyame be sam yare a ene nka yare na chi me for the first place yeden ada na eche me yeden ada no wo twa ma yare na chi me ansa no ba be sam yare na one block yare na wo tu mi bu Kristo wo tu mi wo bibia na COVID ba ye bu nsori nyina ye tu nsori nyina
we are funny
it be seen there can't we think for ourselves and I measure Ogyaba program this all say oh yeah no and right yeah and was an answer live no so ye no di na ana me se wus esakura ye nya chance ni bia ye de ba de ni beba woro se ya
onya bema Ogyaba onya bema they say enye onya bema Ogyaba onya bema wo bema wo ba no obetena se one ena ye wo mu ahia wo mu a Ogyaba hunu hunu me Ogyaba wo ni wasorefo nya muntimi hwame o I mean wonya bema wone nkofo ye weak ne dealing dia I mean what the country be more said you kwakubofo they can take advantage but a time is coming police wona oni money and penny for they are not going to exist for a longer time future generation relies upon the young people. The future relies upon the young people. So, would you penny for be a kidnap system be now? That be TSS Obi Beko Ogyaba. Obi Beko Obi Bepa.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Amo den time starting free one so a power life mu nyina na ba ya be see prophet one mu abisi obi nim na obofo na obi amre beba obi abeko say ya mo pa adwuma se ya afi obofo pa adwuma mani abre.
Yeah, unim say the fan ni say the same as of we mun say wo hie omo abuchire omo to kwan baburu ni maso a omo ba say omo ni say ahade nkofo ne dwen o ahade waso omo dwen.
Oh yes. Omo nim yes omo hu ni say omo nim.
So omo
they know.
Yes in order.
They don't think they know.
Okosa ko na chi say Kim was na say I say what say why free wa baba bia adwimifo no say wonya time obe slave wo mo. Was obe slave ni pa na ni abre na ni agye say wa ba obe okoshi sika no nyansafo no
reason I'm telling you mo ni abre eboa youth to this point. I'm telling you as I'm talking to you now youth en kwa sorry no in the next 4 or 5 years
wanyire
en sorry no e be ba form
esese nko bia kura pf aso da ne ye test say am pass yen hwese say yankwa sorry ne nyame ne ho ode na ho nye de ne we need to test the system me ba then Nyankopon say me ma na nchen ma sorry into was one kai me I mean logical reasoning how me ma sorry dem wo yen testing hwese nyame me onye na dwuma yen nya na ne hwa de se nyame ntonsu me mpa ntonsu a yen hwe o ma yen hwa de me nka so
the reason and call hospitals and nancy malaria be at yes Ghana pa baby malaria am for your hospitals are sorry for pastors ambo clerical amo that bed so equal health insurance pastors amo health insurance the man time piano esa yare na e wanfa ayira edu sorry man so dia the man time piano esa yare na yaduma but edu so dia na ayira edu asofo so a se nwunu keka kwase keka mudi Yesu aton noma ene Yesu ni moja ba akopai maton asori bia ton bia besine mo no ene ye won sori bi ho no mo a I'm telling you some maybe we were hospital me suye not because of wona wagu because of Jimmy Odiwu ye could you believe say wako o yare e was say operate you say me so for say me ba ma ye operate me nti okọ ayi asori adum che adu asori nti onom ayi edi say so Yesu moja ma me no Yesu moja kono ye meanwhile ke betima operate you oti ayi adum che edi o yare a onko asori won onko hospital won
judges or lawyers or doctors I mean who was
the only lawyer yaden o the lawyer yaden onko ka first created o the lawyer yaden
so ka so ma say
nyame no di mafo se nyame no di mafo the lawyer yaden o the judges yaden o the bible yaden edu asori man so de ya nyame bebo ho ba na mo jiska kase ba wo Ogyaba she security men awo soldiers for the police for our security private security agencies awo amo gado na nka wo woni Ahvram say o ba ha no mo mu ni adwuma am bebo afede o Yesu no ntimi mu nipa ontimi ni adwuma enye sa
I mean
what kind of logic is it? And then the youth we are not growing.
I know the own the Ogyaba ko so amini Ghana ya system say after the Sunday school no I thought I would blame Ghana ni abrante na baba wo bebre nye ye tresan say akoda so ahun aduane ade be ma na de anu mu no be nyina fie it is a watch your system
yes,
the last yes now we hwese de ye tie ye maame ne ye papa mu mapa na sa wo hwese wo maame de powder dum che bia powder bo nanim na odi bi wura ne hwenim na sa maame we na etete ne ba wo ye de wo be fall victim eti sa wo hwe adifo na they dominate o maame wo say ye say aboa no chitire no anu achi ase ni nyina enti o mu chi ye maame mo now maame so be training nti won say most of ye nuan bebre no o mu parents ne control wo mu so auntie.
Oh yes.
They can control you for you to surrender to timidity. So after Sunday school, most of Ghanaians are timid. you replace timidity as humbleness, but that's a different thing.
Yes.
We are timid that a different for so
Yes.
humble. Me, hey, will be a nipan
Yes.
come ebi na say nipa bi come bi was akwa de wonya anya but opa ko study nipan private lo bon say nipan quite humble. But o man nyina sisi nti no so wonye. But ye nuanom most of them are timid. No should I say me timid to be a gentle oboa ehu na dware no because of Sunday school near maame mo yi no nti imagine say o maame edi abayifuo nkun wurawura na som ne hwenim. No one mabura mu nsuo no one Yesu moja no de bi dware. Saa o maame wei obese ne ma eto aso nyina because obema mo nwen. Asa mo chifo ni nyina bi
the same thing in your family. Reason the same thing in your from you tete okrisusum. You tete okrisusum. But you realize oh my adwene adwuma you realize no maybe why it doesn't work that way. E was so my adwene adwuma kakra.
It doesn't make sense.
Yes, tete omu. But you na wadwene say no, baby adu no. You start for adwene adwuma. Ne ye nhwe. Oh, say tight, mo say tight. Utu ya tight anya me be hia mo ho. Nyame na esi hene nyame na madenden nyame na madenden etini nyina tight am atue Ghana ha tight ya tue. I'm telling you the top 100 richest men in the world obi anye Christoni and so can 2 Corinthians 8 verse 9 that the Bible no can or say though Christo no yesikani he was rich but for your sake he became poor so that be amu benye sika ehiafo wiase nyina 90% eye Christopher kohya India fo mo nsum Christo kohya nyom ne ye nro ni nyina oba ha malaria do ni ho anwan ya mo nom no India fo na mo mpa o masema mo no munya dwuma because o mo ya bonsanfo no o mo no ne tie nom nyame ne man tampina say yare sana afa he
is coming.
We are not using anything Christianity to build our country.
Anything. A day is coming.
China for a issue and Ghana ha the Chinese are controlling Africa. Because of be an issue. I'm asking you, Christo because they don't believe in Christ.
Oh yes, and they will airport work Ghana for years and they will
and then as of now, Sunday when as people and as of we did and why sorry because I want to hear the cheapest way to get money. First in the
what was that? I was say Ogyaba the likes of Ogyaba ne Ghana di for no any moment you benya a set of young people be said now we disagree the mu ye be quickly we get upset omufu unu yentia.
Oh yes.
The Ghana for 20% no mu ye independence mu ye thinkers are asofo ni Ghana for amanyofo ni bebrebe problem. You know why?
Yes.
Me friends am ye fusuja. Me ye discerning voter. Me koto aba metimi ato aba chira nkwa mese samadwen because moment I be din se moment to aba ma obi now
exactly
politicians asofo ni ye want to the sense say asofo ni Jimmy wo asori dem mu so PS so oba apply the same Jimmy na sa omo ya we because obi a we typical born again foolish Christian quickly want to make any political good decision be every opie ba obehwe we okoma sorry we Christo di we kremoni and who fe we gentle. This are matters of free ba or the babeto aba. Ghana for the ye de ni nyina obo wo wo ka no kwa obo mfiri na dwen se se opa sama ne nkoto aba okoto obo bedwe se we kuma sori ana we ne ho fe we o sika we wo ye hwan eno no de beka nkoto aba ai nti ya na omo sem no ya na
because
no problem so
adwen na wo se ye de make decision no ye man who say okwa bonten dia you have to use why adwen dey apply bibia but when it comes to the Bible wo so ma adwen da na Bible ne kasama and then it's linked and then politicians presidents near you they so almost so some back cast of for crasem why because when so attacking them people so the numbers in members into on come asem oh yanya guest mo bi so mrem na
okay me be interview bi on me that's a person who talk now on ya sheti ye be sa kasa bi why me don't say why I mean for you yeah eti mamemfa prosper na fam and me Mr. Yem what so I say obekere ni ma bi obabekere dey what stay here this is the reason so your friend what this year ba I kill the fear before fear kills you that's my most important message am ya na me ba mpesa utie ni men surade esa usurade a waso be say prosper akwaba prosper welcome
yemia o minia
yes sir yeah now I say ye pekwan ye be fa so akibetime nya ni enkoda na say bia 1% because mo ye bold to challenge the system and the regime change betimi aba Mamintio, who said the Ekuya, Diffua Kuchifu, Niamo Shigu, Ghana for us, I say no, Sihono.
Me bra, I mean, that's so one of me, a quine we say, me so make them magic kakra. So, if the echo so I am my Ghana moi, a mobile keke. I say, yeah, you to know, yeah, drink, yeah, still near that. Me one say some you to credit me pay some beka say a friend say Ahvram oni me dia oye and I say no ye no ti say ya dua wa me hu bi da obi kwa sorry watu nyuma onya skada enso ba ko be fi mu aba bonti abatu nyuma anya ska ayeye wo de wa sorry dem watu nyuma atu awuntare nyina titi wo hu wonti mi tota leda enti won dwen obi aboban wa sorry dem akọwom nwanye yeda se na yan dwen na yan dwen say identina obi timi pie even grab bi wa bonti won kwa sorry da nso nkoto nyuma na wanya sika
Right.
nso wa sorry dem wetimi atu nyuma 100 years wonya kapre
na I Prosper mami misa who say aduane a ye die no mu ne ye nyini fi ene dua bia wo ne hini so in all this asofo antics in a concert omo ye ni nyina no so say in ye fie kavra ye maame mo who say ye maame mo contribute to your weakness more and omama ya adwena ye mo amre mo ana ye maame mo your parents
amu na mu ye the greater part no ye maame no mu na ye greater part no because me hu maame fo bi kura mo kotra so dem kan nsem bi kura mpo aye na ye me bobo na esa ye me sere last time me ni mi wife kasa na nansa pe na me ni mi wife kasa ora ka che me se me mpesa odi me ba be ko sa asum no mu because sa asum no ejimie eye nkosiasun eye jimie usu uye unya yesa unya di hu share sa asum no mu a ese wa bra body wa say no me ndwi about bibi a obeya ba ama odachi da enti me mpesa odi me ba be ko sa asum no mu so mpesa omo di agro ofia onja omo no mo di agra se papa na edi mi ko na odi mi yes asum no nti ma ye mi nti mi nka se mi nkola ntina fi na mi nko onu ana mi betiti o mo na me say what ada na we nkola ne sa mami o be se ya nkola na dwen mami mi pesa nkola no be ye nipa bi mami o china no enye sa kronu ni betimi aprichi o betimi ayese na me
because Prosper
bi mami a enye sa de na me
Prosper asem no kra de e ma ne ye ya ne se edo imagine se wo de akora small boy akora keto ate Ogyaba asori dem na akora de to nyina nkora so peke ade ba dia vision de omu de omani hu na de Ogyaba ye ne se me be yi telephone number bia ma no phone no so number bi go so na opo akora ne vision sa ne ma we guri trim imagine se akora we di sa ne ma we nyina oto no why confused wo hu ne se ade is it a joke or comedy or what eti wonyini na se ya nkyere ne mu amane hu se Ogyaba de no wo ye ne ya azan akora ne fi se abrabokra obi betimi akonjo ma ne anya car akra drive obi sade ne beginiti so what study a most of enkoda adane asofo ze sia na ye niema ye hunu ne kane bi no fa se ye wani afrika kra be ye free 80s mu ba no de ye hunu bebre ne na ama ne nipa dwen se bibia ye honhom sem ba yesu man nyame de eno ntine ye bi ewu de ye to enti so wodi akoda e de asofo because asofo ne de wunim se atro no mu de enti oba de e ma ne nkosofo nchen se won kire ne bibi because most of us of one ya azanfo
me sometimes wow even your friends say school am kon kra mpuka no mo sorry a yesi ye kokko ye kokko sum Wednesday akola nkwa yesi ye bunu na me de da bia me ka say da meti say teacher bia bu me ba e wo say wa mba sorry e wo Wednesday no obuna o lie and just my prison because I had a man chance.
Oh yeah, you have the right. You have the right. I will also say my teacher ni bia na obi mfa bibi nche ni mu na wonya we. Ene de obi antimi nya we.
And I make say sa books na ya amuto e man nkola no say religious o say den. Me see me to man nkola ni da.
E ma uban kan sa no. Eno say e ma uban kan bu kwadi nim de be ba say yes Bible mu anan system e ma uban kan anan system. You see, a dangerous would book a stories and answer just folk tales be ma buy kind de bia and providing bia dana along the day we believe with superstitions and mystics, and mystics cannot bring anything apart from so will be what idea or what knowledge about something. Mystics and provide way it's just assuming just imagination and not mystics provide it uba ends as akoraketwa for book we nim de yes book we solve problem and na manen kan fa share the bra wo so no and wonyina what me use sa tool no to develop something and until ye me no nyina ye ntimi develop we no because some of the mystics on when hintasem ade ani ho ade enye fact is a belief and it say yitim kakra say to nyina na wadwene say bibia no obi na be yama bibi betumi afiri ba bi to me bi firi nsu ba be boa me ko gina ngura na masu afre honhom bi eye mystics na editre ne but say get the knowledge I say bi am say unlimited opportunity how to identify opportunity ba kwa na obi da ko now e be kire say ba bi amete no enkofo we mkura me che popcorn mo mbeto ti unyine no o desire o dwen ekwan fa so beton popcorn no. This is how we are building it for them to develop. When you know what for this now was here, better to us do.
Me that's it. Second one also was on to us.
I prosper me that's pa me do penny biba how be chere name be annual stain what be why.
Okay.
Right. And to double tap the screen, patch double tap the screen. Tap the screen, mommy. Mommy call you me SWAT. Hello SWAT. So I am SWAT nyako. So enchamini Mr. Ian Boatin be din komo sisi ya ha se na ye obekire ne be afa. Aha, how when you pa adwene me say ne ma say dey si fidi adwene no. SWAT o mami ni SWAT nkasa SWAT.
Many atamenka.
Aban me ton kaba na boko de aban.
Many boko pa me hoye.
Ai. Na Ogyaba case in chana ne be ku obata. Some of us in the predicted the bit yes, but my meaning what you mean.
Case no, many Ahvram, why are there?
Okay.
Oh, case no, but Green Baby would not be or deny being DH Rebiano. A big hunu, they all cannot cry, and they all cannot cry. Se case ne start here no obi odi akire bia no ehu nipa a oye no kwaf ene nipa o twantro ohun se asofofo no da bia no omuma nipa ete wo mo ho ase di omu dugu ana e sha manfo no
okay
enu nti sofo no ye bone kra na yentimi enka enchere no asofo asore madodo ahena wo hu se ne sofo ye bibia watimi akosofo ne nim akoka kire se sofo ade awu enye obi entimi nye enso sa asore ba no ne kunu ye ade awu timi gina na nim keka de obede kire no
yes
ne wo fa bi ye ade enye otimi gina na nim keka de obede kire no nene enemeni ajepa se enemene me ma bibia kasa na ne kasa mu me hu se wo no ankasa atena se adwene mu ahu se echinini nantie bibre bia na wo nante no esu ni mfaso na so ama mfaso ama no nen salu su okan sika pa sofofo malamfo akonfo agiedia dream but minina na eye me des enne ono atena se I realize ye hu sebi kwase ade a wadi na we na ye kasemu no etimi asesa no say she also transfer the impact into other people and today ye nyina no minia ebe bua na unu sa na ma we nyina no e sha ase from the beginning of our life.
Okay.
Na unse beginning no enema e de be se wo eno na e wo because Ghana forward e be say obi wo mpa ohu one ne ba nam no hu police no the police e hu hu na ne ba very good enti before say akwara no obenyini na ehu ewo ne mu wo police ho mia me bampa ma wono me babema ne maame the police no hu na afi me a me police no hu police a no so it have to take time say me psyche akwala no ansa na ase gradually me hu sese hu no e free akwala no and imagine say enye me na me realize it then ana me hu ye na ekoso a the moment a obi hu police no so say hu bi say na obi ko police station na police ni tia no 1-2 a asem kra enya no kra na ode amemene fe eje asem na to sa pepepe na asofofo na ye hwese ye kwa asore a sofu insa da ye so bom paye maye o nensa da ye so hye enkom na asofu yi hye no enim enya no kra but yentimi nka nkere sofu no say hey wofa hey yoso hey papa asema wo kan de mfa kwam na ejai yentimi nya sa koduro ne nka because ehu bi wo ye move from our childhood nsema ye kan nipa bebra experiences sa na ema no but omuntimi nka wakwa asore asofo bompa ema no sofo de ne saato no sofo hyenkom nsema asofo na eken na enim but ontimi nye bold nka opie ba no abegina baabi no waka no wasere keke ba sofo na eka kire no no wantimi anye bold anka nkire sofo no sisi but at the end of the day nipa omuntie nyina hu say sofo na hye nipa afumasi kom na sofo ni de wo ya ade but uye bold ka kire say oso de wo ye no oboa ana asem a wo ka no emfa kwan ma nipa wo ho nyina behum sofo no nunukwedie ene nutodie enso ehu a omudi wura ye munti na wonim se asofo bebre empire omubọ ma amanfo tito nyina eyehu
na won say ya obi bompa ese tito ka won no da mo a onya yare na o yare a eyehu ana first no so no unsesese no amanfo ntantin to biem first no na techniques bia because nipa the moment a obekata wani a obe concentrate wade bi so no you become lighter enti no mo bompa ye bia okata wani no wo mabu kom na kwa akiri the moment a obema little push no because why lighter nti no ye de obeto form but amanfo hu sa nti no bebre na ma ne be ye se utofo ma se wo ye be fu nti bebre na so kwa na o matintim but we
adechira ye chire
mami say asemo I won say from day one Ogyaba yes wo yes answer me da bia na be taka say aduma se no wo ye because
yes
media no ya tran mo ache end obi set agenda bia ye hu ifi ba but won say you know what you so enipa no bebre no expect to that to sample be tia ma Ahvram aboda mo omuji tu sa and we also one say comedy a jokes a concept na wo ye but any on purpose what be for market ampa enipa ni begina di ti wo ko ni page as amon so wo ye papa I tap with your blessing papa
oh me ni ahwe ana make say ehu
I'm saying you know I'm so be afraid. So the point is say Ogyaba money is different. They know say mo ye weak o. Omo nim say adwene nwadwene enrane. Eno ntina omo be hu some of us na no mo pala.
Me no atamenka.
I'm so be afraid. Yeah, I mean you.
On say omo be kan sem na omo hu say nipa dodo na eto omo na ase no. Ono papa na kan sem no oni sa adwen no odi be breaking nsem na adwen ho ahu sa asem a wo kan ye nokre nye nokre ba ye nom na ye ya adwen mu da ho no o kan ye ne ye bu ne se sebi wa ye nkwase asem sebi ba ta se na omo no se one ade na obeye ye no or the advertising the show no na yi na obeba be ye no the program
Yes.
No obey or they pay advertisement. Says you be young kwasi afamo maba. And two, na or testing the Ogyaba ye no a testing or testing Ahvram or testing or testing nimutru.
Okay.
Nimutru because And I say, Ahvram, Praso, what is so Ogyaba so over the dam? Name shit. Why you nipan kwa de oyem besho? What I say? Into the yemu say no. Anna Ahvram who say no. Any Ogyaba or the quiet dream, but also the Nagana and Yameti Amanda who say Ogyaba no bia. A year huna. And also for so by no unse or testing no sen or testing na Ahvram Ahvram quieter and that is the end of the common sense and that is the end of the reason show and that is the end of everybody.
Okay.
I am telling you, I didn't know Ogyaba no.
Wow.
Oh yes, because no look at the people are Abia Obi ehu wonimu but through Ahvram through the reason show ntino ehu bi afri they make an ultimacy. Enti se wu nipa na odu achi no wama ehu na free ni mu no se wu wasa atimi anya hu no back there na che se wono kra de se nye no wayerem
we ntini kra no wayerem.
Yes, intinka at the end of the day no enka a big collapse the number of years reputations are one Ahvram building. I am telling you keep bringing it down.
Oh sir.
Yes, until what tested yana Ahvram Jinan and Nason. You see the psychological way of person or the redo, and unsaid the Biameka say as of phone or muye ahomaso or more ahomaso.
Very arrogant. It seems as
very arrogant. Say as if say almost former. They don't want to apologize. Nanka wodie uye leye nipa nkwa de senka ufumunia eye chelpa na upa irrespective of whoever you are. Enti ana osu bebo obi dam no enya de papa eya de bone. Enti se wo kase o mebo ne dampo na wo kan for saying sika eye chelpa o Ahvram Mr. Wasema mekan fachem ebia nisa but ebia social media platform. Say it shows the maturity and nyansa wo. But omono because of say omebu amanfo enya 1 million bi ato omubutom 20 million bi ato bank ntino. They don't respect anybody. Irrespective of who.
And so the only thing I know say almost also for me to also be the demand time now. I don't know what you think that.
The reason my time why no wakasa che ye pesi yesi from yes.
Okay, so
the reason me chia ukwa na me no Ahvram na say ye nyina ye hwe se no. Obeko china no ana wonko se ye gwina ye hu ni akosi se ye hu se Ogyaba wadwane se no wano an ode ase de be ye funny enso ade na ye funny ohu aso de be ye se social trending so boa o kan ani bresem ohu se ade ne ye serious na aso de be ye agro ye me masem se nka no ani se nka ode pa Ahvram acha wan ogidi ni o kristoni a wo se wo di Yesu achi sa cha pa ye den ma wa na wo nipa dodo se na ebedi wachi na form ko heaven when ye kan nyame nipa onye nyame nipa Ahvram ne the best nyame nipa wo Ghana na metimi aka no because boy ne se wutie na o ye respectful boy o ma enkabom se no kasofo ni bom wo de the way a boy oni owusu bempa sorry ye me kwa na o kaso oni owusu bempa eye fine na ye me wanwa o ye nipa bi a o ye nkabom ye ka obi osuro nyame a eye Ahvram ye the best Ghana fo nyina sofofo nyina on the best because oma bebia no nipa udowu nua bebia
ewa owusu bempa ye so mature owusu bempa ye mature do
enti ye de se no top king so se wanko a obebo ni dua enti se de dua toa ekoso top king na emu obia na
when
top king boy ya comfort top king ye na lewen adamfo no wonu wa beka Ahvram anko ochina obebo Ahvram dua ombe mana ya lada ho ko mo ni ambe
mama
etumu mi ampa na cho ye mfa kwanya ni ampa na cho yes
I mean comedy na so for ne we ye komfu na we ye obi a entese we ye sa comedy ni bi obi anko ba bia ye money bia suma bia no adidi sanse
so many abre because so much ya
o mo to no they must do eso ko mabo so for ni dua dada I need to me a conform with brain, top kid, me share you almost in the video. No, I did. Be an old diagram.
Mwana mo kwan ema mu nuro
e di I mean, ebia no no so ka diagram but omote Ghana no okay top kid I'm saying I'm so no you movie why you movie pen
top kid obonyo me nim se na me sifa che no ne le we na
wa say about and say enyem message
no na ni abre pa
da bi enyem message say promote no say wo ye konfo na wo trama so fo edi se bu wo kuma na matara wa Ahvram ase we na ko bo dia say
na ni abre o mo se ni aja Ahvram ko enyesa
baby ignorance ni insanfo wo yes e dia adwini nyansa na de de kyerɛkyerɛ nneɛma enyem na wo ka se asofofo ni epepe ni ka hwe wo di achi omo wo chemicals bi omo di gu hankim omo de te se akonfo mtumi de to hwena no na wa ye mre ni akwa na me na omo ufa sorry de mo ha o de oyo ne ka wa wo ba humi akọ mu oyima oyo ne betumi aka wo ma ni eduma minim nyansa ede no omo ye go ka se wo di achi na se enye eduma pa omo ne oyima de ya wo ntị ma se die tie ye eduma ne se ya woti bon koso for me se woti wo se me come obi di nsa to so abo ya
obi di excavator kura bedu kura on top form
eno de wo kone na ase nko ade so kone na ase ade no de kan
o de mi so ko ye de o se ko ye de ko pe de o
so omo ko ho asem na ye ken na wo awu ko wo de
mini aba
mini ni abre so omo ko ho e na ye ji wo ma fili
mi ka se wo ko ko an bi oni nyansa bi no obeti ahwe obi oni nyansa bi ni
mini aba mame correct ade bi wa ha memma konfo bi adwen nye ne se ana malam bi adwen nye ne se Ahvram te ho na the reason te ho no yen condemn Christianity ni akasa amanfo mbe sombosomo
never
abosomfo ni we no omunyu enye omasem ye ma wo mo so omo de omo ye kura no
wo so okoma akonfo o tie se wo
no Debbie Debbie utie Ahvram kasa mame utie Ahvram kasa wa ha Ahvram no o see men condemn obi believe se osum bosom a som bosom osum munyame a som munyame edi enti na wunyame no be kase me ma bosonsom no eye nkwase asem Ahvram no is in support with amamre our culture
na ye ben chirim because no so aben ne ho enti o de enu a wo kan so wo ni minti abata na ni se wo kan e kire se o si wo no onti ho kwa enti ka ye kuni dada de onti ho kwa
tie sesi aya ye tie sesi aya ya wo ya mamra ni ya amane no ahaban dwade o mu ye wo ne ma ye nyina wo obi nka be mo se ko ti ahaban dwade no so aben no we no wasam ne ye ka wa wo ye ka adwene emutie ho asem eti se be mo se na adwene nyanya adwene na ye kese ya de obe spiritual tabat se de omo ye no a ye na adwene e de mu odu no wo sua de fidi na adwene enye ho bi na e ma na adwene ye kese ye ahaban bi na wo ko tie de ma na ye de wo sua eti wakati so wa bere ne ho a ami wonim se Ghana for ne spiritual children ti o ka ya na ade ye ni honom do ma gina kosi se
na
ba media wo be pe ade na nka isi we are confirm when now na kasa me papa
ai
mama fa mba tika tin dem na matina sia ma ko ne mama mbre ne ko mo
ja omo kra de me ti o masem kra na bibi ya ye me
mo tete na enkoko hunu na mutwa emoja fo kan na mutwa mo bibi anka mo to anka ye mo kasa kakakura mo timi mama e be defend mo mama mra no mama ne na ye die ka ye nim se ye die mo na ye fra ma komufo a etise obi bi the prophet ne so fo aba enem mo tete na as akwa we asa keto ma begina se mo hwe yi na nya fa ya sa mo mo hwe yi mon kwa be mfuma no koda se mama maka ma no to mon kwese mba bi na mo na Ahvram te wono me se eye nimdie ni nyansa ne kura ya nya nimdie ne kura no wo sua de opa won di pusama se wagimi de wo mu ano no but me say sua wasua de ne de wo su ti na ne ne den na wo mo bi nsisi no na wo kire ne mfefo ne won me di na chi opa di pusama asa ya wasa e ti awon nanom amamra ni mu ase ne se ananom nyina ye born again Christians wo mu nyina ye hu akonfo ni nyina ye hufuo enu tin na president also for ko hwini bia tumi take advantage of them no omo e de no mo ka mo kire no wo mo nka ma no ntum kra na yenwene ho omo nka ma no ntum ma na so na so pesa ko to the for no fina minya okana
me de na me ka na sisi se yen nyina na ye hu fi Ahvram adin kunim enti hu hia so obekọ obia hu awie enti won twa so na wontie okay omra life no mebusa because ni your friend say ne nkofo mu di na chi nyina sisi no enne na so ba life no obeka say bia ono a sisi yen nyina ye hu say wadin kunim enti emma so no fa apologize
Dabi unum enra Ahvram ka sembion Ahvram no utum say enhyehyɛ oye nyina no as irrespective of the ekwo nyina no wa inform police so enne no me hu ni say obekwa akusia police ama omo no aka ho asem what I say but Ogyaba no ne pese ode ahomaso ani dwe ene ahomaso kasa bi esa bam asif say oye bema hwe Ahvram the reason Ogyaba on kebe jinin nsem
yes say ya hunu ntimu de mum nyina mum pa Ahvram acho so ntwa so eno an reason ne waka
oh there be say ye be twa so a
o din kunim awie no me
ye be twa so a Ogyaba na mra oh minua asema esi ye no
nipa o ye dwe a we ka na asemi se ne nkomo kwa me hu bia bia wo gina nipa
ye dwe che na
Ahvram kasi na we besa begin ho absa abaye de
obeba back abekan kwase asem
besa ba abaye de yesterday Ahvram said while you from before
okay meba mami nyan ba ko mami misa ye nua ke a me buso ase ususu se e kina no oden Ahvram no ni tim ye no nya ne tim
not live interview ni live interview
why won ka say me do why won ka say bia me to one patch why
and not live interview from the beginning to the end Ahvram ono o say on timi fa mran she no nensa na
bi so na nyan obi onum nyansa bia no woni mra I don't need say ono ko be ka so mra sense yeah
before answer na asem ni Bible si no of frail so no or ye video catch Ogyaba say omo involve police wa issue num no mra but we na anya the ampene into ono Ahvram na kwa report say anka so okọ enti na kenne ana nko be hu final so obekwa na so nko eno na omo frɛ Ogyaba so san beto bomb because Ogyaba no na adwe nyina so no police ni soldiers for honom ena Ahvram no so aboa
na say wo police ni soldiers say obi so betimi abe kanta say police na bi wa David to David na the police no ye ba akopɛ say nyima
yes yes enti no
ni na ye comedy a enfanyansa asem bi a ma nyansa sua wo mu ane say the younger people no ntia say we mu ya akohwefo a sikanti no mo ye de mo ye no udi we nipa we achi a wa wie ye nkosi hwe so ho dia aka che nyame to me dia me say e comedy e how to put a nipa into jovial way bi nipa ni da wo trendy and Ogyaba sa na so mani je ho but me wutie me a me no mo nkosa agoro no me pese me ma wo think beyond your mo ye no think beyond them on the mesa bichire what think beyond them why you say wo mo ye shallow wo mo ye nipa petty ade no mo ye ni ade bi petty you don't take them serious sana person Ogyaba me taking this I respect you as a brother but me taking it serious ni bibia wo ye the way you mun say a comedy any un say the lifespan is short Ogyaba the no your lifespan is short but we want to think beyond that enti be mo share kura me nta me ne be kasa I mean opa mo nyina mo nko mo ni police mo kwa eno na asmit bibia bo kwa yaba wa me amoda obi no anu bia hu I mean ignore no na sabra we na afi na bibia nsi na yensua de na we mo no de so comedy ne de they can continue doing this comic relief to keep the enwine on the meche
and the reason person bisa question bi and won ka wo so say say nka Ahvram ntwa so
so betwa so em say first me be catch am say edu dia de on be ba physical world on say no wa sheda sum fidie bi say ma ba media so abe twema no asa say mo obi a ma hotie emra mo hu so obi catch say bra na ade so ka say memma ni nyina statement nyina no wo de wo wa trespass so hu now sa Ogyaba fi say we intelligent to say o kan se munu onim se edu de de abem mo hye obi odi mra so nti on fa mra nhye ne senka se wo de nima boys ne ba ho eti quickly no Ogyaba no aye say mampa me na mko kan so mra masako ka so munya nto mo ba ne de on ba attack me on de tie no and so say bibis o call se see no ka say what trespass here nas wo konya spiritual taba bi o police na o CID nia they can make a case against you and then they take you into the law court so na me kire no but we are not in that position say ye be limit nipa na dwene ama na kosa down no nti se mini be mo she kasa now ade no be social media so be how jovial Ogyaba is so just here don't go there say be awoko you can match with the police and go there so who bet me say police with you omoka say do mutu yaka no we match them ye nyina yakọ ye gina ho yaba when omuba no de ombe no mai oma anya hwa na we all come out with our cameras that's it peaceful on the meter no nti me de kabeka say mo kwa you secure a police escort ai mo nkoja ya as a police escort ye tuaka utuaka omo no be kosa me kwa amfa menko so ti ase now over no be sasa me call ye begina barrier ye begina say ye pese I mean they can lead you and then they will take you there after that no retrieve no mass sign titia so I mean enya fe na mo bia nkoyeva ade bia gidi bia because nipa no sa no mo pe no because in the beginning of Christianity the Quran omuku nipa nipa basabasa na manfo be Christians so wo mu trim on boni ankasa ni modahwegu wo madwen so omu create avenue for people to die in the expense of one I want you to for no me na ye for the next person so
okay enti no de na go senka Ahvram said that what can I no na I was Ahvram wo ye ne sa
that's it simple because me person we send reputation yeah obema akwa we am na say
and I Ogyaba ne nim say the church members no mo ye plenty omo doso enti nya de a we mu ko se we mo Ahvram mu ko no ma ombetimi akonka wo mo ombetimi akonka Ahvram
na bisa obi fie na wo ba obi fie the logical reasoning
yes once on my they me Ogyaba on my statement me say me na meet me fie na me ni bibia say me kwantre da so me na meet me na me ni bibia
I na man for say asofo we mo no bibi omo bibia na etuo ni sika ne matwomafo na etwa mo hia eno ano no etuo ne nsekan enti
also nyame ni parents na we so kind to e dey born by and so fa
wanya sa hebere wakipu nwan no send yes
ora manipa from koi
timati mini ameda so pa mami nkoi ho Anderson
hey I think say Oscar Pumio
talk yeah
mini another say
mini ana susu mini ame ho ya pa
me da ba dey say look me ta help na adwuma wo ye no wo ya de na enoma bebre wo ho a ye wo Ghana for ye wo problems bebre because abunya ambeka ya isisa ye ko school ba bia ye ko school no na ye boyen wo ka twia na ya bo ukro kasa bia beka wo Ghana bia is vernacular na ya bo de make person make can say enkofu emu brainwash ye ne ye maame nom omo hyase wo ye nananom so if wo de hwe wo na wo maame sa brainwash ne sha say Europeans ba Africa Ghana eno mo be brainwash enti sa no ma asofofo ne ye ne de ekoso na wo efi se wani free ade a wutimi hunu ade a wuta nyansa nyame de ama no da ben wo hu se sofo bia bompaya ma obi a wawu asore da wo hu bi da sa no mo ne nyina ye
empare onipa life empare onipa bia owiase bia empare ye ensi kura so da
minia de tie ne se Europeans na brainwash ye nyansa nyame de ama no da ben wo hu se sofo bia bompaya ma I think say obi you were on I think say minia de me besa me kan say my yenye focus because they say yenye e wa kontum no ye say the Ghana for no mo ani bi nkakra mo yenye nkakra na ye Ghana for no nkasa but one thing I made the message say my attention enkoso ne say si a ye tia kontum asay ye kasa but Ghana na ye dia no ye lusu o man slowly munu say si am no kasa Akufo Addo nom say yen wo tia kontum ha na o mo antimi anya o man ya me antra Ghana ye dwane afri Ghana no ukodu Ghana e say o mo de covid ni ba ye o mo gi sika o mo wiaye no o mo sa ba gi insurance say wo ko Ghana no wan tua insurance $45 a
Untimi enter Ghana. Sa no ma we nyina ye issues a.
No, we are foreigner there. For foreigners.
No, we are Ghana ni na say obi a wa better naturalize am US ya na
so we are Ghana ni bio David. We are Ghana ni bio. For foreigners, we are foreigner there fair enough. We are foreigner there won't come.
Na unia wo gidi say eye fair say Ghana for ma ya better kontu ma bebre no. Omo nim say na even akada for foreigners say na ko Ghana. Mejo omo ko Ghana ni Ghana for obi a ya wo no Ghana. Omo ya wo Ghana majority na ya wo Ghana omo because of the hardship of Ghana ntina omo free Ghana no makoje e bia wa beje a US passport ntu go do was ano mani nyina unia eye sisie edigwa sie mo
na make say ewiase country bia sisi nipa bia ba bia ba dem pesa me kire ne say so we Ghana ni an naturalize so wonya Ghana ni bio so ho wo de emfa no no ye different issue abetimi aka e wo reason ti awoka so wonya Ghana ni bio na all the European countries obi a wako BFS bia awokoye visa I saw provide insurance and sana wako. So the mitri. Eti eno no duru ha eno ye different conversation. But I said to the sense the Ghana ye news the news. Enye news just a be a political strategy kakra bi no ne. Ewia se ba bi omo amko European countries no. Kobuza say o just why the insurance the account na office na ya brɛ wo. Enti enye Ghana nye exception but to the sense e de ne ba ya Ghana fo akɔgye amanfo kuro so ene Ghana ni no wadane hoho e wo no kuro. Eno ye different conversation. So let us be fair. Because Ghana ain't exceptional for countries that call insurance. Ghana ain't exceptional. Why?
And who say insurance na omo ko Ghana won't wa wona se bia wo ko na wo apomudin won't e bia wo yare a wona ese wo hospital na de na eye ese omo for so se me hu ni say almost
say we are foreigner we are foreigner say we are foreigner onye Ghanaian
we are foreigner say see ya kasa de we are so
onso edient na ba ya we are Ghana ni na akwaje obi passport o sisa say onye Ghana ni reason no wo ho
e won na make say different
benefit bi na wunya nti no wasisa
you know the ubetimi aka say sorry the ubetimi aka say e bia we originally free Ghana no Ebia or munye bibi mfa ho enti no be a topic for another day.
Exactly.
See a typical foreigner no. Ye beji no for
Dabi eno kwa no oye Ghanaian na wa naturalize am obi ni de onya foreigner biem onya Ghanaian biem
minua Ghana constitution ni kire say minua Ghana ye constitution ni kire say se wo Ghana next naturalize ma another country we eno ma ye duo as long as ye wo Ghana na ma ye duo citizenship
this is a good conversation me ba even you talk we ye wo kan a good conversation allow dual citizenship yati ase but my policy ni there enye policy ni issue say wo ba kro ni ase ye no but say the nanke you be suggest for say e ga Ghana for no a wo me Ghana for no man na chake yente bo no so and a different conversation. How do you why?
Again, it's cannot do on day. So much
and no, there was a can was and no, the topic.
I mean, Nagana, Yamian Crown walk will be walking on the political into what was if I obey your say, we have talk with never come once and why.
Yo, that's
it's just Islamic called the next person. Mr. Boating was in a network in why, but you trust any bit over training. Mammy quite the same answer. Addison.
Yeah, the reason
what is a Bemosheni, CS of one who's so many day. Eternal.
Hey, Etna say either. Menameka and say. Ogyaba out. You say, Cecilia, was defeat. Was if you say Oba out, not Oba say, ye, Eliano Mena Mekaye, Mamma Mensaso, Mena ma Obia Mabima. So now I was say, Yako, not Christopher Motimu can be said, Nyami will to me beer, or the man but Nibako pet, Nabako pet. It to me a yes and Chenano. Yako, Nate who said, Yanko Bian who to my obi to me. Omo will be bottom and now to me send by instant ever one more.
Yeah, but Addison acquire Addison. acquire the can make it clear we say one want me mo be adam and you can you say you repeatedly you can say e nsɛmfo a wɔkan ye we say one akra say otimi nya saa de no eti mimi susu say wo ko ontimi mo amodam ana say bia ye nko no mo nko na manfo wo sampa ye ba ye no ya ba wa na
the reason I say on pese obekano direct say ade no on to me you
because we are different question we
obekano direct
me ba
yes and no one
yes we are different for
opese odi tumu but I say opese otwetwe you say odi Ghana for ho fe wansa ono opese obe accepted in straight no or play with our intelligence no nim so yes man say yen na there be
okay
o mama not for them on 15 o mo hono no enya yen ye hwe enya asemu yanka me nim say san common sense ye doso papa serious say kanya asemu we ya nka me nim ye doso papa now the me person ka Ahvram ka say bia common sense phone na this week ye hia wa ha keke na nka ye on hwe do Ogyaba na ka police for be na nko be frɛ wo mo a o metu ya stop Ghana for say e ma ye ma na so dem ho no
right
right
dear woman we need to think beyond comedy so it is we no can serious for us to re-educate the people more. I say your money pursuing enhance self individual life, self-development, as a critical thinking, is a constructive analysis. As I say, when you dissuade the end to me, my sad when you a new life for new generation. And you just comment for you no police for I mean all these things and for resource beyond my embrace change. So the only thing is that Ben was
the reason. The reason you on my yet on my more. She say, yeah, mine is for Ogyaba no China for Ogyaba no.
That's it. China for the befa. Nimdia ye ntina ye be. Mr. Boatin was say, oh, me man be and never be any so they stay menstruous. Ejina ho na ye nin ko why, ejina ho. Wo ejina ho. I mean, Ogyaba de odi na chia we mu dey say we comedians. Pacho abusa for madam was wrong. Me person Mr. Boatin be kire never be any so when it comes to I dream mu niam asem nti Mr. Boatin akwaba.
Minua mejoso.
Yes sir.
I don't think
na say my whole project na course wa brain university mindset university no. Edikan nyankopon ye wonim no ye before yesterday Ghana for the nyankopon abrofo say God. We are sure say nyankopon no obetnya ma obi betimi akase nyame ma obi da na wabɔ ne dama ma na yiya.
Minua on say these conversations na and I find it difficult to because and a basic and I say elementary conversation. Say me cry no me spending me energy, me airtime, and then me resources come once some cry na universe no see me say me serious.
That's right.
I wouldn't want to change my energies on some of these conversations.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, we both what is the essence of it? Now a day.
That's it.
So now a day. Now I mean these conversations should not be maybe entertaining some of these conversations.
And then you really energy the akoso. Right. Now,
because
in the form of saying people develop a conversation, you know. I also said then it happen with the dream the many produce our stage, you know. Then it happen with dream.
For now, no. On said the Viana Mikase. We share even in business new products Biano. Ayana higher features. It may be Juma and previous features. So we heard what is happening now. The current generation is thinking in a faster and at a very high speed than the previous generation. It's some of these things exposed, and we should expect more. And never people are going to be enlightened. We are moving into the age of enlightenment. And and all these people, a time is coming. It will be a thing of the past. We are evolving as people. We grow. Your consciousness no be able grow with time. But for you to be on air to say it's a God that created a piano, I mean, the bow be damn. I mean, these are things. I think we need to elevate the conversation into a very bigger one.
Right. On say in the form of say every educated nipa and also who feeding nipa again with proper information. I don't know what bone of contact is here. Where's the
Yeah.
point of contact? Yan shas in free hin. Yan shas in free hin na yetimi feedi adwene from sa petty things we mu.
On say we need to look at the foundation of building a society. On say national development or maybe it is built on certain pillars. One, spirituality. On say spirituality di more country especially over Africa. The concept of spirituality is one of the key pillars. But we share the conversation
baby I wanna dede o ka enyum bi bo ha na senye wa na me check ni pako baby I dede enyum bo ha
for now no there and I think the background bo ka mo magazine
and enu nti ayo yo and o dey ya fa sa
it's sorry
ya fa
it's mo fa cheme on say old boy ni free mo no oja project kakra magazine no ma begina mu for some time
nice
say me set business to the right pedestal.
That's right.
I'm speaking from magazine.
Yan shas e free na yetimi ya dwene no matimi free sa ne eniema no negativity no.
To say the American spirituality is one aspect. And anytime biana me pair spirituality and science. So we need to really look at the concept of spirituality and science. That conversation and then know about human capacity development. Educational system which was not developed with our interest. It was a shared educational system. It was a broader conversation. Politics and governance. And then we look at some of the values and norms up until date. Mindset and as a revolution, a multifaceted idea. A very, very broad. It depends on baby where you feel we should look at. For example, in the conversation, you are trying to free the minds of people from spirituality and excessism. It was a work for one aspect, and again, also to see other aspects, also to see politics and governance. And 24, we are trying to keep them on their toes, and then it was a work picking some of the pillars or addressing on your show, and other people might also pick other things. Now a holistic development. It's all the and then you are on these spiritual charlatans deceiving kofache. That is what I think that you are addressing, which is very, very key. Very foundational. Because say what this and as you see and said a limited because the ordinary African was a natural tendency to worship. It no Christosum Yamano, no pensuo sum or per abo sum or per india or some but summon Ancasano is part of as a entrenched with your nature. No, and the Brunin was go for per summono. They saw it as a very key to say you're replacing it. Now most of the things a person didn't sleep woman. The first so many more. It will be very, very powerful. And you can't talk about Africa's, lack of Africa's development, but I will be spirituality because the concept of spirituality. Because the morpho concept of spirituality, they're totally different from. The answer now, so be kope sum kra, or the kope sika or the kope nema, but we be so insight, understanding to create and facilitate life. And you move your aeroplane internet, and then people are sitting there racking their brains, locking themselves up, developing codes to further human life. By the concept today, will be person send their bobby dam, will be person send their cochibe. But and add the value to the national development discourse. I think it's spirituality once a
the entire me mission say we always want to turn negative to be positive, turn negativity to look
100%.
Yeah. So in as much as the younger generation environment and too superstitious now or many trending news me feel say we always have to find a way in a professional way to merge them with positive aspect like and they obi kura or try say can be a yeba na ye ni asofo de see to me the whole bem to the sense how to redirect them from negative thought and other petty things to change them to self-development as a mind power crusading. Only young person is here say yeah. Send us who Ghana for the young generation. Send us who.
It depends on any orientation. So, example, only a Ghanaian Shiano or a very religiously oriented. Of course, in the conversation, and then will be on also religious, on also any other perspectives, especially in the way of seeing national discourse. I mean, these conversations are broad, but only Christonisha and also when be a Bible, idea. I mean, conversations, it's very difficult because. I say idea of the energy, the force that comes with belief and faith, And they say they are programming and just trying to undo what has been done, It takes time, but I mean regular engagement, a bit to say the way from time to time in Ankasano, they are able to reassess. But first, I wasn't the panel drew at the point say, assess no, I need to reassess what I have been told. And I said, it is time for me to reassess it, for me to re-look at it. That is where the change can start. But already no one said there is that aggression, defensive or a very aggressive in defending the Ekutano. But you see, baby, you need to be open-minded and listen to other perspectives. Especially when there was so much and the results you are looking for. Common sense should tell you that if you have held on to something now, and Timmy man who said no, you are not advancing to a certain level. You should start questioning at the chrono. You should start making inquiry that alternatives be or can I give room for alternative, and maybe I mentioned there. And then when you do that, you can see say so I declare so much what you say. So for example, the be I say over papa na obi radio na DNA we say Timothy Kemu kwa Accra. Now we join car no e kwan car na be say rather than enjoying the journey Which we are now we say we are say who brought the message to the church say they be enka nkwa GSM say we are say be say e be shinipa. You are living, you are here to explore. I don't know who been say be say you are living now, but you are thinking of the end of the world. But you know what I'm saying?
Very sad situation.
Why are you living a life and then you are thinking of the destruction of the life that you are living, other than enjoying the life? Because they say and we say.
The opposite thing. Life. But what be that so like what do you know?
Say you are say we are never say na you be ba she we are say and so no be tete egu for ma we are say na say et eno nkwaje ese ma wo ka be more free. But don't you know that and also kill the actual reason why you are breathing? The universe and as the creator has brought you here now. Who you are actually defeating that purpose. Who sits in a car and is thinking of the car? Say car ni kunya me take care me kwankran. Car we bit me akose. Enjoy the journey. Enjoy the trees. Enjoy the breeze. There is a destination. Udruha, you will see what is there.
Wow.
And these are some of the messages I said, okay. I say undermining the life. Do you know the investment the creator has made in this life? Dear Shawns, I said, come and live. Do you understand? Do you appreciate what you call life energy that is coming to you now? Who appreciated that life energy? Only the investment that the cosmic intelligence will make in everything available. Say, life will be worth it. Life will be significant. Do you know the investment the universe has made in you? Because the universe will put them say no news over iPhone or the share from 22,000 years ago. Billions of years ago, say when your consciousness developed to a point, say, obey iPhone, we're making provisions for titanium, for lead, for whatever. All these things are there. Do you know how intelligent the cosmic force is? And what is coming to you as life energy, no? Do you know what it means? And don't say any pastor say well, this and same way debia. Even from their normal conversation, or starting hunyama in a different way. Even life energy, we need to teach people what is life. What does this life energy means? People think that the life energy, is just exchange of oxygen, gas, and oxygen and carbon dioxide. No, life energy happens on its own. Anything that will be near the oxygen, life energy, it doesn't matter the exchange of gas, the life energy will live. What is life? Do you understand the investment, the cosmic intelligence I'm making? It won't start to have this conversation where consciousness now is shifted from a lower propensity to a higher dimension. Now we'll start to share Nema in a different perspective. And I want to start free.
Right. So, Mr.
Yeah.
I mean, how can we own you go school now? We are now. I was a typical Ghanaian. I mean, we are far away from the hockey game. In fact, the environment in Ukraine will restrict people thinking to descend to market games home. So, where do we start from as a Ghanaian young person? Where do we start from? Or better what me observe now what me accept then we make it that change, Where do we start from?
The reason we must understand and say generation biano everyone voices. Every generation, go back to history. In a political space, every generation has a voice. Those voices, universe the frame said they should show the way. They are endowed with higher consciousness to come and teach. It is seen in the field of science. It is seen in the field of philosophy. It is seen in the field of business. It is seen in the field of politics. And this generation should watch out for those voices and listen to them.
Okay.
They are very difficult to identify, but when you spot them, they don't speak like ordinary people. They are endowed with higher cosmic intelligence to address certain issues. But when you sit in front of them and they are talking to you, you can see that there is a different energy that is flowing through them. One is to pay attention to some of those voices.
Okay.
We'll go back to history. Ghana, one of our major voices has been Kwame Nkrumah, and his messages still echoes till now. Look into the field of philosophy, Kant, all these guys, their names are still there.
That's right.
Now it's time for Africa to also get our people. The universe is raising them as voices. By universe, Nankasa prepare Omo. They are coming within the next phase. They are coming.
Right.
When you meet them, one is to pay attention to them.
Yeah. In order for us to say, you better me observe and you better witness say these high consciousness people, in the environment now you want. First of all, they were devoid of fear. But fear, order of the day, so it prevents us say getting beyond our limit. Now, as a typical Ghanaian or the African cannot take beyond your limit.
Now, when you say senior funny enough, those people the masses could not understand. Most of them do not understand. Most of them cannot even decipher. Few people are able to understand them. That is the interesting thing about Womo. They are on the path, they are struggling. The voices now, when they see them, and some no more can also know. Most of them find it difficult. Almost on a debate to Mumopa. Almost on a persecute Mumopa. And most of the times, no most now was a in Pempi, this will mark and who value.
Okay.
Kakrebi the team who value when they are alive. But almost seminal. Most of the times, it becomes something that and share Kwame Nkrumah. Someone's another antenna and MRC. Now people are now understanding. Say democracy is not good for Africa.
Yeah.
Africa's discourse. No, we should not entertain democracy. but they were starting autocracy and we yeah near my big goose abbey near koso the ideologies even for Africa is still existing in I don't I feel that people are now going back to look at some of Nkrumah's ideology.
The example is Gaddafi, Libya. The example is Gaddafi, Magufuli.
Gaddafi there way.
Yeah.
We feel to see how the Libya here.
Almost say Krunisa, is Libya time pa.
Hentina de biana me can say ye kind national problem na. And no me no be din come no say dollars e cost dollars. Now say dollars na e cost no. And then you know a problem no. An indicator of a problem.
Okay.
Because internet economics, I can say economic indicators. Indicators point you to the actual problem. So there is a problem that is leading to that symptom. Into Uko Hospital, now UTOya is an indication that there is something wrong with some part of the system. You don't go just pick para because UTOya. When it's briwa, it's an indicator, it's a symptom or it's a sign that there is something wrong somewhere. If you want to address that is it. Bon kaye. Dollars na ekosho no. Boy and kaye say there is an underlying problem which is high import driven economy.
That's it. Produce you don't manufacture and now
that's it.
Common sense will tell you.
They are import but importation there are certain basic import substitute via. You should be able to start looking at it. But said the Ghana job opportunities are limited and entrepreneurship opportunities are bebre. But the system by developing the panel a developer more compare Juma. Ajuma so limited. Okwa bruchira employment opportunities were bruchira a dorsal chain entrepreneurship opportunity. One a free Ghana say me kwa could be a business were bruchira.
David.
Obi okwa bruchira okopay Juma.
Okopay Juma ye.
Fantastic. But the fact is that we have limited job opportunities, but we are preparing the people to go and look for the jobs limited. How is it going to happen?
It doesn't make sense.
Fantastic. Fantastic, And now, systems that was starting a cripple entrepreneurship development from nursery. May participate in Paris conference via. Now they are looking at how to redesign the curriculum for basic schools and craft from class 2 to class 3. How they are now inculcating entrepreneurship into their kids, from that time. Wow. And they have seen said the next dispensation your people who are going to be very entrepreneurial, who are going to be critically minded, who are going to spot opportunities to take advantage of them. So they are designing their educational system, which is they are designing their school, which is one medium of education. The school, the entire medium of education is one of them to be able to start the process.
Right, Mr. Watson. You see, your generation on your Wanyama Bibra, lucky home. Even that big word entrepreneurship on crowd, people don't. I mean, I'm going say, Papa, be your 2 officer, what type you, but bet me breaking it down. Say, why in the entrepreneur now? Why in the bet me entrepreneur? But you bet me breaking it within 2 minutes. Na married.
Oh, senior, in basic sense, an entrepreneurship is someone who identifies a problem, organize the resources, or has the capacity to solve it. Then he organizes the resources to solve the problem.
Right.
You see, I know what I say. Me travel be me what show me video be I say now we be about to office we conference nothing magazine But you see, my father is dead. He has left a legacy. I am the head of Minami Penny. Okay. And so what is it that I can do to the business? It's in the men I'm about to say, and then my cost scout to market has say the whole magazine, which is the biggest workshop in Africa. I have engaged most of the customers who use oxygen. I have engaged them. So, Papa, ni free, I'm take you over until you oxygen. Charlie, me were around. Me number, you bet me have free, me card me. My nanti omuswa beduha. But me goal, no, you say, maybe 20 times one. But as I sit here, my goal is say, me hear background research. My goal say Lebanese for any India for PEC, and they produce this oxygen for Ghanaians to buy. It's one of my long-term goals. And say to honor the legacy. I want to open one of the oxygen plants for him.
Okay.
In Kumasi and in Ghana. So what am I looking at? There is an industrial business opportunity for oxygen. There is a medical opportunity for business, and there is a scientific business opportunity. So who's an entrepreneur? An entrepreneur sees that problem, sees that opportunity, no assessing itself, say, do I have the capacity to take this opportunity? Can I mobilize resources to take advantage of this opportunity? If you tick the box and you say, yes, you can do it, you are on the path of entrepreneurship. Maame na otɔ a waakye nim sɛ aduane ho den ɛwɔ ntam hɔ to wakɔtɔ daasɛn wakɔtɔ adeɛ ɔyɛ an entrepreneur of some sort.
Because I want say how to break it down to the local, so-called local people. Now, yes, once the okay, local system here and I see a community, sir. Said the Oka said to identify a problem and solve it. Now, in every community in Ghana, problems really are more than even the area. So, in order 100%. For a younger person to be able to identify a location, baby, or one question, just say, entrepreneur. I mean, back to the root, back to the community. We can start the entrepreneurship there now.
So Ohuni say, on the orientation for problems, we must understand, say, problem is very good for us. And that is why I started to say, problem. There are problems that nature are present here.
Okay.
There are problems that generations are present here. There are problems that your environment and the people around are present here. There are problems that your decisions and your actions are created here. So we need to understand problem in a broader context. Yeah, is it the concept of problem? Problem should not any concept a negative tone. Because what is a problem?
Research.
And you can say yes, students via or university via or school via or thesis via or defining what we call problem statement. Idea be a person 200 mumbia now find it solution is a problem, and a problem should not be looked at from a negative perspective. But I say no, what's it no? You problem say it is dreadful, but I can say categories of problems. But naturally, problems are just questions waiting to be asked. Every problem I ever be a question, I want to say it is begging for question. I say me could do. What is it? A dentina I say it's a question.
That's a question.
They say me no me basa. Say problem. So what is the question? A dentina causes say dundum light rough me juma. What is the cause? A dentina basa. A dena easy. So every problem a question that is begging to be asked. It is not a means for complaining. In terms of when an orientation, I just say who started say which church and nipa ne kakra. And now they are speakers, they are self-developing. There are so many people are almost bomb church and nema. But as to say nipa ne betino, because one never one catch any crowd or say, "What a makasa." We their problem be. What's the makasa? I'm ready with the books now. Motivational quotation. But on now what kind of basic challenges are. So now I tell people that as we have a problem. Why should we to ask a question? Say, okay, what can be done? What is the cost? I didn't know say who the first was say any yen pesa ade no. Hanti ye no, you problem either you be dread ye probi dia blame no. Ye probi dia question no. Ne akasa ho sa ne ye excited in talking about it. Ne asoro fi. Ne ni ade say ye kasa about the problem now. At the end of the day, end solve way. But they be say.
So Mr. Bote,
yeah, we be solve and then. Senior.
In order for us to solve a problem, no. Let's before that, I said with me, people know the free mindset, and that's how I'm ready to learn something new to solve the problem. Without learning something new, you can't solve the problem.
100%, because most of the times, problems as a result of what you have been doing, and so the solution in most cases could be doing something different. Because the the problems neighbor. Ghana, your problem is see kuta is see no. A name and penifo ya na the problem na bre. And so finding solution means that we will need to look at alternative ways of doing things. And said the dynamic say, and interestingly, senior said to solve a problem, no, the first step is also understanding problem. And no crown it come at a cost. But you
Okay.
do say you're willing to bear the cost. To solve a problem, no. It wants to me papa a year example.
Yeah.
Or problem on the system. Or call hospital, doctor say, koye scans, na yen hwe ade kra problem, yen hwe problems dey sit here. I'm coming to solve my problem, but I didn't think to find out more about the problem. You know, I also be good to Jessica, be spending time, resources to understand the problem first. Most of us are not willing to bear the cost of understanding the problem, which is the first step. But we want to talk about the symptoms and how negative it is and how bad it is. And at the end of the day, you will end up shattering all the creative energies within you. Now, what disempower will not take far.
I don't know through one after the Kosun we are saying, I didn't have been our song. I didn't have been our song.
Now, sanity, be nine, be na five in Abana, saying any other. But what's Nasia? Soon, no way, soon. Soon, Ben, a chair, Winnipa, we has him. The life energy. I did be on Humbiano.
Sir, can I chip in a question? Can I chip in a question?
And I didn't be a conversation until I remember be able to answer the question. About why, about Rob, Nassau. Your mom will be able to answer the question. And a conversation here, and anyway, what's my mean to you?
Senior, on say now, no, we also you should understand that you are just quantum physics. You are not just the physical substance as you see, say flesh and blood. That is it. That means and you should be able to exert your energy, the power that is within you. But I don't say the world needs design in such a way. Say if you don't use your power, others people will build their energies, use you for their advantage, and they will achieve their purposes, and you will still be complaining.
Okay.
And there is a grand scheme going on in the universe, in this world. People are trying to take advantage. It is a others will take advantage of you. And until now, say we need to be very critical. We need to observe a lot. We need to analyze a lot. We need to have a deeper introspection of things and then see where we are going. So we start to pick these energies here. We've been to make stories in show. Until anytime Biana may approach to national development and don't say you're top down here say you bump and you follow Twitter. Now omodi near my pegu akwem. And a bottom up approach and say you be empower the citizenry now the roots of the nation because out of the roots and at the fruits are really this spring from. Okay. And to say empower more. At the end of the day, they will be able to question. They will be able to put them on their toes. They will be able to think in a certain way. And a two-way approach. Whilst we are aggressively putting pressure on the leader, say this is what they have to do. This is what they have to do. That is the first approach. We also look at the bottom-up approach. Say, hey, Charlie, we need to also have short-term goals. As individuals, we need to be strategic in our approach because will be say, hospital say hospital show. Your health is your responsibility. Okay. That responsibility na and I will call say hospital and fix it. Okay. But your health is not the primary responsibility of the healthcare system. It's your responsibility. The food you eat, the exercises, how you keep your mental framework, and they make you with health. But who breaching that is when you need a remedial, and I say a remedy to fix you so that you get back on a good lifestyle. Right. You want to say most of the systems now, they develop depending on they are just supplementary. They are not the main things. They are to supplement us. But don't say they.
Mr. Watson, with all this mind blowing, I say extra. I say GBB for the other card the way it's OSHA environment it produces a lot of and the environment. Then once obi person think it different from the culture and not environment now woman. So environment here polluted with superstition, negativity. See, I can't do spirit and then so-called nyame be. So the young person be see Now say who was our environment now per se we hear something different from the omo na. Then I'll be here now what me I rescue who from every environment, whether ideologically or physically.
It doesn't. A very important question, Obisana. On say, offer seed that. Ujai seed to a bontain, be any playing field be no matter how viable, and I say seed no a potent papa say they can all the top environment now we expose you to near be break without proper control. Seed no ebu are intimate and until now say no and internet say na yakofa ebi the greenhouse technology aba say yen see bibia ebe show the seed no from external near embo seed no now you regulate the atmosphere for seed na etimi anyini and until now say greenhouse technology products and na vegetables on a kama because they have an attention. It is in a controlled environment. Okay, now the mind, which is the powerful environment now, it has been affected by name train Hoshiano. I was saying if who say obey only the responsibility for what he feeds in the mind. Now obey pet baby obey to me share the mind no what really resonates with the growth and the one. And until now, some of us we are advocating say me if I see say your educational system and maybe question say can I build a model educational system that can shield maybe in Krano to give them a certain to become as a case example for others to see say oh okay this can be the way forward. On this platform there are people who are having conversations, very very constructive conversations even though TikTok has a lot of excesses, but there are platforms who are and somehow it is the reason show. It makes you think, it makes you really look at things. So why would you want to feed on the ones when you have options to look at the and no, if I'm part of this network, if I'm part of this ecosystem, knowledge ecosystem, and I would want to feed on that so that I can be empowered now external threats, I'll be able to overcome them because the external threats, it's always going to be available, in control. You have no power over it because it will always be there. The pollutions will always be around. But the question is, how do you take responsibility? No. And now, fortunately, we are in a global world. If you want to be part of certain networks, high thinking networks that can shape your thoughts, you can be part of those networks. But interestingly, one more complaint system name why system boost and say, okay, bro, are you committed to a certain path? Let me see your path be our chat here. You want to be committed to a certain there is this guy who was one of my members here. Oba say obeye Oba Kumase for the first time when papa say obeye soja. Oba no say popi no ye farming. Say no. Obe develop the interest in the farming. No who say my papa no use mushroom technology via papa no use. Then he started learning the mushroom technology from the father. Not only that, or move beyond Ghana to join other networks from Singapore, Malaysia, or joining that network. He was able to feed on their knowledge on mushroom technology.
Okay.
He is in Ghana.
Okay.
But Okofidi with those networks, he joined them. They were sent to South Africa. They were sent to Malaysia for training. That's what Ghana and whatever started, Papa Nidiano, or started say, revampo Papa no mushroom technology. 4 years, there were some power struggles, and then he met me. And I said, no, you need to start your own business. And that is where I led him to an investor. And now he has moved from 3,000 capacity to 10,000 capacity. And when I said, sir, to me, meet demand, because demand still exceeds my supply. But he's in Ghana. Wow. These are the stories I pay attention to. And then we want to replicate them. There were several of these stories from time to time, as these people now begin to take shape, they will be able to live the example. See, I want to Ghana office and more. First, what means that the next generation millionaires, they are being made now. Okay. Tough systems, when you are in a difficult time, and I say in a tough system, it weakens some and it makes others build resilience. Now your choice. Either you'll be weakened by the system that is tough, or you will build your resilience to become tougher, and then you can find your place above the tough system. These are options I will be choose. So,
we say yen nyina no ye timi fa wada most Ghanaians your system no awukin your mind your brain more now in order for somebody and now the younger generation will move away from environment now you know. Do you think say leadership can change the environment now? And I said they can't do that, so we have to find a way to move out from the system now every week.
A very intelligent question once again. Leadership and what soon be say will create an enabling environment for us to. And they be a class of leadership, no, or move free a system muna be do the leaders that we have, only a product of the systems that the next generations will go through. So the leaders that we have here, they are just a prediction of the kind of leaders we're going to have in the future. Because you see, leaders they also see, they've gone through the same education system, and then they are just so now we have a predictable future because now, may for the next 10 years, may expect $1 so bet you. I don't have that expectation. Because it's likely to get worse. It's likely to get worse when we don't deal with the root. It's likely to get worse. Because 2025, no government is going. There are no better policies from because one, the policy and governance system structure in Africa is not meant to serve us. As me know, it's a cumulative effect from 1967 to 57 to date. It's a cumulative effect. It's, they only do window dressing. Political talk window dressing. Now root cause na listen carefully when they are presenting their political manifesto. Nobody is addressing the root cause. Critical minded person. That's why I'm saying I'm any expectation for any political party in Ghana here. Because the root cause, and Niema was here, the reverse, there is no commitment to do that. But what it takes to win power is what the political machinery is designed to do.
The interest of doing it.
I don't have any expectation for comfort other than to steal. Because the whole machinery.
Over the weekend, high profitability will get worse. I mean, I said, question town. Mr. Wato there. Mr. Watin, Mr. Watin, say, baby, Obia and Godani, that said, is it 20 Papa, no, meaning, ye cry for leaders, you're penning for, but said you okay 10 years, said ye, Yani, it is we have the opportunity today to sit here with the younger generation now. Anybody say, Obia, my man, in Tias was I said, what fun and why and I say,
fantastic, or your leader in his own way, or your leader first, or leading a life. That is why I said the way you are leading your life, the first is that you need to know that you are leading your life. Now, sir, respond because they say, I don't say, because say fruits in your bar, fruit won't mean you just want to put an eye form. Leadership may work for now. The second group of leaders and even the third generation leaders, they are following a certain trend. And of course, Ubia or your researcher, if you go back and look at trend, you can use the trend analysis and extrapolate into the future that because of what has happened for the past 30 years, we can have a predictable 30 years ahead of us. Because nothing is changing. Okay, so what could we do now? Okay, so what approach? So if the system is raising the leaders are deficient, could we look at alternative systems of raising and crying also for the next year? Coming to way. When I get to 70, 80, whatever, there are certain things I will not see in my generation because of the extent of decay and the extent of deficiency in the systems, and no leader elected within a political stream is not willing and committed to follow what is going to cure the root cause. Onye willing because one, the allegiance to political party supersedes the allegiance to nation. They are thinking of the next election instead of the next generation. And that's how come we see a lot of properties, a lot of contracts, a lot of things are going signing. I wouldn't want to go into neo-colonialism, which is still hanging around our neck. I wouldn't want to go into politics.
Mr. Water. 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 Mr. Water.
Me too, Kapa Senior.
Let me present me this way you say. History is also more important. We are young person now. As I say, who are the beyond in the far by now say, in fact, in the field of politics, so we need the history behind Ghanaian African politics. You would think say politics are there for you. Oh, they are there to develop us. But this year the year came. When your history now the dynamics in political system now you will not understand. Say now you need self-development from your own way. So the year open came. So and then what in say we live to help each other. Now, what first you want say you want to work on the minds of the people. How do we come together?
My example be my second program maybe in July. One guy approached me from Techiman. Or say or cashew farm 40 acres. Now osaye vegetables now for the past year vegetables no untimi because the price of fertilizer no are choking na enti man implement musan say why the catcher say this all the fertilizer in the there who told you that, who taught you that? So you could see that the whole idea of fertilizer production propagated by the West, so through our Ministry of Agri sector, so through our this thing, and now we are using it for production. Okay, I said last year I did a full year research on climate finance, where I studied climate carbon sequestration and other things relating to fertilizer application. Europe is trying to cut down fertilizer consumption by 50%. Africa is now increasing the usage of fertilizer in production. Okay, now they don't know, say, in terms of climate change, carbon dioxide, and there is also another element of nitrogen. Nitrogen, which is a byproduct of the use of excessive, fertilizer. Okay. Because that is a byproduct when you use fertilizer near there. Indeed, now there is a whole carbon sequestration process that is going on in the climate finance space. But that is another conversation altogether. So Musa said, Charlie, what if there are alternatives for this? Why do you think say importation of fertilizer, NPK stuff, ideology? What makes you think that it is an option for you to use for growing your crops? And I'm catching say, do you know that mega no mushroom the byproduct of sawdust would the go as it can regenerate your soil for. So now the point is, what if you belong to this system, a network of young industrialists, where you meet every month? You discuss industrial challenges, you look for opportunities, you invest in research, you start taking things. When you become a voice, that is when you can call the government for dialogue. And yet they did not hear no political talk shows in the morning 6 to 8 in the head. No. And okay. Switch every radio station in Ghana. Morning show, MPP is talking, NDC talking. Now I ask myself, when I listen to MPP and I listen to NDC, at the end of the day, what is my take home? How is going to help me to lead my life? And all radio stations, all media, follow the same trend. So I told the guy, I said, what if you have about 50 people of you in the same industry? You call yourself, you give yourself more statistics. Okay, you will now go into looking for alternatives, more research for alternative course of actions from industry. Fertilizer no higher, the cost no cost. Is there compost alternatives? Can we do that? You don't go solo, you go as a team. When you become that cartel of farmers, you now have a voice. You can call the Ministry of Health or Ministry of Agriculture into a dialogue because you are an organized force. You cannot divorce organized labor, organized associations from any national development. When you are fragmented, you become easily dissipated. More energy, you bit neutralizing. But when you become one in forms, in various a year, you become a powerhouse. The individual has to be. So I say, you imagine we have 20, 30 people of you. You have your own research unit. You look for alternatives. You are committed to looking for alternatives to develop something. You be a substitute, any import substitute. But you must have somebody leading that discourse and trying to go and develop that alternative and bring it. And let's see how we can promote it.
Right.
What could be
Mr. Martin
than over relying on like that?
Okay, Mr. Martin.
Senior.
The ambassador, you say
senior meeting.
Can you know? The negative aspect to make it as in a positive way. the level of your type of your science schooling and as education system no e ma ye beti your culture and your tradition be brase through and ansem na ye to no to kwa na na atena se na ye twa ne ho ahia na wo to o kire folk tales sa bre kwan ne fa susu ade no but today we must find a way to change the style of your church no to suit the current situation. So nipa bi ti say mo no na esenka yetimi organize na moto na mo kire say de ya mo kire ye na nipa money the young people only have a conversation. Me won say young people be bre interested in competing say say na hu a direction, a solution, clear one. Jina so ma meba. Me pesa me ma nipa no bi no ni nkomo why jina so ma me. Jina so ma meba sia. Rob.
Yes, me that say.
Now, Doctor Edim
Me that say. Can I proceed? Can I proceed?
Yeah, what I mean?
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Boatin, for availing yourself. I think Nyansan say no, knowledge say no, if it is being practicalized, there will be no reason for any Ghanaian to say a Netherlands passport is important than a PhD in Ghana. God bless you. Let's look at it this way. I had a simple question, but I think it's not that much though to go after. Wouldn't we rather call it a challenge than to call it a problem? But leave that aside. I am of this view. We all stepped in. Me, for instance, I am into something for which I feel if I should get connection with you. Oh, will somebody have to mute? Okay. For which I think if I should fall onto that web of which you are networking, would be of a help to me, which I am ready to. But going forward, I'm looking at my next point, and I'm entertaining some fear. We have a phenomenon or a scenario in most cases that you develop over time, over periods. Let me say over administration, political administration. You get to a point that a particular administration comes and will have to pull you down. Hence, when you are starting at the very beginning where you start, you are eyeing this phenomenon and you are putting certain fear in you that is making you make some decision at the very beginning of your journey, so it can insulate you from happenings like that. Now, I am not running away from that, and I'm not in any way saying that should not exist. This is Africa. We know that exists. Even if the political system did not fight you, the culture, to some extent, will fight you. We experienced that with is it Farming Africa? This guy that had a phenomenal investment at somewhere in the Bono region that they said culture or whatsoever, his whole farm was brought down. We experienced that. But we are also looking at people like the Amwatins, the Indums, and then the rest. Moving forward, how do you advise somebody who is taking off today so that when he grow, when he get to that pedestal, he would have been insulated from this political bullet that are flying unregulated?
Okay, so
that's my question.
Rob, I think that a question is more on say your basics, the middle impact of the hierarchy, no. So the said the young generation will pick something different from the witness leadership.
I think yes. I think yes. And much measuring no. I'm looking at how will you advise somebody who is taking off today so that or kokodru sam pempensona ombambeye victim to a particular system eba.
Right. Mr. Wate,
thank you.
Mr. Wate, hello, Mr. Wate. Hello, Mr. Wate. Okay. So I'm saying the network, you know, a tough time. But point in is, in order for you to build any systems.
Did want my mutino.
Okay, but what's
The wapa na my mutino.
Yeah, what's your question? What you say?
Making it loud and clear.
Okay, but you know, yeah, move to the next person.
Without all summarizing, so say, whilst you are doing that, how do you insulate yourself from the fear?
Exactly.
See, one thing I did, I think, may address it and say, one, don't see the, you see, it is very interesting. Say, once I will build your life, you see, the concept of goodness and evil has to be looked at. You see, you should learn how to use them to advance your cause.
Okay.
But in a very technical way. Let me give you an example. Before, I think 2 months ago, I was approached by an MPP pro radio station. The CEO was a former Minister for Communication. He was a former MP. He approached me personally that he wanted me to be his executive assistant. They gave me all the offers and everything, everything. The letter appointment, because I didn't apply. He just spotted me but when I went to him at the office, I said, I know it's very objective, but you should understand that this is an MPP pro station. All your submissions should be put towards an MPP. No matter how objective you are. Our submissions here and to MP. Me through I take him another Kumasi and I'm sending notes there. I declined the offer. I will not do it.
Okay.
Take the job.
Principle.
And then one was sending me long message, say opportunities and only I didn't then I'm saying, boss, you know, before I make a decision, there will be metrics for decision making. I didn't make a neutral, and I don't want to be influenced by politics. And you know, I will not be, I can show you the correspondence. Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is that at a point in time, you would need to build a certain political alliance. Not in a negative sense. Everybody who is successful, all the business moguls in the US now, they have a certain foot in politics.
Oh yeah.
The US now, politics is part of the game. And you know, you need wisdom to be able to, you know, certain battles where you don't necessarily invite for yourself. That is why wisdom and tactics and strategy is very key. Build the idea. I'm not building an idea to be an enemy of any political party, but I'll be remaining objective in my submissions, in a respectful manner, still forthright. I'll stay what I believe, you know, in non-threatening manner. But where I need to collaborate with you, because you are a government of the day, because you have the power to get me do something that has to be done for the masses, I should have a way of bringing you into my corner, from luring you into my corner to have control and execute the task. My business is not, you are not going to be a threat to my business. And that is why if you do strategic management, you know how to mitigate pressures from the external environment. And the political factor is one of the key forces within the external environment. And what do you do? How can you build strategic connections? How can you not make certain enemies intentionally? Yes, you may make certain enemies unintentionally, but then you can fight. But you don't make certain enemies intentionally. It's just like making errors. Some errors will be made naturally. Natural errors are there for you to build certain bridges, but you must try and avoid intentional errors. Intentional errors, you know, you see people who have gone on the path, they show you the pitfalls so you don't make them. But whilst you are making your path, others have walked on, avoiding their pitfalls, you know, you will make your pitfalls, and that will be a lesson for the next generation.
Okay. All right. Rob, I think we are comfortable. Rob, I mean, call the next person.
Very, very, very comfortable. Very, very comfortable. What I would rather like to chip in here is that, you see, we are living in such a day and time that it is somehow pleasing to fall short of your principle. For instance, like you were offered and you were given a whole list of opportunities that comes with the offer that you were given. How well will someone stand to be able to? I know you did, but the fellow is looking at responsibility on my head. Let me compromise and have this. How will you prop somebody to stand in cases like this?
Okay, thank you so much. On said, maybe I may for senior, and at the end, you know, it's very clear to me. And I am very quick to see Adibia a bit distracted because Adia me for the people of Ghana to share. On say I didn't know I need to share Adia any bias. Adia it's not politically motivated. It has to be something that is neutral, something that is generic. Because I mean, my friend is Bema. I can't kutamino. Messay because they say I'm a melanchus and
Host, kindly mute Izasa 23.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, we can't tell me say, I don't know, faculty senior. But also, we say, I don't know, you are doing it for the people because you are interested in national development. But to be the man around who say, now assembly say, and come now. Again, it will boil down to how well you are vested, how well you are connected to your future, your person who know, and then how you have built your value system as a person. Also, to do level VR. Companies have
integrity win. They okay. Nice integrity win.
It's very key. Integrity should be your core value. Me over the years, will be only be our man for so many years. Being say, me my own folks coming.
Okay.
I am not a superhuman, but I will not let you intimidate me with your money. And now, the masses are there. In fact, general results on many panel. I mean, for the day, I will not go for. There are a lot of offers I have rejected because me discerning and said the intention and I didn't touch it is going to undermine the good of the masses. There is no way I'll do it. I am a personal value system. If corporate organizations have their personal values, I will call Barclays, I will call MTN, officer. Individuals should also have their value systems. For example, me can be one somebody we am a day. If that is your value, you live for it when the opportunity comes. But because you've built that value system and you build that energy for it over the years, you should be able to stand. And that is why as part of personal development, every individual should develop the personal value system. Personal value system, of course, I'm not talking about somebody can be very immoral or but what you in a juma, the work ethics and the values for the work of any agro. But they be no any. So you look for one kind of value system that resonates with you, and then it becomes your compass when you are tested with time. Because of course you will be tested at a point in time. It can't be our to be for you to get to the next level, you'll be tested.
Okay.
They be tested. And then how do I overcome that? I also listen to opinions. So when the offer came, I consulted big men in the industry, and then even consulted the guy who set that radio station, who is just a consultant in the radio station. Said, no, for what you're doing, I wouldn't advise you to go. Either you go on a contract basis, make your demand and this and this and that, so that they will not control you, but don't go as a full-time employee. So you see, I gathered opinions from people, I gathered options and the rest before I could make my decision. I'm sure that Bob, you have your personal value system. You will not compromise on any day.
Thank you so very much. I must personally thank you. I'm at work, but I just chip in to join, so I may drop along the line. Right. I want to know, is there a link that we can connect?
Yeah, Rob, you can follow Mr. What now we're in the project in education system.
I have done that. I think I've done that already. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much.
You're born on what share to the next generation. But I say, Mammy Koyen doctor.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Doctor, try to change negativity than positivity because of the environment and a problem. And until I never Dr. Abahai, or mine only pan any negativity. First of all, but my name question of Mr. Boati and Sana Minowadi.
Oh, okay. Honestly, let me let me just come up and so minimum some more questions and answers near the idea, you see. But for me, my observation now is that you see there's a problem in the system. We have a big problem in the system. And I think we have a lot of work to do to conscientize people more, to awaken people more, especially the up and coming youth, because they are certainly the future. What they are saying. And so for me, we want to say we are introducing them to some belief systems and ideologies, which is fine, which is helping them. But again,
Doctor oh.
Yeah, you know.
Okay. I'm sorry, Doctor Wedmum. Wedmum. Okay. So Doctor Wedmum, Yamanta, Obasaba. Mr. Wati, oh.
You are passing here.
Right. So, you see, dear offers who soon Mr. Wati, and you market to how to so we any pound watching Edman. A big tax. Now, in fact, so-called advanced countries in the crown, we take a different direct both systems and some of me and your monk for the best maybe 5% I'm with me about you. So, in your part, no, your colonization, your war belief system, you're strong, no. Mr. Martin, I mean, okay, yeah, Dr. Martin, I mean, Mr. Martin, and if I said when it comes to it, me lifting the part from say be a sponsor, maybe pick you on a sponsor, no said your system is here. And I say, yeah, if you team MPP muna ebe nyame boy na.
Me beto ka bi em say ye odu tipim from say.
I say Ghana ni abranti ababa wa no, I say oni ani da so oni hope bia. Eti God do na no I won't believe na twa senke bia nyame be fo obi se na waba be pagya no na waboa no. I mean nanka wa left no eno no e bit my possible and I say still just say you take you risk ye hwenu so moja no ansa na yetimi anya edu den na.
Oh, on say yeah orientation no. The focus on the self no. Very very limited. On say most of us have drifting apart from yourself for I mean the distance between us and ourselves, you know. And I also know you are here to find your self-expression. Out of the 7 billion of the people, 7 billions of people here as I say, you know, your major task on this earth is to find yourself among the masses and express yourself in different ways. And I'm expressing a certain dimension of myself, which I have built over the years.
Okay.
When I enter into the lecture hall and I'm teaching, I'm expressing myself in a certain dimension. When I go online and I'm doing my Mind Development University, I'm also expressing myself in a different dimension. Now I'm in magazine, I'm doing business, I'm expressing myself in a different dimension. So there is nothing that you can do apart from the self. And that is why Socrates and all these philosophers, as a man, get to know yourself. And that is why the Atame can say, well, first essay outro was myself. That shows you that the journey of knowing begins with the knowing of yourself. Who read you remember now interviewer? They say, tell us about yourself. There is a certain self that is coming to work in the company. They want to know that self. The self that will work in a marketing position as an executive marketer is not the same self that is required to work as an HR personnel. And when they ask you to talk about yourself, they are looking at
know yourself.
They are looking at that self.
Know yourself.
It is you say a conversation of the self and people paying attention to themselves. You know, and you say it has to be very, very strong. The moment you start making the journey to your self-discovery to understand yourself, and no, of course, you can't use the generic approach to understand your uniqueness. But you need to build an appreciation of a generic approach so that you will know which approach will help you to define yourself. And that is why you can't go through the mass education, and mass education will not make you discover yourself. But rather, you can discover yourself and use mass education to build the capacities to improve on yourself, whatever you want to do. The conversations, you know, are very deep, and we have to look at it in a different way. Instead, they're okay. So nobody's going to discover yourself from it. It's a self-responsibility. But of course, there will be an environment that can trigger that. Nobody's going to help you. Nobody's going to help you. You have to take the responsibility first. Start the journey from today. I made the journey 25 years ago.
Okay.
There are other people that have also helped to make such journey, and they have seen that dimensions of themselves. I can say, because social media correct. TikTok okay. Make him the video at all. If you need 35 but akwabi a wodi salad and I say wodi talia or this in so no dimidi kan record den so no obenya 500,000 views. So that tells you that generation, you know, they want the solution, but they are not willing to go to the process for the solution.
Auntie, nice.
Problem now,
And
it's not going to be like, and yes, after that, because you can't just, you know, if no matter your faith will not make you skip your fundamentals. You still go through the process. You will still go through your faith cannot make a newborn baby walk. I also go through the process of growth. Faith will not make you skip the process of growth. But faith makes you endure the process, knowing that big dream, you will get there by enduring the process.
Wow. Now you say,
these conversations, we need to have it in a different dimension.
It me find say environment am team e will be a Kumasi Aston Bantama Agubulushi. Environment nyina e package me ne maame mu nyina say nyame na eye empaibo ye empaibo na dibibia ba nyame na chese ye keka nsam sa na ama me de me sa so devolution and na me try still na yes sir.
There are millionaires who were raised with poor people in Mamobi in Abubloshi. What happens to us happens to us all.
Okay.
But choices, decisions, what you want to make out of it is key. This is not just a motivational jargon. There are people who were raised from the same neighborhood. They went through the same environment. They were affected by the same things. But most of them have been able to rise to the pinnacle or the zenith of their life, whilst others are also languishing at the bottom of their life and still complaining. When the average African who's alive, one, it's a personal responsibility thing, and nobody should be made responsible for your life. Even God now can only responsible for your life, because if He is responsible, then it defies the concept of judgment. And I can't be responsible for what is happening to your life, and I'll come and judge you afterwards. If I'm responsible for them, it means I'm going to let things happen to you. I will be the God causing things to happen to you, directing you, do this, make things happen to you. And at the end of the day, you now come and preach judgment. No. Where there is responsibility, there is judgment, there is accountability.
Because it seems that we be best to be a Yamina.
And they will not decide about it. What draw plans, what you go, whatever God causes, He causes generically. You never to be a so better movie. But what planning be able will be decisions now what we do is here. You are making decisions now every day. The average person makes 35,000 decisions every single day.
Okay.
You are taking steps. Every step is tied to your decision, and your decision is based on the information you carry, what you know, and how the only name here. We should look at the chain effect. May you say next week, it is not God telling you to go there. The universe has programmed the name, or making the provisions, it's abundant to everybody. But those who will be in sync, and those who will be in harmony, those who will be in alignment with cosmic intelligence, they are able to find their path and walk therein.
Right.
I don't know. Your baby, but you should be able to see it and be committed. Say, no, this is what I want to learn. And I make us say, you may not like them. And then I will build a case. I also know because our problem now, or building reasons why our problem now. Instead of finding the compelling reasons why we'll be free, or building reasons to justify the problem and then disempower itself. No, that's not the problem. When you are offering an alternative, say, no, can you look at it this way? By bringing all academic theories and whatever to rationalize the reason why Oyepo, and I said the reason why and reasons are also, excuses are based on good reasons. There is no excuse that is based on wrong reason. Excuses are based on justifiable reasons for your inability to do something. And why would you find
you can't depend on excuses.
Rationalize your way.
You can't even depend on excuses.
How did you not rationalizing your way into your weakness instead of building a compelling reasons to step out of your weakness? It's a conversation. Change the start with a conversation. It starts with a narrative, and the more these conversations are held, the more it hits in the thinking pattern. Now okono akọ reflect it, or pick 1 or 2, or reflect it, and then you will start making certain steps towards the path. The moment you landed here, you are responsible for everything that is going to happen to you.
Fantastic.
You
Mr.
are
Wati, hold your fire.
responsible at a certain point.
Yeah, hold your fire. Mr. Wati, for a friend who are joining me at home. We are trying to change the narrative. Said the we are changing the narrative, and you don't expect any penny beer to change that narrative for you. Secondly, changing the negative aspect to become positive now important and necessary. And we can't rely on negative aspect every day. Negativity na yeah expect say the next year your generation versus some diagro so and Mr. Bonte Kasaro said the next 10 years be worse a change the year and men challenge because I said then you bet me I just here yen creative business be dollarization and we work I mean the same side Ogyaba mu sorry for no save the same and near man wanting or because the next 10 to 50 years we diagra a better wesa we any prophecy you can predict it. That check me no check ourselves. Leadership on yeah can the can I seem so nobody give a damn to you. So the ball is in our court as a younger people say we find a way to learn something different from the Omokachire, and in fact self-development is how knowing oneself only important. It is a yentimi creative yentimi develop here dia na na kyerɛ wo sɛ ya bibia to kyema wo ya dwene mu ne ya thinking mu ntina nsɛm pani sɛ ankore hu na yɛde and the empty heads no na accept petty things like comedy, religious concert and all this nonsense. And because bibia ni yetrim sɛ wɔhwɛ wɔn mo develop no a they have no time for sunsun hum ne me ko to be yesuma. I mean they got no time for that. But the moment adwene mu yɛ empty no, all these petty things will come and feed your brain. And no one some yeka. And they uhemachi and go for inka woni anu amne back and forth how. And for results will be a ma or sheda and they are going. So don't give your energy to them. Don't listen to these people. Don't listen to them. And in fact, you have to feed your brain. You have to learn something different. So I don't know you come on Mr. Boatia saying very tough man, very analytical. Oko follow the page in one of Mind University, a full home house. Our managing department. So follow him. Well, TikTok or any share contact. If we are says about links, the Beyonce said we are casted the difference between the poor and the rich is a lack of information. When you have information, so information you will never get scared. Some meaning say idea when I'm person me want much knowledge you obedient means scale. So but your information to the everybody say fear ni suru ni ya bottle. I will get there one day. And doctor person doctor no will count some Dr. Emeritus New Day, Dr. Oh. Okay. Doctor, I'm saying no, or yeah, Juma, or you serious woman. I mean, call a one Nanakwaku. Nanakwaku. Nanakwaku to make a
reason. Me were Juma until the moving casa. Why me
you? Mamin for a you has it. Mamin for Isaiah, what you mean?
Hello, me patch my tongue.
Yes, sir. Yeah, changing negative. I'm gonna be positive because of mine. No, yeah, poem said your penny nature. When you be an obey gonna be a diamond, so we can wow. Now, question be the Mr. Boatia, my meeting of Mimusa.
Okay, we did the kind of day. I said that I never my for creating this platform. And secondly, Mr. Boatia and Coupon Shop. Me more. And then before this moment, me call social media just to make call share this comedy and then stuff like just to have fun because mini Ghana and I had him say we free across why a board. As a person who should be being our but
okay
me bet ye someone Mr. Boateng kase problems need your but dear who did wadring ebe mano like that you can't stop things coming to you But said yeah, who be receiving, that is your 100% responsibility. I am very, 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 very like impressed, honestly.
Okay.
The generation like youth like us, having interest in this stuff. Mr. Boati Nyankopon Shrao, and I also host Nyankopon Shrao. That is what I say.
Right. So medawasina also dia bana naka mebuso asem bi say but otimenka azay otimenka say na usi hu Ghana the younger generation Ghana for mabru ne mrante ne maba say na usi hu wo say
she unim say you continue say ya wan e be din say you betimi gina ya na so because enne youth no be brain na you interested in comedy like enyema am find improvement ba your life mo enyema am find improvement ba say wokọ even TikTok I know say around say who scroll ya omo more likes sebe omo sa omo di asa omo tutu omo pa like omo ye dating it mean can say obi dey wrong obi dey right but I was say you system na ye wo mu sisia no like era na ye wo mu sisia no a revolutionary time wow ye revolution time. This is not the time to be dancing, this is not the time to be having fun, this is the time for reason. Every way I was a dream, but I am not seeing that in the youth, like many of the youth over this era. I'm saying say maybe there in my perspective me want to say a better thing. See you see and you be corner a bedding.
Because the okay offer current president or 80 years nya de ono ba badwene wa brante bia ho wono ba badwene ne yade ne kwa faso a
exactly
from Mahama 70 years ono ho the time bia o badwene wo I mean can Japan o 70 years I mean why sante hene otumfo o 80 years I mean want me nyata bebre se o badwene ho se kofo nya dia akoda bia akra kai ni bi o woni time I mean, this is Krasabia, this is it. I want to know what they want. So it tells you, sir, we the people today, as a brand over 25 years, 40 years, and all, you got no reason to explain. Untimi may complain, you.
No,
you are not in any position to complain.
Never.
That's the only thing that we need to make sure, say, and Crofono, Anthony Eka history, one thing the unpenny for you continue to complain. Obesu, Boan say yes, oh, Manus is soon so present for what one and said, oh, Nana way, Wako, Akufuado, Mahama, I saw no Abatenes. Na system this war, then you pan mean, system this was how I would have it. Would you have what is the mommy?
Siciano, Mr. Watson can be said, except political parties never power. We don't really focus on the root cause. Saying that any political stance be able to make change narrative, no, because me any idea.
Okay, Isaiah Nyako. It's Doctor O. What me call Doctor O.
Yeah. Me was
saying. Me anu so busy o. Doctor.
Wait, sorry. Yeah.
Now we think komo kakra na ye said ye be see 10 year nuanu ma dwene from negative na dia ba baby a nipa dwene no mamintie o.
Yeah. Okay, today na me can say see we have a problem and we have to solve it. Yeah, na solution way in but it takes consciousness to understand that this is the problem and this is the way out of the problem. That's what I say. Today me say you see it's high time we create an awareness say we are bebu and whoever you are you need to disentangle yourself of politics, religion or any form of ideologies via equity systems via we see say a dinipenya and then still focus your set goals and objectives.
Okay.
We are young fellow now or my one wherever don't think say via especially in the area of Ghana there's no politician coming so Ghana no, have that thing in your mind. Said this is not really a reality you will ever see in your life. Okay. So then you need to have a bypass to that system. There are a lot of systems going against us. ubeko school, we school, the same system na school, the same system now is hindering you from even getting a job and whatever it is. So as young fellows, you only need what a bypass to the system. As Mr. Boati was talking about, don't farmer be say fertilizer and because they have not gotten a bypass to that system. Say fine, yes, you use fertilizers, dear. But once it is not making me enough profit because I'm buying much fertilizer as per my profit in the year, and because of fertilizer to me more production, I'm limited there. Why don't you find other alternatives that is having a bypass to that system?
Okay.
So there are systems put in place, our systems but because we are not sat down to think through, we don't have solutions which will be a bypass to that systems. So we keep becoming vulnerable each and every day. So now, the only thing we have said, let us teach the youth, come and say, look, this is the system we have. So the only thing is that sit back, analyze the system. Where you are more at a disadvantage, analyze that place and have your bypass to that system. And your bypass is going to work because it's for you. So you say Ghana, but a lot of people are also making it in Ghana here because they have studied the terrain. Or the terrain as here. And when you have bypass to the system, they are operating effectively here and they are making it here. So once because when you're conversant with the terrain, when studying understanding of how things are being run.
Right.
So you see, let us not just
doctor
keep
doctor. Oh yeah, about penny and now when you fika krena, oh your bad, your mamsa winner, you know, money more victim to some can. Yeah, Mamma said, I mean, you say, Muslim in court and what didn't come say, mean your day. Doctor, then dear partner, we it's me, ma, we a bypass on environment noir, a yes, some I could some soft work coming in, and near my bed, now we are with me bypass a net. It looks like what courage be, what confidence be woman.
Yes, there and come a positive video and it's again on this same disentanglement. You understand? As whatever you are, as a Christian, as a Buddhist, as a Hindu, as a Muslim, you are entangled to your religion. You are so much entangled to even your pastor, to the extent said, you have been given the fundamentals of Christianity, say Jesus Christ the Savior is the Son of God. What do Jesus do for Jesus? Those are the fundamentals you need. Be honest, that shall not lie, that shall not commit adultery. You have been given the rules, the do's and don'ts. Those are the fundamentals. But because you have refused to disentangle yourself from the person giving you this information, when those persons lose focus, you lose focus as well. When they derail, you derail as well. And then we have a lot of people who call themselves Christians, but their pastors are deviating. And consciously or unconsciously, they are also deviating because it's all about the pastor telling me what to do all the time. So most people are living in the shadows of their pastors. Without their pastors, they cannot think through this life. That is the problem. Let us make people understand. Say, look, me new day, may buy with an agenda. May say, stop going to church. Church is a scam. All men of God are fake. Religion is a scam. Free your mind. Don't think of the devil. You are going to manifest your thought in this life. These are the principles I stand by. Go out there and work hard and you are going to excel. These are the principles I stand by. Now, once I give you this principle, it is up to you to build upon the principles I have given you as a foundation to build upon your life. But don't live your life looking up to new day all the time. Say, maybe it's your life. Say, hey, this is new day here. No. The moment I keep doing that to you, then I become like another God for you. That all the time you have to keep coming to listen. That is it. And that is what I see going on this app. People are creating cults now. What are we telling you? I tell you, so now work on your character. So here's a saying, I'm switching from religion. I don't talk religion much these days.
Okay.
I say, no, we have given you the fundamentals. Stop going to church. Now what's next? What's next? I don't have to keep telling you. And I John 3:16. And I yes, you can't say. And I have Quran can't say. And then it's irrelevant. Okay. It's irrelevant. Into the Yahuda Moya, the Ahvram Moya, and now I see it as bullshit and irrelevant. This Ogyaba challenge now, it is irrelevant because you have the fundamental already. Once you have the fundamentals, don't go argue with anybody. Say, na John 3:16 can say, Moses can say, and there's no need to argue your point out. The way you now build upon your life for this. how to enhance your life with the knowledge you have. Okay. So, and if somebody call themselves Christian, but they are still suffering, just because they have not allowed a song that one they forfeit it because they have not worked on their character. So you are still a Christian, because you don't want to change your character. Say, I know the one person will be but to say I'm a Christian. So at the end of the day, you be a Christian, but do not enjoy the benefit of being a Christian. So this is what I want to draw people's attention to now. Say, look, it is not just enough to talk about the Bible, about the Quran, or about this to people, or about say, don't go to church again. It's not just enough. Okay. I don't care about Ogyaba. I don't care about Adequate. I don't care about anybody again. What I care about is that let us build people. Say, it takes good character to get something in this life. Because if I meet you, say me anyway sign. Now per character was you prove say we a good person now. Automatically all the things I have in me now I can trust you. No, I will expose you to those things, to those knowledge and wisdom to help you in life. But when I encounter you and you are not trustworthy, how do I open up things for you? So at the end of the day, when we encounter people, they look at the character, say, do they deserve any help or assistance from me? If you say yes, they go all out to help you. If you say no, they withdraw. Okay. So now let us conscientize people. Say, enough of the preaching, enough of this, enough of that. You know the basis already. Right. So work on your character. Sooner by say per se, nature people to understand. Say character is everything. Right. Then as we're talking about character, then now we start exposing them. Be business minded because it takes character to be a good businessman. To be honest to your client, to be disciplined. I mean, so character is everything there. It's to life now. Your life is your karma. Whatever, yes.
I mean, you see, a 12 deep analysis. Fantastic. Now, Okasa Tree in Yanombai, maybe so as a move. Uja Soroko, on 9 minute bay, Bonsam Yame Hono. On to collection to your title. I mean, and no me be about so, and I say, and my own to me, and yet the daily activity.
No, at all, nothing. I'm not deficient. I'm even better off in life because you see, I see, say, it's me alone in this world. Okay. But at the end of the day, me see Subana Miami Wedgman. That is what is selling me now, and that's what is giving me the peace of mind. So everything is centered about your character, not even about your belief systems or what you affirm. No. So if you are a young girl listening to me now, who say, aside your PhD, aside your degree, Suban Edubeko baby, Suban best sustain you at a particular place. If you're even a businesswoman, it is your character, how you entertain your customers, how you show competence in your work. These are the things. And it's all about your character, your make, your demeanor, your gestures. So that is what we have to be conscious about now as a people. That is all.
Right. Doctor, my last question is now my Mr. Boato and Matthias. In the environment, like young fan is something to grow from it, the environment thing now look too superstitious and common in aye. And right before we took see hey, where's here also for where's Malam, where this comfort this is the environment I'm finding myself. In this case, how do I escape this from the brain, whether it's ideologically or physically? May my escape environment say.
Yes, so the simple thing is, you see, manipalentia says, you will manifest your thoughts. And it is very true, say, as you think, that is who you are. You are a manifestation of your thought. Into what you are dream bones and dream be, automatically you are going to manifest those things all the time. Say, something will happen to justify your thought about Bonsam. Something will happen to justify your thought about Baby or your analysis will be. Now, once you free your mind of all those things and say no, it's good to think positive. I can do spirit. It's a word of what possibility. Say nipa to man young nipa to me than it say bema kodane oba. What again is not possible in this life? Me oba new day. Me say me bema. No, be so mema will draw way we know than bema. I'm probably one new day than bema. It tells you say we are see a way no. Whether you want to do good or bad, be possible. Possible. It's achievable.
That's right.
So then why don't you think of the positive things that will raise you than to think negative? So most people are not growing in life because and a bonsambi hamio and our jimio and Samina Kunuyo, but when you couldn't chess or Suban, then you say, when you're on Jim to Musao or say bonsambi na ayame. So before you have to go, you have to accept responsibility of your life. Say no, my situation is a mama and abasa. And ya bon some na mama di yes see na me ye no anya bon some be me na mama na abasa sense ma adwe me dwintia. Until from now onwards, me change my being to see myself as a rich woman. Now I ask, how do rich women behave? How do they behave? Do they sleep and wake up at 10 o'clock in the morning?
Okay.
No, they wake up early and go to work. They are serious with their work. You understand? So now you have to observe people and then see how they are, or even ask questions. Madam, me say me shimi na me go. Then me best say me. Okay, sorry, now observe around you. You see there's a loophole somewhere. You have to fill that loophole. That is where you make money. When there's demand, and then you can fulfill that demand by supplying it, then you make money. So as you're moving a day in there, your same area, now observe a deficiency in your area and think of solving that problem. It's as simple as that. If you live somewhere that there's no water in your area, common sense is okay. My main tank. Many times I got tall tank and so be good tank in him. Now men turn the bucket and farm amount for the profit. A simple thing you have to think through and give solution to the problems.
Wow.
Then you make money. So you see, people have refused to think because let's blame the devil. God will come and help you. So that God mentality is not even helping people to grow in this country. So forget about religion. Forget as if there's no God. You are the only one in this world facing your own life.
Okay.
How do you maneuver through that life? That is the question you have to ask. Don't live a dependency life. Say, oh, no. Forget about all those people who can be of help to you. And face this world alone. Sit somewhere and plan your way through. If you have to go to the bank and take a loan, go and take a loan and start doing something. Until that, you can't make anything out of life. Wow. So you see, people have refused to think. The things people have refused to think. Yeah, you see, we are somewhere else. We are not even thinking about anything present. We are only in an abstract world. We are here creating some imaginations. Be just a that kind of talk. No,
right, doctor, me that's all. Now, Musa, doctor, one kasa observations. In fact, in fitness. Ghana, the young people, and that's all the young Ghana former. How many percentage now visit the okay?
Oh, maybe just about 5%. I'm telling you, just about 5%.
5% when it's meeting the okay.
I'm telling you. And it's sad, yeah. I mean, if you compare the ratio of the rich to the poor, look at the ratio.
Yeah.
And that will tell you, say, a lot of us, have been used to full capacity. Some of us have used just 10% of our brain. Just 10% per year use to 19 year use to just because we are dependent on people to pastor tell me something. Shaman come, mammy all the back a quan should hope a quan one child a quan that. But you go to pastor for a quanchre again when the way is just by your side. But because of your laziness, you don't want to do anything for yourself, and then you think, say, excuse me, that is a scam. That is a scam. Yeah. Send enter make us say, you see, now let us let them understand, say, so be the Nimdebi Brewer as also for learn to disentangle yourself from that pastor. Tell me, Munja, sorry, he said disentangle me, say, when just one day on hold. When Jay are sorry, you never move on in this life because that pastor wants you to be entangled to him all the time. Said, Dano, you have to come to church, come to morning service, afternoon service, midweek service. You go to church 5 times a week. Meanwhile, Bible says, and so as you are going to church 5 times in a week, when do you get time to go and work? So that man calling himself pastor is making you get entangled to him. So without him, you cannot operate fully. So that is how they create the system. That's what I'm saying. Have a bypass to that system. Say now, as a young lady, as a young man, I will stop going to church. That is a bypass to that system. That is a bypass to your liberation. That you can now think on your own and maneuver your way through this life. Then you can say, "Wow, I made it." Manko chame tight, manko ba for real. Manya de na kai me nyanso metumi aye adwuma nyaska dia. Then it clearly tells me say, nyame na muka say yemre so no oni ya ne nam ono okan ye ho dada. or a part of us already. So once I decide, say, I'll focus on myself and give myself the best, the source of creation, living in its creation, is with me already. So things are going to work out. So it doesn't matter your belief system. Just have goodwill towards humanity that you want to do something better in life. It will work. Otherwise, encourage will be say most of the but you see Muslims who are rich. Why? They say I comfort the monk heaven, but we won't comfort no with scar. So at the end of the day, it tells you, say, it is not about the Godfather that gives you richness, but it's about what you want to do to fulfill a need and make money out of it. It's as simple as that. It is a one chance yesterday, over course 24/7. But when you're free, whether you are enriching the person called the pastor, that is all.
About penny, yeah, that's it. Ma'am, about penny, no, share one more Casada, baby, I do. New day, Medase, pass. I wouldn't be out just as I was to do every so bit my home. Medasa, Mamma, I was from good evening. What's your summer work? I mean, what am I called? Mr. Watting, Mr. Watting, Mr. Watto.
Yes, sir.
The conversation and analysis, Mr. Watting. I mean, compared to mom 1% to cram a man, I see. I would send if you bear if you bear.
O say you had a conversation now.
I would share me about the doctor. You would tell the attribute in any conversation. I mean, said what say.
Oh, honestly, of course, we're touching on key points, and of course, it's the same thing now. The be American, no, I don't know. And the Fatima said, "I'm not they say, oh, maybe I'm cylinders, the gumetino. I will show me picture. I made that sooner. They say, it tells you, say, now I'm also busy trying to create another stream of income in the magazine here. So I agree with her. I made in a year, I agree now. A conversation in there. We need to start engaging the conversation more and more, creating the awareness. And the Biameka, my commitment to this nation, I call myself as an institutional entrepreneur. Who is an institutional entrepreneur? I want to build an institution that shapes the minds of people by making sure I expose them to information for them to think about. Not to tell them what to do, but for them to think about. And once they think about them, they will be able to arrive their own conclusions that will empower them for a fulfilled life. And that's why I am a master here. I'm talking about mind development. Okay. Because the church aims at developing your mind. Everything is targeted at the mind. And you know, your free program, TV program, radio program, church program, political program, academic program. You are being programmed every single day, whether you are aware of it or not. The whole goal is take charge of the programming. The human being is an information processor. We are processing everything around us. We are picking external stimuli through our sensory organs. And then it is making meaning to us. And once it makes meaning to us, it becomes a knowledge. And then we work on them. And you know, a Jumano and your work and our best status obey.
That's a good dog. Yeah.
Okay. Baby, I want to my meeting now. Obasaba. Opening Obasaba, baby. Why? Right. Yet no Mr. Watias Obasaba, baby, or a hot job. But I mean, call the next person. So
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah. As my son's man, I don't know, son's man. As my
I'm a brother. Afternoon.
I don't know about it.
But I'm more.
Me too.
I'm patch up me baby and command start to feel every other bomb kakra.
Sure, sir. I was Ghana for any negativity to pay. Yet, somebody near J. So after that, no, in one word, the Yokosia, the person here, baby, I tell you, I to me, ring and actually to the company for any year to come, Mamma. What am I? Network Grace of
yes.
Grace of
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pacho Michel.
Mpacho kakra meka no say yeah education system no and also a very big factor. Oh,
Okay, me ba gracious
problem.
ba Mr. Bote. Mr. Bote, I'm say what time na so on. Me da se pa. Mr. Bote o. Mr. Bote. Okay. Mami na Mr.
Wahana dede no yana onse
Mami na
dede no
was
mo ba
me
hapa.
me to Afro na mami edi me da se why.
Oh, me so me da sipi
Mami
senior,
da
me
na
da
wo de
sipi
to
yami
so
sham.
so for why.
Me da sipi mate.
Yeah, Mr. Bote me da se pa. You be din ko bi me da na say. You need be din ko bi. Aha, gracious. Now
Yeah,
can we say your school some on?
me patron.
Aha,
Yeah,
why dey?
education system no a very big problem. Ghana, honum. Because I'm sorry. So our education system na and create nipa e manipa enyiso na adwen no e mani create bibia ma ne ho.
Na ye ba be dey. Dey na o mo kire dey e kwache na o mo kire me be dey.
Yeah. Education system na Ghana e kire o say oba bra na bepe adwuma but en kire o say bra na beye adwuma. Because all compare abroad ya omo education system no e kire o mo say bra na beye adwuma like bra be yusu wa adwen no fa create adwuma bi e ma wo ho. But the education system no e kire o say wo na wo ba no bra bepe adwuma. Enti bra beye adwuma eni bra bepe adwuma no enye the same.
Nsonsono dem.
Nsonsono ye dem. Enti no until say your education system no omo be change curriculum no ama abeye bra beye adwuma no e man no entumi nye de enkoso.
So why the be change no? I mean you am be so why the be change no?
Yes, the obe change no. Leaders no eka ho.
Okay.
Semical leaders na educational leaders no and a big factor because me know me nim say aya omo ka say British for no ebe rule ya no and omo de system no eba enti mitumi bisa me ho say ebisa omo so say enti British woni be rule wo na okoye no wonso nim say ade no emboa wo no wonu su wa adwen enchange no ana that means you are not using your brain. So at I say, uko technical schools na me call technical school ewa Ghana, me call Kekam technical school, and me call KTI technical school. Practicals, me building and construction. Practicals, yani once a day, no sono. And yes, 8 hours so. If I started 10 o'clock, 1 o'clock, wapon. 2 to 3 hours a day, and I'll be to me. I did back one, at the school. So what I say, and to me, my one cousin, whom you see, I drain. Book need the Western 24/7. It me your research, I challenge you who school be but practicals level need there.
Any ho do obeba na ye kase kwehwe a wontimi nye.
Any ho. So I just say practical system no e wo ho no mu a obi ewie school mpo a ono ankase betumi ade a create na adwuma bi na oye. But because of say practical system no any ho no mtene nipa no owie school kura mpo no a ade e na okoye.
What about this direction? We hear in Trawa Agidi was say instead of doing research, our youth are pushing, praying, and paying tight.
Yes.
Say the school need, but you feel school by na you need practical experience in ama. You did GDA question by.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Because of say your course school now, mom try to be useful to the society, no. And you know, a beer believing in magic system.
Okay.
But say uko school na ye kyerɛ say wo say be a course ya uko ye oba you so adwen fa create bibi ema wo ho create artifact we na obetumi ayedai anya sika afrim obetumi ayu so adwen no create we aye we and now say saa de no any ho no mti no enipa no ba why desperate enti ekwan bɛn ɛna obefa so a obenya sika kwan obefa so obenya sika na say we look to the community na hu say nipa dwen mu emre they have taken religion as their pillar. Inti no obetumi ayedai ateki that advantage no boko akoye sofo. I mean make example bi ntro me ma me pani baba ko no ekromfo we bad pa.
Okay.
Na odidimu a sese wa be apostle. Na metumi bisa me ma me se ma inti uji de se bla akwasi apostle a oye die oye ne sai because me no we bad pa we trika. Na sese wa be apostle.
Ordinary TV.
Thank you. This shows how powerful religion is. So religion is a tool of manipulation.
That's right, distraction for.
A distraction. Enti, ekwan bɛn ɛna ɔbɛfa so a obenya sika. Kwan a ɔbɛfa so a obenya sika no say, well look to the community na hu say nipa dwen mu emre they have taken religion as their pillar.
That's right, distraction for.
So as into your educational system no, until say a bit changing educational system no, there will still be a problem in Ghana till 50,
but for now,
100 years to come.
for now to the next 10 years, and I don't see bien who say what you was our school system better. You said a intentional, deliberate attempt to
Thank
do
you.
a legislature said, Debbie, we want to do this, but they say, who need to me, need to me. Until say,
thank you.
That idea, more thinkers. Then we build a team to change that thing.
Thank you.
20 years a day, and
Imagine say wako school na your religious and moral education. Meanwhile, your culture is there. So what I say, yenchiro, mo dey no crowd a broad topic, yemfan tunchen. It's your educational system need there. Brapani a very big problem. Ghana hono. The moment you be changing your educational system no, Ghana every developed drastically because of be school no ba, or to me you soon adwin. And that trend in penny for a year, way back, no, I be changing the 4 years, way back, no, I be changing the 3 years. Into your educational system, I be useless to the society and the community. Into Nippon Berry School, no, why desperate? Why independent? Like, this is depending on Obi and San when you're doing a day, Eddie. But the educational system is good, and Nippon Berry Secondary School, crumple, he can do something for himself. Undependent on the government. Obi University, where imagine a whole Kwame Nkrumah science and technology. Omo to me nyehwe, omo develop free cool pot and omo develop
Rachels, well say most of times say yeah have this conversation now can Obi feel say what did you maybe na woka Ghana school say na Ghana what do you say
no
say ya anya careful say corruption ni public sector say chrono mo bo man nyina ye the way na ye call school ntin am yes ade no.
Yes.
Minya school no, I mean to mean criteria, you be paid man. I to minya money, yes, money, man. Yes, me making sure by the time I be me did, my ye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back open the back, you know. So now say Bank of Ghana for you don't better baby. You some say, now my you issue contract do I blog okra now by year almost $10 million as I say. Scan was it on the one him baby for will be the buy.
Thank you. So it's because of
public sector no public sector nyina ya school for second degree PhD community they started the training nipa no ye ka school asem obi future what school for no.
Thank you.
The training nipa no man be selfish or be corrupt or be greedy enti so what study a ukodi Ghana position now would new year mistake no way anyam say ofie for ka be ka say we Jimmy for
exactly
reason is say once when the position there esa obokro no
exactly.
Because Ubafia won't mean create a Juma Bia. You can't create any business. The only thing is that Yamia when you Jumaya, fire ye fadidi, near Casao. And this is the beginning of every corrupt system. Put me out there to us now and call the next person.
So until say me Debia Mekase, demonstration no. Say bia demonstration against doctors near the no. Any demonstration so entire education way no so. Because education in Ghana no appear useless to the society. One university of Ghana, Sebi me sorry. One school cry, 90% or one school cry can fast away a day. I was so because Ube University as a bed dying obedient and then one could and fast away and about social university. So what I say, most of us you say to me and make you feel because you father love and your father support and you be this yama me cotton to man and Jane be and son wa boy. Into school at the age of 18 years near dear brabo far desert. So what is into your brewa brabum. So when we are talking about life, we analyze it well and you share from the root near finding solution to it. Ghana problem no education no. Education ninya pem esesa pe. I think the problem between me change 70% because of the educational system no enyinti no brapani enu nti na omampani after no crofo gu forest omo chi excavator no machine na odo na nsu ayi e fan cry for thank you it's not knowledgeable it's very useless idea because educational system no nya dey enye oni practicals bia wa ade na oyenim it's just theory. So I say and
yenuanom rante ye from Bastard Boys yi omo na mo frasre dipa no na donate kakra se machine keke kro mo de
it tells you how your educational system no ayeden are corrupted youth no any society.
Just Ghana there, me boss me the cat say Ghana there, uko school kakra, no up nyame kakra, opa sorry kakra bi, no opa spiritual father kakra, na wa peduma kakra, na wa kwa yie kakra, na wa kakra.
Yeah. So ne kura no mame end no religion no emanipa endwen. Emanipa endwen kura because once you become religious, so who be say religion you become a slave to the person. That's why I define religion. What is religion? Religion was created to empower and also to enslave a certain group of people and enrich a certain group of people. And what's now leaders here did that because of religion, they have enriched themselves and enslaved a certain group of other people too.
That's right.
It doesn't make you think well. So as I say, they are enriching themselves whilst they are enslaving you. They don't want you to think. And until you be giving up to this religion, no, you to me they make it. Ube give up religion. One can say, "What me drink? What me you so drink here? The reason here."
Oh, for sure.
Adia me ye say enya bone krampo na unim bone ne de. Ube do unua na ye unua. Ade ne bone. What me drink here? Unko twen say obi me country was adia wo ye papa na say ye bone. But because of Saudi and it's many point to me, you are draining at the end dream and then I and Yakura were GDC or been at the air, but practically.
And you want to
thank you. Exactly.
And I mean, who are these people?
Yes, Obitiania, when you say be been a day, no. Nina educational system no MIM drink, but say educational system no MIM reason well unyama we nyina enye dey bra
emba busy person onyu ba ye no obi beto adro ho o ye busy
me pacho me de manu be sina obi so abaso
me so me da se pa why me da se pa
the reason show unia me da se pa na na tie mo na unia ensem na ye kan nyina no I think say doctor kasa no me tie ni nsem a oka na me hu ne say to be honest Ghana mom be me in the back of my mind meaning say Ghana enye yi meaning say enye yi because enkophobia take your man hostage the tie ni say you no ye hwe ye upbringing na bibia che say the way you program here and you programming here wrongly me US as in high school ha me hwe say the have one cry or behave no bibia me timi tra say to da me timi tra ba bi din ba 2 hours na me dwene obedwen pa and ye timi tra ho say ne nya ya adwen say yes sanso so edide me kan say the doctor kan no mesre doctor say adentina nka doctor ene wo minia mo mian form group bi say yenko ye ne obi ye empower ye ho wo de mo man empower ye ho say yen get it back to agriculture yen hyase mbie factory nkitinkiti bi yen hyase produce no ma Ghana for ye hia na yenya saa opportunity no yentimi mfa empower ye ho because yetimi empower ye ho yen yetimi produce yen ya aduane say de na ye friends the doctor can say who hia fertilizer say West Europeans no omu push agenda even where say ya me no ka say the central a US company ya omu ye fertilizer omu ye
Monsanto biggest dia
unia omu pese omu control nuane e die say Ghana GM nuane e be take over e say take over
na say won't me produce the obi be produce am
na e dia me can say adentina me wo any doctor any more ye elite no mo ma yen mobilize ye ho ne yen kwhye baabi na edure bi asade dey ayaba platform so anase se zoom kra ne akwhye ne ye plane na ye ne ye wa kontom no ye say advice bi ni enoma e betimi ama ye ya adwen na ye sharp ne ye hu kwa ye be fa so a ye be di hwe se ya no ka se wo so ye se me wo US ya ye wo so ko bie company bi Ghana na se wo so obi hwe so a nipa ko no
obi am say wo ka organization asem me ka me wo ka say we no ma kire wade say wonim enipa ho with all the respect to any Ghana for but enipa ho say woni information what say abo na ye friend preko no pig on preko on opa adware no on bon powder shed white shirt bon fata nyina bon ko na wo de shed nkrabofo jala via ni nyina bi on wo de pagya ne fa ne ko the next obeko no odafo no yanje
minia
obeko no na ne ho ye fin etunim And no munya fine. So a system now restricted woman on the military. Get pretty environment be a man, so want to be moving.
Sir.
See, we want to share Ghana Prequa way different from Prequa China and Prequa America.
And the correct.
One difference. Now, without respect, in Kasa, a figurative terms, American wasn't. So what be a human or Ghana on? And only Ghana for be a dinner would need too much control. And human say, I'll bet the American say. Because Ghana near will be a human society be and want a taxes or dear control the business. No, but most of the people will be a human Ghana, make crummy a victim. Be say, so what when you two depends, now would need too much control business in a big collapse. And the reason is say, anyone or less education, anyone or less confident, or more or less organization, and that's unity. Because when you back where we be and so wouldn't need straight information said here it be a China for you and be organ and I know anyone one we back just said me cross all we were me come bible we were we were buy your I mean different set of ideology in a big build over human so what the end results of na I would man than it concerning to come gunu and it's na Ghana so what's that Ghana for be could be a more Ghana in ye won't table children because they have less understanding of the people. And if you can't train them, they will rather train you and they will destroy you. So that is why and who be here say we must educate the people first before you give them anything. And in a country human development is the first thing. And yes, I say no. In America now, what's the also company they train you first before they give you anything. They train you. In America, also quite a company say we train you, no one restrict to oversee the human. So they have to steal the money to pay tithe. I me was as if ye kaka drive your na one nipano one na achiche duties na man no ade one frɛ wa asɛ bia mentimi ma wo ade achia wie no a yɛ sɛ na dwuma sɛ ɔba dwuma no aka kyerɛ sɛ wa ma ɔkɔ ba bi o
ɛno yi na di
oh they tie that why yes so fa ho no wa ba yi na di one problem no one thing problem na wo kana say onima de kro. And this is the clear indicator of the typical Ghanaian. And the Sawuni and Trasa and training on church and ya anshas yan training ya one. Odi could be madam. On say, hey, abide it me a project Cassiapa maintenance contract a project and I say stadiums. Odi Shasia Bubo a basic training. They have no idea. And when we say normal, can now let be project will be or yet a drum so perfume do to Tima. Adiane she and your money yet told him and Nashi was it. One crano, none on Filio, one on Casson, soft castle, Brasso, you have no class of a bedroom, and I said, any duty time as a coba. I mean, we're for normal, but our ball form and do the upper check, you may be a business part bomb from Chronocrade Yanka, a training. So we must understand, say, without developing the people, forget it. Minia for order to ask one name.
The American says, Siano said the only doctor, Munim dear equeni munua, Munim say, and Penifono, media me war idea, any kakra, messians say over 40, the Medimene ehun, Mihuni say, influence of the West, no, so massive, say, ye politicians, and it's almost say, or more admin to say, and more my own said, that doctor can be say, the root cause of Ghana your problem and so almost on be and come back tackle from the root cause in Yasanoma, but because of say a year growing no the yard the woman say majority no yard I say because of religion
reason
it you know on the yard
and can I person make us our own but as a town intimate man kasa but my point you make kufi inti mame kufi me dufi anama o end life and masaba because mas man make kana ya mas man make kana talk de kana as man person busa doctor na talk kan inti ma point me kufi inti me dufi an masaba why
talk to us to us man
it minua the American say sia no minim say akwantuo mu ha ye nyina Ghana for ye wo no ye hwe se de ewiase asesa fa minua say wo hwe hase a enuano kɔ grocery store enuano nyina agiambo Ghana so de se ye Ghana se sie ya ye land ne still ano and say sa wobetimi anya organic aduane adi na wa betimi kwa grow wa waduane organic food the American say adentina wo ne dog any yen mu bi no moma yem mobilize ehun ye na yen tra say enke ne dog bekasa na bibi na asie ya fine the time or barber spend this or church no man no sa time no you be compensated for the time now or they boy no
fantastic
na ye mu bia ye ni abre say ye mpese ye be ka konto mu ewu because nuane ye di nye ene ye bre abra ye Ghana me ba Ghana na me namwa mitimi hu opportunities me hu bibia say we business opportunity ene gina hai business opportunity ne gina hai enti say ye no be de si ye ba Ghana nye say bia me ye me business say bia ye te hawo ye be ba Ghana down.
That's right. Because I want to give more business for Ghana party. Only few
enti me ko down me wo down na me amani tuamu na me ame ye na me omo ame ne omo be ye adwuma no ye ne omo ye educate omo ne ye kire omo ye do ma fa training mu omo adwen no asesa enti mesere se wo ne dog be kasa ma me na nka mbetimi am ya get some certain amount of enipa bi a groups bi a ye pese ye hia ne ye discuss no ma ye betimi aye se the medical aka no doctor no ye be compensating it time na or they be boy educate ye nyina no ye time nyina no ye be compensating say ya obetimi aboy because some of us ye ready say as you coffee ni ye be coffee na
me introduce you to another platform. What do you mean? So why you ready?
Miss my ready Mr. Wa
message ye kasa we akọ DM me on na mam information na me add you to another group why
Mr. Wa because ye ni abre papa
organize omo ye name pa ti wo dey make why
Miras nyame shira
me up ye program link me up why
Miras
this is the reason so your friend what this year ba friend wa join me yeah enye pen say sabi kadie medi nko dia kan betna ho ba wonim say Ghana ni bia watana blotre bia no obenyina no kai hu say hey ya you mistake me kan ko na atira Ghana ko go blotre no omo ma di 20 ni 30 for no munya ntede e kan na wonya di 50 ko abo say hey one day you have to return home ube hu say you have to return to one so what's the dia Ghana for na nyinyi bebre no mani afi no omo ta kan Ghana sample ya o ka Ghana say tells you say they want to return home. Jamaican say Ghana for na atena brocha chene bi obe 50 60 no they want to return home. Now we are branch na fe no akwa brocha tire ye ka no wakọ foforo no de ye ka hwe obedi di atem wonya hu ye udi sister kwa bon se honya wotena be ubehunu eno ntina wo mo ya no mata nyi no mo ta ka Ghana se obenya na nka niam akoye na nka wakọ na nka wonya good sister no akọ start na de mo nyina mo come together, train the people first. Let some ko tena ho no kwan mo fa so mo de ye adwuma ho ni ese mo kire mo nua no wo fie no mon kan kire mon kan no kran kire wo mo say na mo ye adwuma ye mwampa ye wa adwumam nyame ma adwuma mon kan no kran kire wo mo adwuma e wa America ni enua bi na wo Ghana malls na enua betima wo Ghana stores akase gas stations but said you mo say run no mo ho na mo tell them ye adwuma no tell them you have to educate them. Enye sa odi efa osika dam akobia adwuma na woni control obeto kakanka odi obede mi kan try ebi a won try bi dantia and edi ntia esese we training nipa no nipa no nya ntiase se me ba wi asese we ba ya adwuma na me dia survival na ma live a better life. It is obi on person be ya adwuma bia na obetumi live better life. Eti mo amatu kan no ba bia wote no se wan nya adwuma den a you can live the way you want to live. Odi atana no mfa American dream American dream na da America wudiri ho no na woni adwuma ye wa anya adwuma ba ko mienu na wantimi an witi wo belsa hwese waso be obi beto nka odi obeto kakanka. Eti this are matters you know any point cannot bypass it but bien wa anya adwuma be survival enye America for na mo na European Ghana wa anya adwuma wo survival. Nti se enipa dodo onya adwuma de na adwuma ni ho de na am adwuma ama adwuma so ama ye nkreti adwuma de na am ye nkreti adwuma ye ni idea why na ankyere ye obi na ankyere ye nti de na yese ye we must start to learn how to create business. Oxygen or you can send me request ankyere be pon ba send request na me mfa why asampa ye ti nti the energy no ye de wo negativity so no we must change the narrative and I mean, stop this out so for 7 in Yamisamo now, but you be here che. Jai Yamisamo tone, Manyamian Juma, saying Sanyamina walk and a war argument. Why a stronger? You don't need to cause Yamino. Otherness, me, I'm sorry, I'm no Panama Sako Free Yamis and Yamumiana. A joke, a funny people. Hey, nyami tonte me nkawrade ma sorry o ene ba bia me kwe wo ye funny. This is comedy. Don't freeze on man on the movie on think plan well instead of praying. Plan. Have a plan. Make that 3 hours to me sorry. It's in a more mutia what the alarm because that's another plan say. So what that said the alarm bet me a hit too. It many people catch yourself brutal for no do now akumayadio because ultimate dana be a betibia 2 a what the car was sorry now who's shaky. More brutal testify some boy. So, eti o planning no set alarm no say because that 4 hours. Eti empaho, I mean, because o the emphasis o mom afternoon shift mom mo abrochiri for us na making. Or be double 2 hours by 2 no es work. Alarm no be hitting no be sorry kra be Jones sem. Eti you know said the people no o planning ade na ye ho de yem planning. Ono obi aka o say is true bro. Alarm ni to hit no akoma nya wuji kim no asori an ube call pa men ko be late be ye be caution. I mean omo nye different from us. Enti ade na omo hono say ni ma we no omo ye nti amomo so omo ye ye dia na ye hono de me ko da hate awrade yi me ko do me de mo hye wonsa e kina me kwa adwuma wa awrade ma me nkwa adwuma wo yare. There's something wrong with you. Me nua ba me nua be ma. Make a plan, set your alarm to wake you up. Also pesika set the alarm. Set your alarm no and your plan and no praying. Eti mo amuti abroach and tell them the truth. Said the entire Ghana adwuma ni ho a ye ka mu no obi am ye adwuma na o to obi a okura wo mi adwuma na o pesa dollar in stable wo ye funny. Omo dada politicians ni know how to play you. Or opposition for yi o ma de aginem enkosi aga mo so mra sad. Let us be enkofo a ye nwen. I mean, obi a won create adwuma won ni industrialization won ni manufacturing hub wo se me pese me dollar in stable na countries come wo adwuma dollar no de we punish wo no yes wo no America for no ye de wo de udi agro ho eti mesra se before ansan ye betimi aka se ye start bibi no say idea information so won ni bibi information a obenya problem me ni much more Ghana for one experience no me every day me pesa me take Ghana ni ase. The reason why me ni wo ye bibi a enye yie se me nte wo mo ase nti me gusu sua se de ya mete Ghana ni ase and me nyam paibo we ye planning me pesa me mouth ase enyam paibo so it's so intentional program to deal with the people who programming ni pana person no mo ye dealing no eti China for no when they come to Ghana omo be programming Ghana for to suit their own interest. Nti Ghana ni bi odi China ni ya adwuma bia cannot do any nonsense. They will deal with you. Omo package Ghana for in a simple way. Better than yetimi do sa stage you know. Maybe person me sua sa de ni bi because if you want to create business you must educate the people. Human development is the most important thing because and yes sir destroy business no. Mfendi agro. Nti your system no enipa womo no nege opposite to the air can na build the system so there's no way they can understand you womo no me nya agenda oxygen akwaba oxygen
Yeah, no, rapping.
aha dede o kakra na wagina ye kakra dede o
You feel no.
okay mami ntie we mami
But
ntie
you kaka.
I say the kakra mami ntie o
About Juma na o kan there. Even me cry Andra ya na me ne nkofo me no di sa nkomo no the same nkomo Ghana wa. Because me wa say 2 years in here. Matna say adwin we say no. There is no need to metna for so many years before I start something home. And I'm a business minded person. I'm the bar.
Fantastic.
But me be a shop kakra or Ghana. Me be a shop kakra or Ghana na. My name is sister Nina Bomu Koyareda Kolegu. Into my sikana or semi fan Philly shop. I spent everything almost a year. Now me di Kolegu akonya. But thank God say, and then me metiase.
Okay.
I don't care about the money I spent. I don't even care about anything again.
Yeah.
My happiness is my
What's
mom
even a
and my
life?
sister.
What's even a life?
I decided to lock the shop. The little I have, me the meti bomu na me the 2 kwan. Say after 2 years, you say bia. And after 2 years, my back. Because I couldn't do a day bia and 3 months. But I catch you be Ghana. Officer what has say in Intino and I will person who be 2 kwan. But I didn't know be shemua. And I won't send it. Me of our land in 25 years. My hand for so many years on Boame. Papa na Boame da. Now me feel so dim you and I say two more dim.
Okay.
But me buy a crack home and you know.
Yeah.
And I'm explaining as okay. Was they be an catch him say, oh, me pressure. Me senior ambotre, may say. Now if you say better, say. Now me then I'm saying, Papa no two more dim. I'm person we Boame. Those say me of an ankasa then two more dim.
Ebia nyani minu ebia nyani tirim na demo dia afa na nisu wonti won say am sisi kani bia nsa che no
and na make am yes and na make say me so me be mu bi no matina se afi enti si a me ne obi a me si me bu afu no kra me nkasa no bi okọ report me ma me nsem bebre but then no me matina se for now a me ni bibia o makoma mu against or no by first na me te o no
that's good
na me go bibia against makoma mu no but me buy na kakra ko me ni no I feel them Martina say 100%. Fast forward about when I
am church am.
Atagram do for Akodoji. Oxygen Hamilton.
Okay. Oxygen, if you have a adwuma na ye no, unti wo do ne ba obekwa kogu ani mu ase say adwuma pa bi wo fa yi ni. Eto fa ma ho. Sure. What the oh.
But no fa no, what was I to me say etumi ba ga now. Otumi gina me ma me enim, etumi ka kire me plain say ni sisters ni nyina so me ma me na etumi bo ano. Me fa no obo shine wo we your friend
aboso kan. Basa adwuma wo ye orho no wo behu a wo kwa koka.
Yes.
Enti wo ma wo behu.
Ano de no because onu so ba na o bisa na adwuma o ya obeso obe kan kire.
I think say especially Europe say there more na ye cleaning job. The first bogus more person be kan no krese no mo ye cleaning job.
Yeah. Recently no ka kire me say recently no ka kire no otutwi nchensin.
So almost say wo ko bie no. Adu wa hu say sa broche na nya sem ketwa. Etu o kan no kure wo bia a che.
Me cry the biti anye agent or me ba no me be do ko an eja me si o me da bontin 8 good months na me da staircase ase ba obusuafo fi say we tu kwan yes ase mo obi enim me na me crampo
akwantuo mo nsam ne yenko krofo ane na yire na tie so na yire akwaware obi foforo pepepa wo de wo
me be do ko mu me nyonku Ghana ni je me $400 at the spot am in fa me back currency wo oje $400 upon car omuji mi nyina o $400 nso mi wie no obi a metu kwan foforo no me koda dan achi a form mattress flat na dey to ma me da form 3 good months
wow
e wie ye sampa mu me fi dan nim a me dem nyonko Ghana ni adan ne dey apamu me e de me ne ma ko good staircase so say agent o de me baaye no ni sika no sandeka nti me san koda staircase so almost 3 good months and so na ni nyina ye frɛ ofifi o ye fi so to kwan me na minim de kom
typical Ghanaian we say what to do bro ni kroma sika go for no akosasa
yes ye bu hu akonta
Minia unim Ghana for no ye ya na ye ma obi ti Ghana wonim say abuchire no da fam ya o ne de bia meka yan ka no kra nkyere wo mo
no kra de nipa no bebre mpese wo mbeka
yan ka no kra
me anka some research kakra man say Ghana ni bia tu kwan foforo ho the first 60 days ne de 60 to 90 days in the year obetimi aye sem bebre so ho system America kuro especially American drive ni mo no unya hu kuro no man de mete wase unya nti kuro na se so ho it will first 90 days to 1 year no hwa obey me my no kikasa ba unim system shall say dominate especially in America my yes I did interview we oba first year oba na uni nkrata oba tra say oba yeduma gidigidi na wonya sika akoye akoye nkrata now unsa unya sika so person ya nkrata be take we 2 years to 5 years na be say sa nkrata no afi unya ya nkrata ni wi a o si adwuma bra obre nya de akoye nkrata so ho krata na ti no afi wawie oba betwam awade no kwa onware bi nti awade na awade na ya na simple wawie awade no oba betwam so be take bi a 2 to 5 years and san watimi aye so person obe odi abusua eti wonya nkrata na wi o be so obedi abusua no so oba bebem afi obe ya adwuma sa de abusua bem awade ba mu a na wo move from private no de akọ odi nipa be kan ho eti ni nyina so ye ahomode na wo de ye adwuma na wo nyini so no ahomode so te eti I want to go for this. Was I? After we do baby no, person who say call the mortgage now. We know obusiati. And no see ye dia. What didn't yes money tiasa adaneka. Eti. After the boss of life now. Now omotas enya ye kamede maka ha me go baby abi. Ai. Anu ano no. Ye bebe mu ano no.
Sure. Binia asam na wo kanu. Awan ko bia wo se yanko.
Yes. Eti me obi ba bro check abi no. Hey, what if you me system unyate system na sia. Now you
There be on say Binia on be catch us say abrochen de onya bedura sika no. We a day or US. We just 2 hours. We 8 hours. I be 2,000 Ghana cedi o Ghana sikem. Enti no wo no ba abrochen de nyina woni se sika de nyina ye ne dia.
We fe obi obi otia no de ne sika ye calculation ko Ghana bia ye failure.
No, you are not serious.
Life.
When you're serious, because the taxes you pay outside in won't you Ghana. Obi a big portrait farm or Ghana won't you tax, won't you share. But who Europe you will pay? Who bet ya? Be no abet my found who di. Etia yan kind of crunch or more, you know. Sir, I know because what time would I say to quiet when you're serious. So I may call UK. And never you can crofone to them when you're money. What to them? Minia who of no adwuma no ye nintra okwa akwa obeka say eh say me wo fa bra wo bre wotimi gira ne nam etwi enchanse na manamacho enchanse na manamacho wotwi mu wo UK masa wa anye 16 hours now koye 8 hours masa wo mo bra Ghana no single room count me sibi. This are your more hours. And a woo yin so na ahoden ne kofem. Na intimate da bia meka obi oti abroche bia bodam. Na bia meka.
In contest.
Obi oti abroche bia bodam because stress I wouldn't mu no.
In contest
Masa bia me we last week now obi ejina bansoro so ewi abofom keke just like
Masa you don't know the stress some people omo komu. And abusuan so once unya tukwaya abusuan nyina ni da so. O classmate frɛw wo mo anu mo tena fie frɛw o maami den eticha say bosome ne beso na usika wadie nyina no sika nasa what your base and abrochen so ntse Ghana no makoda wadanfo nche 1 year o a wanyo kapre
problem a obo view
3 days masa obepam afifie ho 3 days pe Entino abroche no yenka no kranche Ghana fo no enye bete mesi wo bitimi ye aduma wo gina na ni subiri no no watwa hwe wa ye because abroche wuntimi nkwatena se me ebia me serve wo restaurant me serve wo ha me ye aduma wanti wo mu ana matrasa na mahome ye trasa home
ombe yiwadi
hospital
Yes, star na ye di mo se Ghana for celebrate ni wosika na nti star no mo di adwuma de mo di ba Ghana de na ya so be hye o because said you mo ye adwuma ho na mo so mo wosika no sa mo se ye sika ni bi Ghana na ye se ye sa adwuma ni bi o because no there's no excuses one kwa adwuma one clock ye ntua what you say 1 o'clock ye ntua o ye to 1 o'clock ye be fire o
Ghana ekakuro no nka obi abeye serious
because I will kasa wonya sa de so dia country bia wo country bia develop bia sa o wan kwa ye
enti wa ma abrochire no abrochire mesi obia enkrofo adane junkies so abrochire nya ko enkrofo adane minim obi o UK 20 years ni Ghana we see order
na or the take it no the better
20 years afa na wanya paper 20 years na ira babrewa wajana ira ma na ira babrewa
na asam na kan memnom kakra
host me chiawo
mind you
okay ninia
de wo mu se yan Ghana fopi yakọ abrochi no yan fa kwa papa so obi edi agent achi o se agent but issue ni say me mete ha no me nua makọ 5 e wo UK as I speaking obi a wo UK but kwa mko my sister na call face inti my sister auntie na be fa no inti before no be kwa abrochi no
na adwuma bibia gu hɔ ɛtwɛn no nti my sister call you no 2 or 3 years later ɛna ɔbɛfa n'akyiri ba no ɛna ɔde kɔɔ yɛ ɔno nso kɔɔ ɔkɔ no ɔmo ayɛ no bibia awie for me nti odu hɔ saa nɛ da ahokyerɛ no ɛnte sɛ obi ɔno ɔkɔ so onim agent ne yɛ di na ma no ɔme nti asɛm na yɛka no yɛnhwɛ no tutu between obi ɔkɔ no
ɔbɛfa unua no wɔne ne kɔtena still ɔbɛpay bills
yɛapɛ adwuma ma no ɛna between obi ɔse agent bi
adwuma na wapa ma no
nso woni but that issue no onyankrata
afego ɔbɛfa for nkrata
my sisters fight baako no de me di na chi no ɔkɔ this year so ɔkɔ this year ɛna madam for bi so kɔ Belgium almost 8 years ni onyankrata ɔkɔ mtu fo sɛ ata Belgium na ɔkɔ no woni we so agent bi okodu hɔ no saa nipa na ɛsɛ mafa saa nipa na amba yɛgye ne sika na die de wakɔ saa Belgium no oni bebi ɔbɛda so nti kɔ ne yɛkɔ no ɛsɛ me sure sɛ bebi a yɛkɔ no maybe madam for bi ɛna ɔsɛ memra bibi say nti mekɔ akɔ yɛdwuma say so nti wodu hɔ na in the next 2 or 3 years you get your papers but wodi agent for chi
bro asɛm na ɔka ne deɛ no creo but life no
onua asɛm na wo ka no wo sister no onua na ɔbɛfa no still ɔbɛtua bills o enye free
there be some the best no matter so far so you
to anya ba bia akɔtena mesi aboche wudi 3 days ɛwɔ wo ma me nkyɛn wobɛtua bills
me say no best no betua ɔkɔ you betua bills
no matter what no ɔyɛ onua but eniema mu ɛnyɛ din te sɛ obi a ɔkɔfa agent so the American what you say ɛna ɔpɛ sɛ ɔkyerɛ because
yatinasio but anya day but enter with sister no obepe da ya ma unua ba no be start atua bills you know that
yeah you say ne sa no we ya adwuma de unhu but in the place obekọ UK we nya adwuma wo a wotu obi so ye bepa mo ne sa no wo a wo UK no bere
me ni mo obi a ono a atra UK 25 good years wafa ne wofa ase 3 enkola ne tene ncha wo munya adwuma ne enura na me free obi ma ne pa adwuma ma wo mo enkola 3 o mo di 5 months watra UK 25 years wo ni papers wo ni bibia
ne sa no better say wo ko na say wuni adwuma ye papa say obetena Ghana pa ebra bi abo
na say wo obi anu a ye pa adwuma to ho ansa no wako abroche ye pa adwuma to ansa no wako I know the Oka sa eso sister ne be adwuma and san wo kwa abroche to say
UK UK who need 90,000 the account mu to me go UK na say what to matter tam 90,000 Ghana cedis e dey go account mu e dey afu o dey ayo baby akodu UK na nko nya dwuma ka me nko dey tran Ghana business an ka so
na say so ma ko go UK no e busa wo dey ekoso
bia ni fi ofimu ena obia ni nija ote ho ayehye no nti ene de ontumi nka so obi wo 91 say ono di akwa akotu kwa na ofa mbo
mo about na obi can be say meti say me say no maybe mo akra me ye shoemaker ese o cheni pan say maybe me ye shoemaker na wo a won kan no kwa cheni ba me ye say nti ne say no
minua abroche nti say Ghana me si abroche obi ne yere na tie so abai nim se wo kunu kofi anajo wo sister na bia no kran won kan kire wo what is going on outside no one kind of crunch kire wo
no way me say me tie anya bibia na
me say me yonko ba na yire wa ko siki say me pa cho me ba wa siki say ne kunu adwane agya no ana UK so wo kunu dwane gyawa wo da ye de be ma no e affordable enya a cost because bema no aheda ne oba na hyehye ho enti bema no kofi anajo no akoda ontimi ntia ne ba ontimi nto ne sam mo ne ba because akran be report because papa no won ka fie no ho won firi fie ho won te ho Ghana for ma bebrebe ya no masai wa abruchere sa ne ma ne bi ka ho oba na akoka kira bai eso ni kunu adwane agya no wane ne nyem ye no wadwane wagya nkola na gunu so enti abai no so be make sure say obema odai a ewo fem A day, ubetimi di ide. Ashen kwala papa no de onka ho wadwane enti wo wadwene ne se ebia papa no wate wo ka no kura na bibia enti obi ekọ 1 year no wo si dan no wo yese ya eya busa no de ekoso busa no ntra watwa edida bia me kam se abrochi obi anko heaven se heaven wo ha obi no obekọ bi abrochi obi no obekọ heaven ta wo ha ampa dia obi a obekọ bi azanko atro
Host. And as a moderator, me kasa.
Okay, but next person in kasa why?
Okay, me trip na me there. Me say yeah Cambridge asem. Oh. And I just want to add some few information to it. What did say Nana Abruchi at the second Adrena
I'm imagine if young kasa.
Adrena yekita wa Ghana no. Enu bi ni yede ba krom ha.
Okay, adi adwen Ghana for the two kwan.
Ye pese bibia no aban na ye man.
Eye mamu.
Ye pese bibia no eye bete.
Nyame be ma bibia e bokọ amaye, nyame ka ho kakra na aban.
What you say? Inti no ye de sa adwen no eba krom ha. Me na bi inti na ma me ka dia making because me comment oye na bi. Thank you. Wow. Nothing in life itself no eye bete.
Now who dey say oba agine dogi no anyem no okọ obe sofa. Awurade.
What you say? Inti no se wo kita sa adwen no edit na Ghana na nyama mu nkoso. Enumpo no ye wo fanom ne ebusuafie ni ade a wetumi akoda ho kra free edidi free. Eno krampo no enye bete. Na wo ba krom ha. Aha no ebia ebusuani bi eni ho. Anase efie bi anadamfo bi a wo kire obekọ ne nche ni ho. But at least the government has set systems, foundations, organizations, any nyama bebre eba ma brabo no aye bete ama. Now what you say still o pese wonya obi a adechi obefre no wodi na di nkomo obi adechi a obekọ ne nchen wakoda ne nchen kakra untia rent unje see what you say. You want things to be just like the way it is in Ghana, but you want to benefit more than what it is in Ghana. No, it doesn't work that way. A Krum Hano, number one, you cannot live here without basic skills or education. It's number two. Other say what skills. Even capital crampo it is a school. May simple is a school.
That's on your training, yeah.
What I say? Even training, but when you're training, you need certification, a kind of license. What I say? And no na ye kase. A lot of Africans come to this country. The first thing they think about is, oh, me peju me biaye. And our question, baby, so at say biaye clinicals, ye people from, such job is not bad, but you don't expect that job to finance your lifestyle. Now, what person will leave you and answer dream now kita na the back room and say you want to hold a iPhone 15 mobile phone and drive a car and do that. That kind of job cannot get you that. So we end up living that lifestyle for a long time. Now I say, abroche ya din. That is how the system is. And when you go to Rome, you have to do what the Romans do.
Right. Now, Mammy Miss out, the entire my brother come on the yana dice, mammy, very complicated. Now, I'm saying, commodity baby, who baby, if you do, I say, baby, if you say, me was out, other Ghana, and be a best 60, 70, and half him, the near South Korea, so Benyan uncle, Wako Ghana, correct, I didn't hear.
Oh, yeah. Young woo kromu ha.
Sabe eduane kra ye di wa hakra no different from the edi wa Ghana. What you say? We get den. Why do you think that you are now papa will say but you still miss your father, your mother? When you do you still miss your father.
Okay, adientina mo tena broche cha na fe edu ba bia obenya nanka wo fi adentia
o na chira wo no wo ma me no papa kra when you do 50 years in adie kra wo feel ma me no papa wo wu. So that's how it is. You didn't grow up here. You will miss the grounds and also the environment you will to here. It's normal. Okay. And it is okay because you see, you were brought up in a certain particular way. You were raised in a certain environment. And I started life all over again. When you know, we start life all over again in a different environment with different people. And you know, what dream money, what come money, no, ube fit, baby, I will to ye. It's normal.
Okay. Eti mamusa wo, se Ghana ni akoda wo tu kwa be 20, 30, 40 tu kwa no. So our intention say one day I'm a return home. What suggestion I would say? How do we build back where you left on baby? I would just see one. Opeso return here. Say now be bananka. Dia na opesa obe ban obe expect.
Number one, you cannot go back when you don't establish yourself here. That is the biggest mistake a lot of Ghanaians make. You cannot be successful in Ghana when you don't establish yourself here. Why do you want to build a house in Ghana when you yourself, you don't have an apartment here? When you yourself, you don't have an investment here? When you yourself, you don't have a stable business here? Why do you want to do that? Why do you want to put all your who is that Ghana? Omutu kwa eba Ghana nkwana omutu etontalie papa eshe.
Okay.
Do you know why? Because they send every penny to Ghana.
To do what?
Somebody see that. They want to show off.
Mamusa, what is the intent for Ghanaian to travel? Ghana need to kwaya not being passing through to kwaya. Mamusa.
Number one, yedie opeso ye.
Edi chere mwan.
Number one, Emma ne first.
Okay.
Number two, for the family. In fact, the family issue is more important to an average Ghanaian than say obedrin on one kasa no. Trust me, that is how our mindset is. But the point is that you have to establish yourself here in Abuchi first. Get yourself something doing, establish yourself in business-wise, educate yourself, get certifications, and make sure that you don't do the normal things everybody else is doing. Don't be like everybody else. Look at the Spanish people, sir. Omo Spanish for no movie Spanish no. Shomo so movie Jamaica no. Shomo so ya brofo. Look at how they live their life. Do you think they don't have Jamaica to go? Or you think they don't have this Dominican Republic and all those places to go? They have. But do you know what they do? Omo to dine. Omo be a juma. Omo establish omo. Even when they go back, they have investment that is running on here for them. And the Chromo, it is so easy for you to get loans, properties on credit for so many years.
So means so many years means then no say what is it what about na see e krubia we say what na say na ka ho nya sa.
Anything na make say your prime age, you know. For example, Uba Chromo Hano, you say we the 25, we the 30 years. You fancy we the 14 po. Now, bibia na we nyebia obia what they call Ghana. Then you are wasting your life because you better go back no with the 60 and 70. And it's that time now we enjoy sir if you na we see na answer them. I mean I don't understand. Okay, because
the abroad for me some conversation is very delicate but
maybe bonito. I want to just summarize it by saying
Mamusa according to ye tu kwase ye kope bibia bafia bedi anase ye tu kwase ye kope bibia edi ye kope bibia edi
but you can be bisan be
ye tu kwase ye kope bibia bedi anase ye tu kwase me kope bibia edi o te minu sa wuti twi kasa se fa twi na se dia
on say ye tu kwan kobobra ye tu kwan kope bibindi epe bibia bedi mpo aka benye bi organ edi
ya bi tobo ye tu kwase ye kope bi ye kobobra ehwo anase ye kope bra abo asa abebo no fie I mean so betiasa okay mami can English be so betiasa say we are traveling to go and find something and come back and then continue our life. And I say we are traveling to go and continue our life there.
Okay. That is a very good question, and that needs a very good answer. Let me tell you, anybody that is traveling with the intention say okobo bradia befi abe toa brabo no so you are failed.
That's your thing. That's
No, and I will explain.
Okay,
I will explain.
Now, so rephrase where anybody traveling to things said they are going to they are traveling and go and look for something and come back because anybody failed. Is that what you mean?
There's a difference between okope bibi e dia befie na okobra abefie.
Okobra befie no anybody fail on.
You are failure. Because abrabo no de boko ni.
And I come 30 minutes for me quite but only mamusa e die ntina odwensa
and na make abrabo bono it's a whole pieces of life that comes together. Everything comes together to make life. Create life to go back to where you started from.
And you say the weekend there. Say you for the last 50 Ghana for nyina ye obi etuka say kone kobo be kura yetimi to Ogyaba dey say kone kobo bra na fa bra fie kone sa na ye ka kire ye nuan bebre tu kwan na.
Intino ye ka say kobo bra na be boa fie ye kobo bra en fan kofie.
Me ba intina say nka the weekend na say nka kanifo no kwa tie the weekend a o kwa live life for home menyo what you so be live life for what ase.
Exactly, but ye de boa fie. Because you need to be established here in order for you to who dear Bianina and Sonwa, a better than what a bias will be so. A better than a bias will be so.
But me busa say, tell me busa say, Casanamica one tells it, says the old candy tells it, me to Quanama Cobo Brow, baby, I'm a Tianamakaho,
Makaho, but make Kaifie. I'm making sure, say, more motifie, and I say, be a BBC, na me befia, no kakra with fee. By young baby,
and assembly. So to quite now, Cobo Brow, now more brand and Mawachia. Oberbefi and what she say, I say him for an Oban.
Enter the make us say, ye Kaifie, by young baby and coffee. No, I'm not contradicting. Obisa may contradict me.
Let me because I would say a conversation the piano Yante was say, can make a some cassia because Bianam in Pessoa Bruce for conversation because as I said, as you would the entire year to coin. The Biami interview with different plans may say, the entire to coin. We need to know the reason why you want to travel.
They say, the number one reason why the every motive, like every Obia what's our genius or we took one say. Or bebobra amanyama etumpon asensan yetie at the time ote Ghana.
And to you need a individual perspective. Me na make obo me bra man kasa make obo bra ba machi. Enya sa.
Be on say wo ko wechi because you are not selfish. Wo pese wo kai fie. Wo kai fie no nche se be atali obehye eduane obedi ni nyina no de koto fie na 20 years 30 years wo ba na twem.
Okay, yan say. Wait there me 1 minute. Akwasikoko bro ni krum no enam de omum nananom ye nti omu krum de adwuma wo ho wo ye adwuma onya osika nti wo ye ho ya se ye friend ye tuba tanti Ghana ni bia wo tifri Ghana wo kwa America Europe se wo kwa ye adwuma ho no wasie sika no ba na chi wa ba bi na chi yie dodo no asa na etu kwan because ye se ye tuba tan yakwa yanka se onsa tuba tan na wo nkwa yanti akwa na se papa shamu ko krum na wo be kunti e tro se definitely you live there and return back home now. The who can't tell say Tikagana ni koha, Sika Edmana Okene, and from a CSC Wachio, first CSC or baby out here. Son of such a home.
Okay, let me breaking it down. Wow, because everyone say Obiane na Nentiasiano a bit difficult kakantino. Maybe the way I may say Casano me Casa more like a lecturer. My main Casa to say Ubia ye Ghana near Ofifi. Oh, my main chro. Oh, say Yenina no. Ye ko school bia no a ye kire say o pass ya na wakọ class 2 o class 2 now pass ya na wakọ class 3 what you say okay sa na bra o ba brucha sa na tie say wa pass e wo Ghana no wakọ class 2 ni abruchiri na wa ba bruchiri eti say wo pass na say o pass na say e say wonya on krata ese wonya efia obetrim ese wonya adwuma obeye ese wonya business bia obe invest what you say and na make sure say ni nyina no eya brabo a wo bo
okay
Inti no sa wo no wonfa wo ho ento yia. Niema sa no nyina kwa buchi. Exactly. Inti no ebeye se wonam kromo how. Inti no bibia na wode kwa buchi no sabe wonnya ebi kra na wonnya obi a obehwe so yie. Inti no wode bibia akoto ho. Ena wo no wotena hana na wonya baby papa nda. Woso a wontumi enko school. Woso a wonya djuma panye. Inti no wabrabo ni nyina kwa ye wo se because anati o dia wodi akwa broche wodi akwa Ghana back ni nyina ye wo se when you are living your life here your mindset and I say your spirit is telling you say hey tabe kra brabo no me born sen ena niam nkoso ye maame no. So that thought alone can let you die early. I'm telling you. That thought alone, so when shatale pa, when die duane pa, to me ti efie papa mu, to me you cannot be organized. Okay. All your life is all about helping somebody. When you yourself to me cry share, and that alone can kill you. Depression can kill you.
But with all having all these good lifestyles, stay near fear walk our build family. Nana mi busa say, I didn't na Ghana need to brooch, especially immigrants, 60, 70 years. They still want to return back home. Upon all the good life now,
because of what I am telling you, say, Uba Bruchra, a niema four major things Netisa will consider. Number one, what bakrufo froswa omukita different embra, omukita different system, omukita different everything. Establish yourself. Have your document. Go to school, learn the skill. Because who you carpenter or Ghana? Who's a Ghana? Who you carpenter? Who in your license be here?
That I me question one thing I say why what best when you have good life, why establish your own good job, you have your family. So say at then 60% of immigrants are Ghana for count. They want to return back home and have everlasting life and identity.
The reason is that one say enti na me cho say wabobra ewie nti obekai fie.
Okay, and wabobra na wie na afa na obekai fie on.
Oh, no, your life comes first.
Okay,
the Bible
now,
I said, do adamfo and I said, do be a sin woman. Also, do sin obi. Okay, I understand. Love yourself like you love other. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Matthias, you know, say, only so, yes, I baby on buye, as one was over Mount Martin.
Exactly.
So me here they mean to me.
Exactly.
My 2 point about me in the broader perspective, in the general perspective as
me player, me tia me tight we are me send 10% echo Ghana me the 2 ebusia account. And no ebusia account ne say just in case ne ebusia ni zibi yamboa mbacho woman is kakra we woman kakra si. And no say and no chance me fa me sika ni nyina nkoto Ghana.
Okay, in order for us to build back our countries, you know, as immigrants, China, for instance, my cohort that me no only 2 coin. You want to be as a Ubo Bia Okobia, the Okoye Bia, and Obasa returning back to the country. And since your name be brave, the factory, the this almost are returning back. Most of them are returning now to us. Ususu say encourage Ghana for to kwan obi 70 years e no be ba no hwan number the Ghana na obe bra bet na ho.
Okay, my internet make say can you believe say if sa obia ye be soa na ba kromu ha bia obia ba no be sua some skills, some crafts, some education, obenya some knowledge be no onya ehon krata asemo you know say deport no kra ko Ghana obetuma asesa Ghana within 1 day. Ba wo ba ha na wo betena mu na wo ye normal things without thinking about planning. Say you'll be an independent contractor, you'll be an independent carpenter, you'll be an independent cleaner, a cleaning company. Like you have those skills and licenses and those things, you know. If you don't learn and you are always 777, you have nothing to talk about. You have nothing to use as a basis.
Okay, my point in say Ghana need Tanabruch, and I can so call Ghana bit much Ghana. Most of these in Kofu Ghana in Aswa Tanabruch, they are in the fact.
I understand.
Only live first class life more than the so-called typical Ghanaian people here.
Because of Niobe Suyawaha, because they are knowledge in America, because of what they
Ghana for now, what Ghana is living the leadership. Mutana Broche school here near my park. For instance, education minister, no way or running big institution in America. You know just here. And the Uncle Ghana, I mean, it's a new approach and our free nature also okay BBO. Dear Winnie, how you understand the system?
How you understand the system? I like the what you used.
That's right. Like what you so used. The point in is say Ghana for it to now woman Ghana for us any extra knowledge they want to build back their country. Now me say my two can be comfortable but do best 70 years now. America system now we need an air punish on. Now me say Mauritania. Ogyaba ben na wudua na wachi a wo kwa correct. Say wo kwa nkokora bom no mbabo. E wona na boys na ba beje ho ne manyina wo.
Eno na me so me kira wo say se me metime ha. Na me my so depressed. Everything I get be I send it back home, right? And I'm living here. Na me madwene here me say me mbo bra. Me wu mpa ansa me do Ghana ho na be did ya me dia call. I'm telling you. So which one would you take care of it first? Yourself or the thing that you have sent to Ghana?
Right.
What you say?
What the revolution? What do you mean to say? What the a new sort of traveling revolution? Ever say because the to make at first, most people will travel say make obo brad ya be fie abebu afie. Make obo braba. Nti yetimi ka say wo kono. You know na ye adwuma first ka bra fie na bra na ye ebe body ya factory to Ghana for no. Most of them body factories. Ghana for too kan wo na adwuma I mean, okoye adwuma obroche no ba ye obi ji say untumi kofi odro efi wakoti asore wo Ghana so afa hour we see mu nyina tete sorry I mean they return home and to create something into their working say Ghana ni bot na say wa America ne landing a wo ye sure say obetimi akoback akobuild na chi ana
Mama nchiro me mau me because uni other gente mama mbo no let me give you a scenario. If you going to start to work na wa ba preach na nyame adon wenye adwuma what you say na yemfa ne say sa sika na yetua won na wo de bie adwuma foforo wo ye adwuma wo na wenye sika na wo de bie adwuma foforo ebetumi ama another extra income and as bie krampo ebema more income say adwuma na wo ye no dwen ho situation when you yetua wo kana wie no na wo de sika no e de akoto Ghana amfa so obi amba ho
o de koto Ghana say won obi discuss call Ghana so de koto wo keke I mean,
that's also the ko sit down and also the ko
David. Na so sit down, we go sit down. I want to say level another investment. We sit down as investment.
That's what you think.
I just am thinking. Anyone who consider just one
a dance here piano.
Obviously, sit down na be our city properties no or the rentier because you go for the table chira. Omo heavy real estate to Ghana.
So, say, enter a make sure say when a dear beer, if you if you eat and you eat at the wrong time, it becomes poison. If you eat and eat the wrong food, and dance if you are establishing a house or you are building a house and you build it at the wrong time, it becomes more pain than a blessing. Okay. Because you cannot start building a house when you have not established a business or a source of revenue first, when you have not gotten your license or documentation to live here first. Jamaican what must here?
But we are talking about people living abroad and returning back home. Okay, God, Ahvram, 2 minutes now.
Yeah, a woman says, Swan said, even Koyan Fagana high any example. Ubia or your police argument. Every month you are GP and will be or when talk pusher, Ubi or Kaka, Ubi or Caboya. I say, I don't the day Ubi and Yeska. But well, Ubi to must save in the future, so may save Viska in the next 50 years. I may am this Escano Abobra. But Ubu Spain or Yanadumana or Yescan or Geno on 71 city crumple.
Okay.
onye sika no the talkers
because actually ti obese nya sika no ho
no dey before nti bo ho na wadu by 45 50 years o say wonni hwe ana baby wadu nso no wontu menya adwuma bia ebiem maybe na wo man so no na busanfo obia emfio nti ne sa krompo no wo ba fie krompo na wo ba beye den o na me ye hwe so ba share amount 46 in Japan ne Dangote ni we mu no omoko Europe ekọ bra even kro wokọ abrochi na se wokosua de we ye akoko factory so import factory nti wo bagan mami establish port factory be maybe in the next 10 years you are creating job for yourself.
Canadian Japan wouldn't say no basi Canadian Japan, let me tell you wouldn't say Canadian Japan so sikebi onya bia no de call Ghana na one fan started taxi business na
business
and office and committee means can onya no
nti wo be fio iska no de business so ba quite say Ghana for e wabrochi no bro 99% ye nyina ye laborers cleaners is like we don't educate ourselves, we don't value ourselves,
and we don't even own the businesses.
You don't own business. Just say I say you copy be the abefie. Oh ma me di makọ broche. I month no 1,000 euros. 1,000 euros no. Wa send busian for €100. So, but that's why cleaner 30 good years. Inti bisa won say why cleaner 30 good years no. That's so one fa dream be answer sit down with Ghana and as one first ke bi akọ investment bi e. Obey pay you know. Nan why
so the question be obi be say street no say mo amote abrochire no mo certificates mo companies mo ye yi ana mo ye yi wo ana
me say ye ensin your friend saying obi or politician or crampo at least we are established on the ground say ye betumi employee Ghanaian folk ye betumi aka say ye ka bibia ya na ye ko betumi ye kasa nkofo tie ye make an what
Mateo exactly. At what point and I'm more kai Ghana because it seems like the okay idea what me settle when I would lead a good life. I mean you are okay in London or in America. At what point and I am more kai Ghana?
And I make sure say kai Ghana every time, but me no make us say don't send even more than 10% or 15% or 20%. Don't send more than that to Ghana.
Right.
Live your life here. But make sure say what the send kakra ko but men for hu nyama nyina nkogu ho na with the kromo ha na we need what to eat, what to wear and all those kind of me that is my way of saying.
I understand your point. Exactly. Yeah, because say how better say abroche for be to boa ma Ghana ye do you think abroche you can help to build a country called Ghana now?
Na nipa ko no to me to me boa o man not timu no betumi aboa baby on timu no.
No, I'm asking you because I do you think abroche for help build Ghana now?
Mama mention my drink kakra. Yeah, funny say a day. Yeah, ma 100 Ghana cedi. Ultimate 100 Ghana cedi like who deal with 3 Ghana cedis a day. So, inti nipa say you know. Yeah, time by 3 billion the man way. Less than 2 minutes. Scanning in a beshi.
Aye.
So, on my no, your systems in here. So,
so for me to me the new system I call Ghana, but the for system.
Me patch say even what they about him right the bag Ghana enye adwuma.
Okay.
Yeah, Ghana for the engine too. So my dear no. Yeah, nya willing say yes say ya adwen. Ade na no me yen 100 goodies and one stay na that way mu.
Okay.
Nti say obi di bibi ba say sia na. You say in the next 2 weeks na de no. Kase ni na.
Reason.
Nti Ghana ye wo policies about enya adwuma.
Okay.
So but yen fan say
one by one. My yin kasa mami. God we na Jordan na yen ko osika.
Bro, so say me nko you the bad me wo me sisters ne me mama ne me mabusuan for ho. O say osoro na pa say ne time ye 6 am so one fa train na say train no ko na ye ntua ne ka ye beti sa sika na fini pay ne mo.
Yeah.
Ba wo ba Ghana ha say ne hwe the way you live your lifestyle otumi ko adwuma ba ye 10 obi anya ne hwe. So inti nipa say no so ba Africa say ne so me believe say nansen o kwa buruchi no obaye o ho style bi inti system na ye kwa Ghana ha na ho no what the whole system na ba ha na mfi ba ye inti ne sa no so ye the ha system na kwa buruchi won so ye bre Until say bibini e best say yesu na e ban ni de e be ye dey unless individual be ye 1 or if I say be ye 10 out of 100 and e tumi akwa Europe abebo bra e wo Ghana aye adwuma wo Ghana ha ma obi mu anye bi aye but out of that 10% that we 90% aka no sa de no mutumi nye.
Okay. Right. Let us say pa. I Jordan, now can be na me
aha na me kasa oho mame ya na God ka no nti na me di gina so na me be kasa asem wetie. The problem of Ghanaians is not the country Ghana. The problem of Ghanaians is our send you see tete yen, send you see rezi yen. What you say? Any the way our environment na yenye fi no. But if we are able to change the way we think, we can change everything. And to the member example say, Upa kukru the whole abrochi na kosi Ghana. Na fasa ankrofo na fetum. 1 year time, Ubaba no na enyama aye worse than it was. I mean, the Ghana that we know. Because the problem that we have no, maybe abrochi home. I had. I didn't want to talk about myself, but I have to say something. Maybe a Juma miensa ewo Ghana. I never generating more than 100,000 Ghana cedis per month. I'm so me babe to school so shan marketing kitty. Me uncle na wo no wo ye Juma bank na kufu ado aba no we go bank no we go all banks. Into wo no koshe so. In faso bi abeba no fa. And I first share with me, no, na me so me constate ensure nyama for because sometimes not technology na ba for. So I wanted to go into tech. Into no media duma mano 1 year pepe. We close offices no nyina.
Oh.
Obi oye duma wa bank wa me first one be more educated than me.
Yeah.
1 year we close our continue crisis of farming. What you say? Now listen to what I came here and I decided, okay, me nyame nkrata be be ejuma, ma me start MBA ejuma. Hwe me se me nko bie ejuma a friend of mortar and bricks. What you say bia store ni ebie ni we no say we bie ejuma. Ejuma be bia obetumi ebia online and ya say obenya store
and say is it we are say e-commerce nti
obi ka say Ghana for me start say me bie credit repair. So be our time what is credit repair?
Credit score assess.
Azali. Now your friends a virtual assistant they say we need workers, but open if you letter typing proposal writing here a friend virtual assistant and also say me be a no juma. And also na me be a graphic design, another business, graphic design. Me be 5 businesses online.
Okay.
Me meeting if you na me online me juma. Unim Ghanaians who say na into office you are a scammer. You are a scammer.
I mean, sir, a transformation. So you don't get upset when people don't understand.
Good.
I mean, I also say a transformation.
I never bothered. Listen to the story here. Me my establishing me home for almost 2.5 years now. Now me say, okay, you know what? I want to partner with about 10 businesses in Ghana. Into what business or Ghana biano. Now what will be their capital injection. Now why am I a partner? I want to invest. Nana, there is nobody who has registered business, who has records of financial statement to say, yeti say or the Akoto Bank, oni bi. They don't have structured business system. Ubeka say, and not to the general way so at this business. Intino, tell me, say, me na main person me bua Ghana, and answer Ghana ni not tiwana. Or no na yen adwin say or yet to videos I can say doing that kind of job. What you say? So what will make me say me koswa me sike nyina koto Ghana? What will let me have that mindset?
Okay. So in this case, you know, what attest to the fact say people need training. People Ghanaians need.
That is exactly what I'm saying. Say some establishing me one half first. Do you think that can go and help people in Ghana? I cannot go and help people in Ghana. So if you are a Ghanaian and you travel, even for the first time, the first thing that you must do is to go to school. And say, I have school, no, and yes, we call 10-year school to say Ghana. No, I go school 4 years, 3 years. Debbie, who bet me crowd the 3 weeks, 2 weeks, I go school, I go share your license. Now they are called starting BB. When you get that, you can open your own business, masonry, carpentry, cleaning. You bet me your license free. And the organizations that will educate you free, you don't need to pay nothing. And the bonus also, you can employ people, you can employ Ghanaians here. More thought Danya, more rent Ghanaians home, or more story build more. And they are paying close to $2,000 every family house, like apartment. Meanwhile, the mortgage for the whole house, it costs about like 1/3 of that money they are paying. Instead of them come together and buy the property.
They can't click together.
No.
They are to an independent way.
No. You see, that is my problem.
Right. I mean, I've for the more on Sembe. So that's a personal insight I want to share. And then again, you better also why, and we will raise a concerns about that because a dear continue in chat because as a very say no cry. If you are first in the post, but I said, yeah, and you'll be any 2 compass was having a chip you and
exactly.
Yeah. All right. So we will see. We are not to us a for Ghana for and so what.
And the mindset is Obia Nebra Abruchino. If you go half of fresh.
I mean, I think the general statement, but a quite is when myself, we are the best of answer. Would you grab a carcatrema? So
you have to
a general statement.
You have to plan.
Yeah. Baby, even so, baby, when I found. Obi na Joe Biden ko president of America so no obre there be a communication workers and no from na ye fire no so there's nothing that you won't suffer for it anambwa
exactly
right me that say osika ni
hello bro
mami ntie we now there ye nua na kire ne ma bebre mu how returning home what to do before returning here nanka abuche for dem mon say ya na no
yeah I was listening to him what baby no ma bi so
okay.
In the first place, you had a good business and now returns. You were making like 100,000 either a month or a year. You were doing very well.
Fantastic.
Well, you were doing very well. How will you abandon that Adumana and say although I don't have any problem with that, say but you were doing very well. There be a mekase adwinku and a nyansa sonko. And I say, who nyansa odi adia and chese obeko school chinchina obeko school answer na what my bibi.
Now yes school can discover school they say process what we are just also students now so now
papa bi wo Ghana bibi ntimi di be take akra o me koma me free what techiman oni ni nua me no buy ni nua no ba school or Germany abe ye masters ni papa no buy no no be wa school no bi no be na mu ado benya broni babi but not being said babi o free no there are resources babi o free no to say in the mid of Techman no there are a lot of say not your friend is saying in the north Techman is central no is looking I say I god of Ghana na you dey do kakra
mami too yeah
no not be so okay what do I do Mami meshe sawi na nyabunyi ba kra ne tran ba papa no ba fie e be she senate na dwuma no sase kakra ba bi o starting free he started from a small beginning kakra no crash no ko fa bi beton no export kakra ene the man can boast of 7 good companies in Ghana.
That's right.
He's a very rich man. Richness no court Germany and go nyanisa Ninyano Bar School or Germany or employ Ninyano as an MD of one of his companies. Am I a trader because or some fire Ninyano?
Okay.
So, Enti Ghanaians ni say nyame adom na eba brochira. Yemi ya adwimu. Hwe bro, Ghana na eba bia obi adwuma, Ghana obi anhawo. Obi anhawo tax for ba opa ono mo betena ase. Se na obesi atua no obetima hye mo. Obetima atua ne kakra obetima hye mo obi anhawo. Pressure bia ni so ne open na ye bibia open na ye nti se me bana me beti se me nuanu binom ka se na Ghana na say aya me ra ho se ene de Ghana e be chance na Ghana ya yiyi because the padodo se ne ba brochi omo ya ban adwuma
na ba na ba adwuma tu asika na ba adwuma kra na ya na
ba brochi adwuma ye nyina ye
tu asika sa o
adwuma ye wa brochi ya ba brochi nyina ye ankura adwuma amanfo nyuma na omo biebie ne ye bi It is a
police na police force pay could say you $3,000.
Thank you. Nyame nshira Osika.
Nyame aye wadom na say wabetu watima be bibi wo ha. Me de going to Ghana because supervision no say oti Ghana na say oti abroche na obi adma Ghana emfa bro. Emfa you have to make a decision say okay my say be resources be wo ha. I've heard of this. Now waja who are sitting na abroche dia obetima ja ho ebia 1 year bia be abeshe Ghana. No why your research, why your bibia, you can come back and look for fun. Then you go back because who was it then you start. Because jamo bia emfa.
Question am busa ye nua no Jordan, unse na Jordan no chirem say esim say decade bia wode. Unse no na me person busa say ye kobo bra na ya be achi abeto ye ntoto ye na ya be create avenue. Anase ye kwa ye koka ho na ya live your life ho. Na you do best 70 ni asaka say home sweet home no say unso ono no chirem say ono de e so beta no ho but America and Europe the more na beta ho na wo ka krom ho.
Yeah bro. O say me o kan meti ase obi ane na you ordinam obi wo ha he just want to be okay. Obeso you okay nyame adu no nya bibito no odina o you okay a o tibitu ane be so timinya ne ka bi a o you okay abai but ye no binum say no de I have a vision to open one of the biggest companies in Ghana.
Okay.
Remember, my son said, "I'm for doing como a brony way. I'm a catcher and bring you Ghana. You will say, Yanko Ghana." I'm talking to a lot of people here. Brony be a mekon who be a catcher no company be a mayor. I'm trying to lure them back to Ghana.
Okay.
But be a mayor be a meaning for Kasa. Ghana is a good place for marketing. Security for Ghana is good. Yemna Ghana, Yemabwa. I'm talking to people. Minya mabisa broche han me ma ayi mahame ye me de because oh you black you can never be a British. You oh you black you can never be your own anuma o ma ye doctors wa broche as broni no bakra o ma ho hwe no. People need their services in Ghana.
Ma me clarify bibi wa Osika. Won say the reason me can say establish yourself because ubeko Ghana then na udebeko since Ghana udebeko
I say
you have to establish yourself here say usika mo yesam yedu ebia na metumi ede nyama tutu yie and na metumi borrow sika almost like this X amount of money is okay me so me dey partner with small scale businesses in Ghana. What you say that is what I'm saying because when establish wo na uko Ghana trust me minimum ko fo a omo kukuru sika pa dia ko Ghana omo akotena Ghana na so omo say dwane ababaka
because all kono na know how no form the knowledge will form bibia bibia no and know that you don't blame Ghana, blame yourself.
Exactly.
Yes. Because all kono nim dia be na de ko ye
exactly for wonyama tutu yie nti asem so uko Ghana because the all kase wo fa yi a all kase or worry Brunia or yan kakanka may sure say me no me fi Ghana no sikasemo and yes sikasem tin man bagano me
because you okay you crowd you dey now when yes kan tin utu kwan because
Debbie na me buy no me mato a Range Rover and Mercedes am dem na me ai friends
and until jawa we nyina so go school abrochire
because not my local match I
say local match dey local David
what I say me first say my head say Shatawale team me ko say sakode international that I'm telling you
you can't crap years I was spending no abroad and kasa years and kasamre we not to desperate in this group no I'm telling you
but the other issue is there the other issue is there what I say the years na me di wahano I cannot compare to the years at despite Romodia building your mayen.
What I mean, because the we are now who grow up, no. As I say, baby, I will show country corner one. And then can Ghana, and you part, baby, status of Ukraine, and you believe baby, I will tell you, I will try.
Oh, some member Hanches, me my bag almost in these 7 years here. Maybe
this me just I will start to say go be able to make $1 million as a revenue and as a income cry. Depends on your catch me. Start to succeed the past 7 years, no. You can never ever compare baby our to Ghana.
Bro, me say Jordan or better access in one. I knew he has done that already because if truly if truly you were making that money in Ghana, I think say in some way or the other, and so I say Obi who say me cry. I thought that Obi who say
because I mean
me no me hosa, but the mama me no me ho no de e wo ho. But me no me ho say me fi Ghana. What you say because
there's some reason.
Na COVID na de nyina ba mu no. What you say COVID na de nyina ba mu no issues nyina wo ho. What you say, but I'm just saying say the ayeja wo ho kra man tumi anhwe so.
I want to say no na yeah program because for my and you want
to forget
intelligence. And church bay na what the ma wo mo the odi admani ja one case control be na na wo. And no na ye ntimi ni Ghana for click be no because who the control you don't understand the people. You want no a certain level of intelligence and knowledge you have no idea. So you can't deal with the people. To say I've done a China for business I China I Ghana. You must say why are they Chinese? That's it. We can't blame the system. We cannot blame Ghana. We have to blame ourselves. So you have less intelligence to control the system. Chinese are able to control it. Indians, Lebanese.
Nigeria for bro. Nigeria for Nigeria business is all Ghana.
Yeah, complain it and you try to forward no hammer. Now yeah, do Amrafo can cancel. But Amrafo in this Amra so. They don't follow Ghana rules. They control the system. And so we have been approaching the 1,000 years. I said, home sweet home party today. We must reason today. Make it yes, because 70 years, my brother, you can't do anything in Ghana. I a week.
Now me, I the reason me, I never come me by Germany. I me, she said there be a who cockrafo. I am in them who yeah before cockrafo. I am business say. Tia bibi fon kokra no mo wo hemfa because say me say minimum travel church pa ba me ba bia me who bibi fon kokra no I don't know where they are
omo kofie no madwane akoso Ghana omo dwane because abrofi omo nyina 78 ne yade no koto care home nti Ghana fon kokra no where are they? We want to know them. Where are the Africans? We want to know. Not just omo dwane akoso Ghana.
Yeah, through basis I need abrochian kokra bi kura ho de ayi walking stick ayi sa ade ya peja bi na de through basis bebre ba me who sa blacks now my better I don't see the blacks
omo dwane continue sa conversation person you trigger on because sa wo 40 be 35 40 na ye kana zabra na bi ananka on tiase obeka so live in better life but edu de ade a no what return home sweet home so we want to know today so we call home sweet home na abeko na bia wo kan o talent no wo so na nka betimi a demonstrate ni more na ya anye and yes you enjoy wo ba bia ti okay after the next 70 years now we call obeko na wanna say more ebe say more ba wo put na wan fa nka wo ni ebe ma na say more
we say the reason me patcho me ba o ebra me share me businesses ase me free maduma mu a me share me business ase o Ghana o share business ase e free me be shocks me so ti preoccupy na me require be something na dey na ha me because the shocks I was receiving obi adwuma kron first kan no ma imagine say me sika akoye obi adwuma on first kan ma me na ni nyina I was learning from that process.
That's right.
It is that shocks no ba no I was containing the shocks da bia me resi ebeye na me containing shocks no obi adwuma ontua na me diamafo achi I was trading up to now people are still owing me in Ghana my adwuma montua ye. Enti me peja adwuma no duru pepe so bi no na me de adwuma na ase me yirensa na me boys no ho no me de aso mo nsa na me so ma ba ase be di pa kakra na ma hwese na system no tie na ma penamfo kakra na ma sa ko back to ga me nya ma dwi ze betira brochire a me nya ma dwi ze betira I'm just looking for investors me looking for investors me wura obi a me sia no bia me need nkomo bra say na me yo I'm doing this could you help me I'm just looking for investors because Ghana I was like a king of Ghana now be ba na da bia adwuma ye apeja so me bisa nkofo ni say nti sa adwuma we can we do it about 20 years
and so na ye me Jordan so just say obey say adwuma de na corporate school bi na bi business bi na wa na waka kuru me na wo so run no
say ade ba ko ewo me Germany na me dem abantie no na me de be example bro. Office bi abeko bia no German young guys no mo na titi office o omo na supervisors omo na we no office bi abeko bia German for na now I say nwumade na to kai for ni police for ni omo maka na ye say nwumade no Office bi abekukọ bia no me nyama hu adwuma bi amekọ bia office bia e Germany for
the training and now uko school ni bia untime o masa gan de mo fly say adwuma papa ni bi no untime bi o.
Then o koye hospital no de bia no de eno say no kra so adwuma na ukoye o. O koye hospital na o be adwuma bia mechanic ni ye no nyina ya adwuma a ukoye.
Na say adwuma bia no ye papa na adwuma bia no e bete wo ba bia mo wo no nya sa.
Sa me ba bia me wo de sa na me because me lager house and ye bobo ye bo lager house and ye bo but more managers ni supervisors ni na ye German for. And look how big
cost ko manager na managers o munya adwuma den na managers at least o munya o adwuma nya den still na o munya adwuma
managers dey na o mu na wo offices na o mu kitekita paper no ne ade te say na ye
who ni say me ba this is the name of Ghana phones bin tiase obi who ni say ono no ye manager no wa bia ono no issue instruction wo mreba onim ye fra bibi mental strength on ono no mental strength ni kra na pressure ye demand no o mo
understand.
I mean
I understand.
baby a mo say Ghana for you we doctor we you the adwuma papa no we this sankrofo no kra bodam chen mo am wo down no o mo
Yeah, I understand. The mental stress ni I know. Metiase and
stress go ma dream no I don't the days obey returns obey report. You have no idea. In America, say minimum, most of Unkofo a year equity sales figures near that. Omukran a big challenge when it comes to depression. Hey, Womukran in any GMPO. I'm telling you, Womunya problem there because stress a go on my minimum. Wona walk down,
Reason. Yeah. Let me tell you this story. When him say before you become a supervisor or a manager in Abruchino, and this Ghana now because of who you fe, and answer because of who you offer ni offer and you have been through the drill.
Exactly, with experience, with the stress.
I'm telling you. Yeah. Now ube call bank manager no ye or cleaning or sweep floor.
Or experience.
Been in office, no all cleaning your friends a hall. Because almost the bank national sir.
And I also be any crab. I'm Ghana. I'm such on US Chicago. See, as you as a manager, you have a quota to meet, and so one year you you fire. And come to the minimum dia. Almost the managers in the way I near you are the crash associate. You
baby am ye juma no ho. Baby am ye juma ho. Omo be family supervisor be say master. Baby am me by my age dia me pay supervisor job. Almost sreme. Yes, me pay stress bia.
But it also so you best stress
hours na me coffee.
Yes. Eti me who say mukro na motete. There's nothing quite my pay my bonnet because that the ono to office one Jack pressure admura for the day man no. Who na why associate because you have no idea. And they fire them every day. Most of them confo no mudin confo see HR or CEO they fire them. You be you with this is here. Odo yen yam so o show o chere bi do ahwan ayi okay Abi don't call Abi
for me chia mo
ya jo so Abi ma yentie o now so we catch them
come on very interesting say mo ka say wo pese wo tena brochie na pese wo kọ Ghana na Ghana adwuma no ansa na betima establish wo Ghana so ye adwuma no master agi say wo on the ground because Ghana for no Ghana for enye nkrofo a betima attract wo mo wudu sika kọ ye adwuma Ghana wo hwe a wo beba wudu sa beguti wotimi ja emfra brochie say me kwakọ biye bibi wo Ghana bra wontutu wachi ye na wo na nye yi a obesa ye den iti tutu wachi ye wa ha sei ebia wanya unkrata ena de ba kokra puso yeze wo se kro ha se wutra na wo de wanya hwekra na wunyini kwa na se wo kọ Ghana wo benya wo social sa benefit kakra no wo de wo kọ Ghana kwa no de 70 years na sa busumi bia kra ya ma $1,000 kra mpo na wanya adwuma bia o Ghana you can survive.
Okay, mami so asemo baba eya na mo kọ Ghana na say na Ghana for no o call say me kotra bia we na say you have a full confidence in your country and I said unyo mu ni ba ya na mo kotra bi na hwe keke
enye say na Ghana masa Ghana de wontimi nka say wo ji o madi sa o on the ground
o munya ni ba
hey bra da ba untra Ghana ho da o ho
madam
The man from Ghana that one. Even Tio, the show. A Jumana who crowd the fabric and I call Ghana because said you be so frustrating one no. Only for Ghana so koye ball like a the ball like koye manure. Yes, we bet you $40,000. Already beside say no $40,000 or the Baba bribe and come there or Ghana.
Whoa. Yeah, me say reason.
Frustrations, no. Frustrations, no.
Ebusia ni krabo watu store do. Akode face of your family and how there.
So, etino obi nya hospital equipment free to America so they call Ghana. What they call Ghana. No. Ehun ko hu we. Ano si na me ade me de kwache free. E de ani hu nsam. Ehun happen on the channel.
We dey maka was na no yesi otumfo pa Ghana for just mo fa sika mra ne mo yi no ma shepo ne ma begu yesi otumfo metu yata yanza na wayi ne ma no.
Aha. Wahu. Etino ye kuro no de bra enye so obi na mpese okoye bibi o. Bureaucracy ni ko ho we e na ye ade na wo de ko na ye papa de kra ne pese sabotage o. Eti ye wo problem until say ye kuro fo ye nyina ebenya commitment ama kuro no wako bi adwuma kakra bi no obi bedi di adwuma ni mu ono be kota abope na obekọ adwuma
mami onya so say ye ni abrofo no kuro ma ba bi amotete nyina no omo the structures intina broni ko cameras and security who watches the watchman because we say
ye nya nruwe na ye kuro
so ye na esi strategy and more knowledge to control omani di change ba na
and say na opesa wo ye de na sa wa hoodi me so cameras since ade ma ne there and say they say a friend say technology about obetima ye adwuma Ghana na wo camera esi ufie na wo hwe wadwuma mo de bia so obetima ye sa de
and say bossa de na Ghana for nkwa na yenye wo enye nkwa na yenye na nipa su ana mboa
bra Ghana for the we are born bad and kasa Nikrom Ghana how me free me kan hu bi obia Nikrom o ye genuine ye nyina ye yakromfo che se ade ketu
Madam Abi Madam Abi on say me kwasi broni strategic measures are kwasi broni di go in place intina bibia kototo ti ma no
that's right ndiri ehun so mo nyansa
me say Ghana ukoye adwuma kwa na esi tua tax obeka se won tua yesi tua esukuro ma untimi nya adwuma nka se mi tua tax o untimi nya de ope wa ha
ambassador
Ghana de wo be ye de ope na dipa nkra tax utua man kwa enkoduru aban ho obewia onfa nko
tax enkoduru aban ho
esika duka se skada ya jiji wata mahabo ni nyina ne koduru aban wa enka Ghana ba bia wo ne ye wo ono aban so only 2 cities ono be 10 cities no afa 8 cities so 2 cities akoma aban enti ye kuro de bra we have a long way to go uka so be kasa sa te uko ye
approach for ya na maka o ntine ya na maka ho na e bi assist
ya enya say ya ka ha say bra ya hwe ban bibi so okoto asate 12 plots okosi da so obi ba say die no joto asase nya ni sika ni ebusia asase wo so ogina ho enya di tractors be pu da ni nyira tugu ye 12 plots we nya 1 plot go so sata watra broche be say 30 years ka di for garden ya
your friend due diligence onu na auto asase na due diligence no ye ya anti wodi kotu asase ka so this case the boss back to one kasa win knowledge asem wa ha o hwembe no ye
Eki Ghana sa ma me nkwan wata ze so jeni oti Ghana kro ya ngobodi to ka so asafa
ma me e wo so nya abokyere de akire omu
but no justify say I mean that's how bibia at SF say wo bibia at say mo America every time you near to Chicago so to do people at any time but that does not mean mo be kasa America nye anamboa
and the America to the kwasafo bi no mtututo bad na say Ghana
in America we go shop who go do drug ke no ma betutu no we
na America say kwasafo say the accident na Ghana de
there isn't accident yo come asem sana Ghana de nso ye accident because ye ka tutu ani ade a America ye we aha na ekoso me dan echi u bet pay just imagine so what I say so terrible so terrible kabibi afa ye kuro Ghana na ya yensusu nka na ye twie mu tan ho na ye free
oh bra Ghana de bia me dem ka me se me ba kuruma kra aduane nya me de okuruma ha aduane kra nya de enam kra koto enam kakra ka se me ti to nya de Ghana there's no place like Ghana but wo kro ni mu no
na mami mamusa mami wo your bad time ohime wo your bad time mamusa e de ne ye be ye betimi asesa nipa se ye feel se nipa no entity ye ne nya den ye be ye betimi asesa wo
one esi enya commitment ma okuro no ekuro nankasa nipa na wom no yenya commitment ma ye kuro no
ye no Ghana for no Ghana
ye ho ye ya kronfo ade okota de 1 cedi o person turn 5 cedis hwe ma me ma example
na ayo mo sa o
bra te covid ban na say me ma Ghana me America me ma Ghana
okay
the covid ban na say ye say oh bunto ne ma kakra ngu ne ba be lockdown me ba say mama me kota abe me gina abe hu ma me say abe ne 10 cedis and as mama twa olonka mienu ma me o say hwapro be ka say auntie yes ya tubo 150 and I'm bad oh mama I don't know yes sir to see me tell say abe 10 cedis afi there yes ya tubo 150 and to say something o to abe ma me 30 cedis na me twa ma na covid me chiwa say sikaro de be den ade na Ghana for ye boy ye wetiri mo dey
me ba ohima de wo ka wo ti America me ti ona na manfo be report ma me say Ghana for the problem change so aso mo de omo ye tene fu bia ye kasa most of Ghana store shops e Google abroad nyina no be kono ma wa price tag for no e bi di ho na wo de niam no kwa no aka bo a kire wo besi na yes mo amoti America mo America ni Europe yes sa na e koso amasa ni video ama me na nya ni omo adwuma enya no kre
The only issue is that stores, how they bring the food into the system. No, once a Ghana for your names are connection, but if you go to the other citizens now, once a more ways and means of money, but yeah, no, the price was struck a crap. What I say, a sing, and even though the price is quite the same one. Ghana ni no onkoto ade wo Ghana store obekwa akoto Nigerian store mum abra Nigeria ni no onkoto Ghana store obekwa akoto Nigerian store
but Jordan e kasa ya na Jordan e kasa no Jordan mamusa question it doesn't take the fact say oniama ne board and ne board nyede ye yagusa say in America mo am obi a wo 711 ura store no asa de na ho na ne board say price tag bo ho obi a megusa wo ko China for shop no mo shop ni bi de Mira Fifi be Mayway or whatever. I mean, all these shops now be a price of Spanish for shops in Nias and Yamabu. And then a gun and in store. So when your money board, you send your board, you'll be able to send me Ghana shop, and you'll be cotton Ghana shop. Other than a price and then move tax and move on. I didn't hear.
The main Casana main Chasso. The price and yet because the opposite did put in background or tonu. But most of the things we don't say price but one of the things that are most shut down for price about taxes because one person in background ABR inspectors random evaluation maybe a normal or mark say they are supposed to pay this X amount of money as taxes and
so they are beating the system also Ghana in
BT system no but no stress or person did do the background or
hold it and that's a body be anya boni nche with Ghana need to Ghana BT system also to America BT system as
ya mfem bu ya nwosa because me busuani na me kasa mbebie adwuma ma mebusuafo a me pese bebusuani pese wo de bebu me because me ya mebusua
now wo question how the waka kire me kura mamusa say wo se tax ntina Ghana ni yes na Spanish workshop na wo ko a fresh world the money you know aden na their price no bo no mo de tax system
because of the banafo or the room ebi or the store cramp no de buy it onya no free
until never yeah niam na mo ye free mo fan free Ghana na e board e du mu ma de board
Monchili.
It's the same chrono.
The reason. Me say America akura na ekoso. Enye wana mo kofa na nwo fie. Omo ba no ma beton chinchini chi. Dollar ina mo di atoso amaye. E wa anu sei. Abroni be ye no. Ojo kra won ti ase. Ojo kra won ti ase.
Prior, the Pragan some price 5 cities, 2 cities. I have prior, say prior $10, $20. Prior, the price. Aden.
Aden.
There you go.
Abroche so koto prayer ye den.
Ghana for say Ghana for your
Eh, me da
corrupt.
me ti abrete so pepraye pa, pepraye.
Oze, isi baby even that na ya kanu ya kan say Ghana ana Ghana obi a corrupt obi a America corruption wa say baby baby
Enya Ghana nkwa o. Enya
so
Ghana.
what I say ntina ya wo me ya Ghana ni I'm so proud to be me ya Ghana team so be cancer no kan Ghana na Ghana asif say da bunsam ya dejem ya
Opa.
ya do
Yen ka say da go tem demo, but yen se say yesu ban kakra. Na ye mo aboa ye ho ye hu
Ghana eyesin nkro bebre o Ghana nkro bebre ya Nigeria for ya inde yesike ya ye kan wase Nigeria for sike akpofo se pam
unless yen ka se Ghana en you but ye patch say yen boa ye ho can you believe say sanka store na ye wo no ana store na ye bie no na ebia ye fa bro no ba ko na Ghana ni bia be ka say obe oda nyama fi ha unim say number 1 Ghana ni na store na ye ne dia obetumi atete nyama so that is 1. Number 2 obetumi bie store bebre. Number 3 obetumi atete nyama no so because the more woto no the more na obetumi atete nyama so.
Yeah,
make an ultimate here.
Of course.
Why yam boa ye ho say eye Ghana ni ne ya say wo no beta de wo ho na wo aye ye gya no
Me name say nipa na odwen say bia na wo yare but no kure ne say me ba no kure bia na nipa na wo yare but no kure ne say wo na wo to ade na wo idea na wo na wanya so called blessing na wa sha say wo na say o demonstrate all inclusiveness welcoming the people but in this case most of Ghana for shops e wa broche it seems all better than ko your papa as wo your papa bi most of them in fact last time me mama nkofo bi ko Ghana ni shop akatafo bi sister na biani a waton the way okasa akatafo no kwa kaje say you are very rude I mean woman ne kokokora woman ne kokon ada ya sister no buy yes e dey we just said the way okasa ba woni say other stores no enye sa
e dia sa store no or a new store because old store to say we call bronze we call bronze Ghana new store na e wo 190 ayi store no a wo be hu say ahobrase say eye ni wura no ne mbawo nanso the way na omo be kotokoto no the way omo be jeje wo so no ho
the dey book ra hu
I'm telling you
bless is what we can bless me tie wa blessing
yo ebusan for me cheche am ase mo na mo very very interesting and me ni je ho nti na me ba so no
that's right enti o
so me ka bibi kakra on say Ghana for shops na ewo abrochire no I say on say yen share that NC ni pese ye di ye ma ye bia on say aha brofo no Arab for no mo ma register e ma ye hu ni say o mo ton
okay
nti e na o mo so no o mo start here o nuanom ne ade and they all come together and help
okay
na wa e bia wo ye na ye nyina ye de esika hye bon say entosa we dey ba mostly na one person shop na ye dwen say ye nipa ba ko de
exactly especially mo hono baby America mo baby we friend 711
me dey me ni America me Germany
okay I 711 say a franchise or mo gigi no mo ay run India fo ni Arab fo yi
Arab no mo ye bia nipa 2 nipa 3 no mo jama ye bia nipa na the idea ne ba ye no mo do mo sika e pushi and they have all the ways maybe nipa ba ko betimi akra emo e bia track 3 4 no they abegum na we so akra and they are price they enti omo de no price ne bon so omo yi omo ni say no na ye but on say Ghana ni no o ye Afro shop no say Ghana market no at the same time no on devoted time ni nyina shame o ye adwuma
na je say no mumble mo no anyo no na akoso sa
me pato dey say mama nka say we make say we no hu baby am fever no e na afiso ni ama no before udi be free Ghana no duty cry and I say kilos no cry na toma wo dollars yet Ghana wo but e be je dollars ne boy ye de hwe enra wo obi ba na me say me manage just come friend say ya me ye hweto ekuhye me bag m kwa adwuma na me ton man krofo obi ba na me say me kra no onto powder ne ama ne sam ne de ye hweto ne ade no kilo ne 23 kilo ne keke na ye koto no. We are paying almost 180 euros.
I say no crab to me they try wo.
At the end cry no ukoto figure na how much is it? Into fan say be a me afro shop na say me Tony bebre dia bar. Ebedua, how do you think the price will be? Because at the end of the day no kilos na me toy na was say me free mu. Ebia nipa na okra no kotoy no obi on the car call market ni ade. Enti at the end of the day no ebia na menya kilo ne fo na me de baaye. Echna ebi obi ba na me mane no enti no obi wo ha bebre afo show bi a menim say price na mbo because ebia no beba no ebenya ne fo. The next time eba no benya ne different price. Enti so the one price bo ho a na say oh enra me ba obi so beto ni say ade na ne de me ba en say ebia na difference na bem. But there is one shop here or you're very good on it, dear. Minim so was a great shop be a what out on ya. Woman, it dear, be a what be a price in a bone.
Now, you say, oh, you may, you're okay. A year, incompetence, kaka, you're very incompetent. TNE. Because you cook off on a mono shop. There be a woman running night shift. Omo price change. You're from Omo you met by Omo changing near my tax. I mean, everything's in place to the sense. Adia bet no price no ya wani atuma oba na price is e won enya no bo won timi nya won now eye den na ye Ghana for no na just say ye suba na to ye nsesan ye wo ye be do
ye nsesan ye di den
sa aye pa
na ye free band mo kran nsesan
I mean on say afi wo mo ka to say nya Ghana for nko na adwene nya ye nyina ka ho so ye nyina chase ya sheda ba bia Ghana ni wo bia wa sheda.
Yes, it's hard to be a way.
More experience, more access to everything. And then I want to cry. I'm saying wrong.
Why a Ghana store? What do you for us? I
kilo now. Na kilo no copra. Ebi wo obekọ you say ubetua 250 euros. Ebia 23 nyama kakra bi keke but them money you pay before you even bring it here no. And so Ghana na na yeti so Ghana ni na banka ebia cedis age no. But just so cedis no
e make say enye Ghana store nko a. Oko Cameroon store. Oko Nigerian store.
No say do good na nya bi before ya that before ya na be ya sade nye ya. Ya be sade no.
Once he did a penalty of free kick, and then it took him, he hit the ball and then he went.
It's a monster somewhere down.
As I say, I mean, no, because I was in the New Jersey store. I know they are sending a tag price in the store. You have a price more baby out. New Jersey. Where's the Chicago?
They had the only the ball.
Where's free Virginia? Where's Virginia?
Abra obeko Walmart bebia bibia beko bia price tag bo. Oh. Intina ye inti me ade
ono kwati America dia no store dia was price.
Walmart na bi wo ho anama to me nko Ghana store nko tohwe ho. Se ba ye kra ni to nti me jai bare to me kwakoto koko mankani. America koko mankani.
Adewe mi complicate.
Beti koko mankani za.
Me pen sa bra, me pepper because me de ba ye koto kitikiti e ka say $2 a pound. Next time to buy me the £2 so buy a book at £10. That is a sound buy go to $20 minto.
Because the question is mommy yeah oko America for store back mo no store we friend fresh word buy ya who can e go your price bo ho adana Ghana ni what your price more
this is the way you better just say $2 a pound or no buy there.
I mean, it's not Ghana ni America said that Europe said no.
There isn't Baira Sema okay. Ahanum say Los Angeles, I say Ghana ni Radinya me to Baira $28. Baira class asan pro price in Bowu. Me try Baira to Mr. Baira ni na me say Radinya.
Uchema visi Ghana kuku kakake di wasa
bayira ba ko pe bayira mo dugu o nsanso ne nam ka na hie ni mo.
I disagree with all of you because Ghana store kwa and no more problem. Into no, and yet into Mokoto
Me
Ghana
bajo
store.
some problem you bet me solve one and solve where solve one as and solve.
And yes, solvable. Monkoto Ghana store. Or better tin Yamasu.
In order for you to bring the people, you must do the right as you want me to do the right thing.
I don't watch your suggestion, boss. Now they are too
Oye African shop, una kwatendo onye.
Oye so no nim the office oye ho. Enti also you say ya the politicians dey one in Ghana na different from us. Ya na
because what na hold the whole week on tonshi.
The reason nipa ne to ade no ofie na de man 20 Ghana or be make sure say be do America times 3 onya on times 3 and not times 4 so what I say
enya no fault na obi aso say koton niam I mean obi aso ma o ti fair justifiable
you kunya too much
I think brodo na moto o abrochire no moto wa ha no so boy den
There brother no mo to ha ya say yes brother has a ko matter it's some for so Ghana bread ye ba kwa yesi bread back $8
and so now the other one so ba ko na $3 and $4 so
because I hear
na me show bra ukwa wa matsa brodo so ya ye bia eno ya de agu pepe mu eno aso about udi nsuo afiti ana waton se me kwa kwota ni $2 ma beton
enye de
bra man dey water from my bed
see your problem about that mo say that na mo ba Ghana be position
na mo dey man ye de enye bata na esi kire
Debbie empabo no mo bogu so no so kan
ah look I over by
you from Ghana for na nkasa na make na me say ye no ye hu
there is it Shadia there is one way what's that way me turn $10 we actually say then we I dey get to you there is it just imagine I dey get to you we
actually cry chini say actually it's some near situation nutmeg
$10 and run me kotos how dey we
wait my year where say akoto we $10 me god da me say dey me tita say enkatibolo sa dey am so bad omu ya omu di mekoni ade kan $5 $5
Ghana wo
yeah no yesuba ne de enye Ghana for no kwa na ye nyina yesuba na ama ya yesa yesuba ne de
me kan no me say nyina we are bombard ye nyina
Monkoto Ghana
yensasa ye nyina
Monkoto Ghana
Jordan was
so mo fe say ya no boy dia Monkoto
yeah enkatike
me sure Jordan so our shop ni mo
Jordan so amunya de tene se be ye betime sua fro ne ye de sa suba ni Ghana
It's more than dodo.
It's more than the other call Ghana and you know when I do that. By any person, presidency, and you're being so,
let I po. Yet I pet. Oko Ghana for you, Juma, you may out. What do I do? My course, I'm out to what? You may out. You bet my excuses and shit.
What was that reason? As someone na make from beginning, no say. So you bet to me abwa ye ho a. Yema ebesi. And no na make say. What got na store? What got almost your friend say $4,000, $6,000 store.
Okay.
Now 1 whole month. Yeah, and yema what on cry and do 1,000. Meanwhile, so renting of time as you say so you.
Yeah.
What you say?
Yeah.
It's the next thing is how you want to survive in the system. Me, I have opened a store in Bronx before.
Okay.
FedEx store. Mintia your friend say rent no kwa 4,000. And so sika menya revenue amenya after COVID no sika menya and 2,000.
Okay.
Into how do I survive the rest of the
but who survive no does not mean say we in I say who economy I say you must be in conformity with the business strategy.
I was conforming it into the crowd and me closing it down because the problem is that Ghana for no omoba me ye Ghana ni na meti won into on Jimmy Ndi no ko And I make of fast Spanish ni. Make of fast Spanish ni better or no so Ghana ni no so ba obey your ho ba no so ni krom for the ba omo njini ndi nti no so oboko.
Wow.
Yeah, let me tell you, it's not easy to run a business it's
easy because shops the boarding.
It's not easy to run a business in Abrochi into the Monkoto Ghana store.
I mean,
and $5.
But when you say, I know soon a bunny pano, a Nipano, oh, yeah, so who's scheme bebrea, or Maho, or Belcotana for the store.
First store, no sooner. We are 1 year careful as well, or you drew begum.
I know the more baby, I'm regulations for until Nippon Minesa. Now, yet, once you take Ghana, Oko magazine, I be a plug way, Nigeria need to add the amount, a be a bear $2. Now, Ghana, any person, $10. Never say Ghana any business, no walk.
Say almost internet sell lot of food, no, and for Sony and Kitty crowd. But yet they penny boom.
Let me tell you the secret. Let me tell you the secret about your friends say Nigerian store. 90% of the product they sell there, they don't have your friends say food approval.
FD approval.
Ubo no aye the bibi no the tag bi abon no tonton. And then ko so be top pepe. They will not say
yet ya say me to say why you sobolo no your own register kwa me say Ghana sobolo to ma beto.
What say? Me say me ko to shito bi pa ya tro Liberian shito. Me na me ko na me pe Ghana shito ba me ko na ashoto. Na me ko me say we dey atro Liberia the African shito is shito. Na me ko fire me say me de be fie pa ensuo pa.
Charlie, Ghana dear, any immediate be am come say me tell me kotra me koye adwuma Ghana de. Wuni ho de anya forget it. So wuni Ghana on na wo ye adwuma. Wunya 1 cedi. Wo ho pokra ye wia na ni ho. Hey, ene say na wo tena broche na kwa unyi na kwa na oju pension. So bia wunya $1,000 how dey third dey na to baby.
Now over Barbara one akwa Ghana wana and uncle.
Na so Barbara one na kwa na so oju social security.
Obe kwa na nkula ni nya na ko no mu nya da ni akrofo no ko to dwom ayemre no mo ko yo basa basa no de obe.
Me that's all the reason. Me that's all the reason. Oh, Ghana ni ayemre na wie ni afa na ya da ni ni say ye kofi ye kofi.
Abrojo sika kra da would be called nursing home, but Ghana de wo kwa wo utimi si ufie na wo sika na busumi bia utimi nya $1,000 kra na de wo so na ne na the third ya ni dia me wo ye okay wo asa call baby
auntie abi Ghana for boys say wo de momra na ba beti ya mo di mukoto dwe na ayemre na ba beti
oh ya ma ho ye na nanu mo ho mbehwe yen ni mane me na nanu mo ho nya obi na ba so do free abon
Jordan wo Ghana sesi ayo what nice ya ni sisi ni yemre na wonti mi koda care home pe na afi wasasa ni ma say home sweet home
say sata obeji busumi so obeji sika de beto aduane
eni mo ba ye betiti mo
me see
obi antimi nya ekoto
me see ebe ya
nkwasi ko na o Ghana na wu a ucha do se na wu ase afie wa
ebe ya nkwasi asem se woti awo yi mu na wo bre me so obi to be ko share home care ko share home care na so
why you can no ma afie da
I'm telling you na owia no aso sika de dia ko Ghana mo fa top blocks o mo fa to cement o mo fa to asase na de ye hi kura ne se de pa ko
kasa ne mabium
o so obi afre na se Jordan ye to nka kasa obi afre no
alarm na ma set e se me ko juma
so on say how the alarm na sorry o ba ye ho anko
na so sika na me si na wie no obi metua rent ya no determine price on tia busieni su kotene musu a no so ka kire nkwase asem say aren enye busia da metua rent ya no
okay also abaje o tebenka abaje wa do ne me ye nti na abaje also abaje o
network na mess happen.
Ogyaba je. I said I'm talking. I am Casamini.
Mute me now. Are you clear on the side?
Yeah. Ogyaba je mami ntio.
Reason mute me. Mute.
Mathematics yo my me too yo. Jordan my me too yeah. Ogyaba je mami ntio ya.
Men person me call offbeat. Martin come on ba be say kasa brief kakra bi. Say be ya
ya di ko bebre ba bia betu ye de na ye ka say enhyehyɛ papa ye ntimi nya ne wo ye krom but ye di 78 so de ane ye say home sweet ne pese ye ko na ya ne ye blemu ye nua no but as ye nhye ne nyata am nti wo mas say omo lack a lot of training to wo gan na wo ko no say wo so ni training na woni omo kwa mo be crash nti na wo ya so me ko be business egu me ko be business egu na anya Jordan ka say ono kwa de say on tana broche ma ho nto na wo establish ya on advice say ko Ghana ne ko bibia wo enko ba ye die
Mate, ene bia mbe pia no. Me de me nkwa me sempa. Be sha se afiri nyoma nan bia me hui. E fa abrochiem na kosifie. Emem na metena ase na dwene wo se no, ase ebi mu ba eyeye ma omo, ebi wusu ba enyeye ma omo. Timi hu enyoma nan bi. Se nyoma nan ne ye kwan ya ye fa so ye tukwan. Ebi a me nua wo tukwan na okura nkrata, eye de a wo opportunity sen de oni nkrata. Ene wo nipa ukosi ni so. Nipa bia no se tukwan ye nkrasefo. Nipa wa kwa akosi ni so no experience a wonya no ana ode ma wo. For example, me papa no police no Ghana and call pension obi two kwan me ba be kwa kontu na oye adwuma Walmart nti wonya Walmart experience ono me kwa na oye finance ti sabi akwa school kakra wonya more exposure and more experience to no advice ode ma me no wo pese o to school ni so pese o kwa kira de pese o ko soja so ko nursing that's on wonya more experience in the inclusive for the equity is no on na any to the fees afede ye nyini on the fees over to no the ono e ka no na esa wo fa na third one na kwa koye certification kura wana unsanu juma ku na kwa na ba you can useless baby ananka ukra mass certification ukra art ukra english no e ho be ba mfa so ama no se say unsanu dwuma ekura wo ana se certification ekura no so eso be kire say wo be ko wanim ana se be cha ama wo na last one obi sie nyagopon obi sie etire obi si nyansa ban o me friend nyansa se unsa kam yensan ye die anim na se budim nyansa be ye waste obi tu kwan no nkrata okohia obi o more exposure na experience the man no okono kura certificate but ene why junkie because we hunu nyansa and take advantage of sa anwa me ensan we a onya yi then oba junkie ti enfa on me ensan edi kan we anya last one efe nyansa e be ye waste ti no bi ko na onkura nkrata no but ene wade no ho abomodin atoto fie wa mono ne etima be ye bia bo ni because ye fe nyansa no wanya bo bi ko no okura nkrata so wanya ene ye ba fie no so e fie ne kana ba be ye individual preference mimi obi a metuo nya yam se nti daache mase behye was e dia wo me kugu abuchiri o magu abuchepe wase ehye ano no ko mi obi a manigi amamre manigi efie nti wahwa sabi enchai sa but for the past 6 years aba fie 6 times make us a gram fie because efie me de bibia me ye bia efie nti me target na say me establish bi bu ofie se bia daache me maso madweme wo bi so ane de ne se me Ghana de oni Ghana ni twaka bia oni Ghana ni bibia aka but the braka me ya adwene say untimi establish hu pia untimi nko na all the same ne wo obi an choice obi ono no ni establishment no vanya hwe de beba na adwene bia na o ye nko yi no ye ti no obi asifie organ bia be 20 years on krata so mada mi ameka first time me baga na mi hie obi asi 20 years na wo be fie o so by 20 years no say be biu so wo fie organo at 20 years on see hada na eno e chese edana wo si ni one plan na butai be no disi minim reason to disi but ya kwese ase osi no yo cause was down organo na 20 years afia na wo komwa na butai be na disi dan what is nko fo osi bi na wo si ana obi se me de me Ghana de me nko pehwe wo ho meto fie wa amanone onuma nko tie se o to fie wa amanone no sa ko si fie organa because okọ Ghana onche no asaba obi so de ose daachi bia minya meko minchi na yemede example ye me no de ehia me a mesra me de be che nuanu nyina ne se message no hu se si ye mabunu no ye de ahoɔden nyina peska. There will be a time ye beka se yasa de sika ne nya ne kwa kopa ahoɔden but it will be too late. Na me say no me kofia manage me kofia minya asundue the moment a plane be sikutoka no na me feel relieved me feel say pressure be free me so ene ebosu me nsia na afi bia me kofia kwa akɔgye ahoɔden de aba emfa on plane ticket bo me kofia ahoɔden na ewura mu no eye so no nko me kwa akɔgye ahoɔden na to for daache wo ha break na so na bi ankɔfo agye holidays na afuna kɔ isa ankɔfo adwuma na de abɔso no ye ne fufu ye hwɛ daache o ene na ahoɔden wo no ye de ahoɔden nyina peska daachi na ye nyini na ya mere no afuna ne ye risika na se ko pa hoɔden ne ye ko hospital ne ye de ko ha ne ye de ko anhwe ya sika entimi nto ahoɔden tie be se efie na akɔ na ebe bo wa obetimi o wa bi abekɔ holidays na ebe bo obetimi akɔ se Ethiopia na abekɔ akɔgye holidays ama ho ato wa obetimi akɔ na ebi me nuanu bi de se sika no ehu hia de but ebi ma mo di o mani too much. Because onko baby a obeye adwuma 24/7 they are feeding nyina wode kora ahomje kora wonyi bi tema mikasa nya tenten no de kan ga say individual preference obia ne kwan for so two kwan obia ne kosi ne so obia certification ne kora no obia ne etire ne nyankopon na adwuma da ne trim obia ne botaye nto de two kwan obia ne busuafo o fie obia tu kwan busuafo ha no obi tu kwan busuafo o twe ne santi de me madwene no ondwene bi de me pese be ma bra boye no onye bi because me obrekonku na petu so kra nko abusia ya atwi no ofie ni ebi na me de anya pe ebi ono na busuafo obi aye ebi amso de nya obi na ye mehwe abusia ti weri nya kan nya bon ne se akwantuo mekofie mi nkofie meye bibi menye bibi nyina akoye individual preference de odwan pe no ona ode ne kaka ebo ne mu de hia me pa ne se ye ma ho bidie mrem ne ye nsevu ye ahoden for dachi enye sa dachi ahoden ne bra ko bra wa broche nyina sabi ebe ye kwa ene upompo se wo westi wa ahoden nya di peske bo for dachi wan hwe ya unya mre kora mfa misika na wonya ntie yantete adwuma no so ne ye reserve ahoden di na dachi kakra bi ye nya to obi ano ye nya tam ne ye nhwe ho kwane hu se ye kra eni age se kakra mso be kan komo aye di na numenu
Ajabo adi medan so pa wa chira me bajo no bi obi bibio kana na yen koto ye adwuma die so e bajo obi fro kana okay eti maten say ye nuanu ma chechero ma dwenti ye de besi na ya to aso chena this is the reason so me da munyina nwase na me ja yesu enkoye adwuma ye yesu ade ye de ya bi mu ase a won muti me da obi ase ya no mami abi ntimi da so ye beto aso chena why mami
bye bye
so ne mo ma ba tie ye beto aso chena me so me koye adwuma kakra mra me da mo ase pa